Now, this is part two, and we were knocked off, of course, knocked totally offline. So that happened the moment Peter began fundraising. Of course, it goes without saying. So let's add on everybody back on and pick up where we left off. So let's try and call, of course, the usual, and see if Heather Holman is with us. I think she might have left a message. We'll figure out what is going on as far as we can. And okay then. All right, while we're doing this, we are live streaming. So T-Tank Berry says back in action 100. Thank you so much, T-Tank Berry. We wouldn't be able to do this without you. T-Tank Berry contributed 100 United States dollars. Of course, another 100 United States dollars was contributed by someone who wants to remain anonymous. And 30 United States dollars was contributed by Nolani Bouchard. And whoever else contributed recently, blessings be upon you. Certainly, as I said, the $100 that is already $130 already in my normal PayPal account, a personal PayPal account, as opposed to my production account, will be transferred into the bank soon, picked up, and then used with the $100 T-Tank Berry left on Saturday. What we're trying to raise is about $310 per episode for the next 3 episodes to get us through to pay my rent for this month. Hopefully every month will not be this bad, but obviously this is an exceptional month. A lot of stuff went down that I can't talk about. Now, one of the things that I do want to say is that for anyone who asks me questions like I get in the email about paying my bills, yes, I pay all of my bills. I pay the electricity bill. I pay the internet bill. All of this is paid through the bank. So they dip straight into my bank account for a direct payment when it comes to those bills. Something like Bluehost, however, does not have that option of dipping directly into my bank. They do so through the PayPal card. We're trying to get $30 immediately into the production card just so they can dip into that and basically renew my domain name. Okay, so greetings to our lovely Victoria as well. And with that, Peter, by all means, take it away back to where we were. And before you do that, of course, let's see if we're all registering on the OBS, online broadcasting software. Say hello, Aristides, please.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we see you. That's what's more important. It means people can hear you. Peter, please.
Hello, can I be heard?
You can be seen, which is more important. It means people can hear you so long as I can see you on the OBS. Okay.
Can you?
I'm sorry?
You don't see me on the Skype, do you?
No, of course not. No, by that I mean see your voice pattern on the online broadcasting software.
I got you.
Yeah. And so with that, we are back to Peter. Actually, Aristides will give his normal blurb, his normal intro. And good thing Peter has kind of quieted or completely turned off his air conditioning. I don't know which. So Aristides, take it away.
All right. I'll try to be quick because we're restarting here.
And loud. Always remember to shout.
Yeah.
Always. Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm actually still have the ear thing. Is this a little better?
Yeah. Doing good.
Okay.
Doing good.
Okay. So please remember to hit the thumbs up. Very important every time we start a transmission or restart. Please make sure you're subscribed. Please make sure you hit the subscription bell so you can be notified of restarts like this. And if you like, you can go into your account settings and create extra channels under your main account without an extra password, and you can use them to provide additional upvotes, which would be helpful.
Excellent. And take it away, dear Peter. You can go back to where we left off.
Okay, I want to thank the contributions. This now gives us a authorized segue for Douglas to tell us something about the crypt that he hasn't told us before. But you know, the crypt is a fascinating place, even though obviously he has a certain amount of negative sentiment about it because of the condition it's in, and because of something he has to endure. Nevertheless, it would be fascinating to see some of the occult residue that's in there. It could possibly be damaging to the soul.
Indeed. Oh, yes, I can attest to that. Yes.
That's why he's doesn't let people in there. It's not just the I guess embarrassment of seeing the mess or whatever.
I think it's, well, let's just put it this way. There's elements of all of that, of course. But honestly, I used to let people in here closer after the time my parents died. It was still somewhat tolerable. I wouldn't say it was presentable, but simply tolerable. It was actually intolerable to the ladies who came here, but they all wanted to come here anyway. And
I want to ask you about that. Tell us about an adventure that somebody had there and how they reacted or responded. It could be, it could even be Beaver for that, but probably not Beaver, but maybe some interesting story that we might find more interesting than you, because you might just treat it with
Well, it's one of these things where, for some reason, ladies are intrigued with spending time in a crypt with a vampire, and that's all based on this romantic notion that is cute. It's rather, shall we say, of course, the reality of it is another matter completely. The most, shall we say, it's just. I don't want to relive these things. I just don't want to relive them right now, Peter. I think that maybe there's another angle we can take for fundraising. It's when it comes to the crypt itself, it's very private, and I think that it opens me up to a lot of attacks when I simply just talk about my private life. It's the last thing on earth we should be talking about. There's got to be other angles for fundraising. In terms of the nature of the crypt, it is what it is. Basically, I was taking care of 2 dying people in horrible condition for over 10 years. And there was no time to maintain anything. This leads me on a rant or a vent. You have just stupid, asinine motherfuckers, whether it's the landlord family or the goddamn paramedics, who, whenever they respond to a call, and it's the same fucking stupid shit about, why don't you clean up around here? I'm like thinking, what the fuck about my life do you not fucking understand? I'm 24 hours a day taking care of 2 dying people. There is absolutely no time to quote unquote clean up around here. Such insane, fucking, stupid motherfucking people in the world. It's like, I don't want to relive this, Peter. I don't want to talk about it. When it comes to just the stupid nature of, once they were dead, of course, it's just too fucking late. I mean, it's just beyond hope. But that's not the basis of the horror. The horror is that the building is hundreds of years old, and it's built on top of a goddamn cemetery, and it was falling apart when we moved in. My sister chose a shithole. Because there's a reason why it was fucking cheap. The best thing I can say about the economics behind it, not best thing, it's just the context. Context was that I had gotten the Presidio military base shut down, and the economy of San Francisco was dead, and Silicon Valley was just beginning to start up, and it hadn't yet exploded. So basically, landlords were begging people to move in here. They were begging people to move into the neighborhood, and as a result, since nobody was responding, they often turned their flats. They're called flats here in San Francisco. They're not apartments. They're like half a divided building, and so they would turn their flats over to Section 8 housing, and then regret it forevermore. Now, it took decades before the last of the Section 8 housing people died off. Once you get them, you have to move heaven and earth to get rid of them. And so when it comes to the horror of the neighbors I was dealing with, it wasn't much different from living in the Tenderloin. Certainly it was orders of magnitude better, but it's dangerous anyway. I've shared already the horror of taking out garbage left me, it was an experience I never had in the Tenderloin, because we had a dump chute where you just dropped everything down the chute into the garbage. And of course, we lived on the 6th floor, and there were several floors above us, so we would hear the garbage in our apartment, because we were in the apartment next to the chute. We'd hear the garbage as it, slid down all day and night from different families dropping their shit down the chute, because there was only one chute for the entire floor, and it's the same pipe connected to the entire building that would take everybody's garbage down to the bin below. And so all 10 people on the floor, each floor, would just go to the same garbage room to dispose of their garbage. So just another bizarre memory and part of the horrors of my life.
I understand that, and I don't want to burden you with this at all. That wasn't the idea.
Yeah, you understand. It's just the wrong. It's just the wrong story. It's the wrong angle. It's the wrong angle to choose. It's like, but just to point out where the logic of that was going, so that people understand. With the garbage situation, never having to deal with that in the Tenderloin, coming here in the Russian Hill neighborhood, taking out garbage was something new. And so then I found myself confronted with the neighbors, who were Section 8 housing people, who were crazed maniacs, psychotics, and people armed with all kinds of implements, mostly very long blades, because they would go around the neighborhood gutting everybody's trash bags open so they could dig through your garbage. And so it's one of the things that led to me always being armed when I go outside to take out the garbage, at least bladed. So it's just it's just a nightmare. It's not a livable situation. It's not sustainable. Yet I'm surrounded by people who look perfectly satisfied. But then again, their buildings have been rehabilitated. In other words, basically torn down and rebuilt from the ground up. It may not appear that way. There may appear to be a similarity in terms of the facades, and that itself is a facade, because they're just trying to build it to maintain a kind of historical likeness to the buildings. But they haven't really obeyed the San Francisco historical building laws, because there was no need to here on Russian Hill. There are other buildings known as the Painted Ladies of San Francisco that are deemed historical buildings. Now, because the buildings have been destroyed and rebuilt so many times on San Francisco's Russian Hill, at least this area, those laws no longer apply. So they were trying to maintain a kind of semblance to the facades around them, but they're very different buildings, rebuilt from the ground up for the buildings surrounding me. The neighbor next door, for instance, like I often said, was on a Winchester Mystery House madness mode, where he just kept building and rebuilding his house for no goddamn good reason, because it just gave him this feeling of being in his body or something like that. Some people have a psychotic extension of their physical well-being or their body. They conflate it with their car or their home, and they take care of the home or the car the way they should be taking care of their body. And that's definitely my neighbor on the one side. And we know the story on the other side, or at least certainly Peter's familiar with it, and certainly our regular listeners. But there we go with that. It's just kind of like, the ladies who did come here and spend the night had their own adventures, seeing ghosts and the like. It wasn't all that bad, but it's very unpleasant to think of one of the ladies in particular, this horrible individual named Laura Lee Solomon, who just was a parasitic leech who just wanted to impose herself in my life and become basically like a wife. I'm always looking for a chick takeover, but it's I'm hoping for someone who's competent and able to help me manage things, so I can basically turn my attention elsewhere, like my intellectual pursuits. But you just don't get that with these people. They're just 100% pure leeches and parasites. And So yeah,
Let me ask you a question about her.
no.
She, uh, you know, she was interested in you. It sounds like she wanted you know, she envisioned you as her, probably her, a perfect mate for her. But I'm sure part of it was sexual. But there's something else going on with her.
Oh God,
Much
yes.
Yeah, like how much of it was to exercise some form of control over you, or almost as an agent of Aquino or some other faction?
Oh, she was just another assigned asset, and it's always the same shit. It's just a repeat of the same act over and over again. Claiming just to be, I'm a great spiritual warrior against darkness. And she's a member of the OTO, mind you. She's a member of the OTO church, and that was like the essence of her spirituality. So it's like just what it is, the insanity of the people who approach you, and they all are making claims to, it's not even the claims. I'm just asking for help, and I can't afford to turn it away. So in the beginning, because they're financially helping, I can't say no. So she was helping financially to a degree because she had a job. And then, of course, she lost the job. And once she lost the job, then she totally spiraled. But even before she lost the job, or around the time that she lost the job, she began to spiral. So the whole thing just became like more and more bizarre. But, just my memories of her make me sick, just physically sick. But while she was here, you're talking about an overweight, very unattractive female who I'm being nice to because I need the money. And I basically had to tell her I could not have a sexual relationship with her. And at that point, of course, it began to spiral. She tried to maintain some degree or semblance of interest for a while, having nothing else in her life. But then, of course, just ran the credit card to the ground and then tried to kill herself. It's like, of course, I did my best out of a feeling of obligation to help her, set her up to move in with somebody. At which point, it's just the usual. She just she ultimately was institutionalized for a period of time, then came out and then tried to reinsert herself in my life. But of course, I wasn't going to allow it. She had already declared herself as an enemy by her own words when she parted. So that was after I had managed to get her a place to live. So it's, there's no sympathy to be had there. But while she was...
I have a question, Douglas. Was during all that time she was hosting the show, was she living with you, or was that just for short periods of time?
Good Lord, don't wish that on me. It was, of course not. No, she only visited once overnight. Oh, yeah, okay. And the first time it was like that so-called sponsor, Benestenius, the man of the soil, you might remember him. Yeah. And then the baseball player, Robert Lacey, you might remember him, do you not?
I remember you talking of him. I wasn't around when he was interfacing with you.
Yes, and he was a school teacher. He was, for those of you who don't know, Robert Lacey, Peter Moon looked up all the specs on him, the details, a long time ago, but he was in Major League Baseball. And poor guy was involved with the San Francisco Giants and the Oakland A's. My late and sainted sire, my legal father, would have been greatly impressed that such an individual was trying to help me out, quote unquote. But he had a pathological hatred for Laura Lee Solomon. Now, Laura Lee Solomon is somebody I have a right to just dismiss, and certainly dismiss with some degree of shall we say, resentment.
Rational resentment.
Thank you, rational resentment. I like that. When it comes to Robert Lacey, his was some pathological reaction that made no fucking sense. His interactions with her were sparse. Now, granted, she was an intensively repulsive personality in her own way, very much like Jameson Reese, in the sense that they both were intrinsically repugnant people who seemed to do everything they possibly could to repel everybody. With Laura Lee Solomon, she was what Judith Ager called a pit bull, and just attacked everybody for no goddamn good reason. Well, especially women. So, and Judith Ager, of course, came in a close second in that regard, and was a bully in her own right, though in a different sense. They started off as good friends, actually, and then wound up hating each other because both of them spent a night here. They both saw ghosts, essentially. In the case of Judith Ager, it was my mother who comforted her because she was suffering a panic attack here, which is understandable. But she felt that my mother showed up and comforted her. With the case of Laura Lee Solomon, she had this intense vision of this very large white man coming through the wall with a Viking-like beard, who was wearing a football jersey along with a number on it. I can't remember the number, I'm sad to say. But when she related that story to Robert Lacey, he knew exactly who it was. He said, "Oh, that's the jersey number of," and he named the individual. But such being said, that was the only exchange they ever had that you would think would be kind of like some bridge to civility, but it wasn't. The horror of Robert Lacey and the Benestenius was they were responsible for just another horrific experience where they wanted me to come down to their bumfuck Arizona, near Phoenix. Actually, it was in the city of Phoenix, I believe. We went to that bar, the Kontiki, and this was something months in preparation. And they made certain to do everything they possibly could to make certain I couldn't get down there. It's just the craziest fucking shit. All these people are just insane. There's, when it came to, there's, I lost more money, just making it down there to spite all of their obstacles they put in my way, which I could go into in detail, but there's no point. It's just reliving the horror for no goddamn good reason. The whole thing was for no goddamn good reason. When you went to, it always puzzled me. It was just like the realization of some kind of fantasy for himself, for Benestenius when it came to the Kontiki. Have Douglas Dietrich speak in the Kontiki. There was no room for anybody in the Kontiki because they were still open for business. The logical thing would have been to have basically leased the place for the day, so the whole place would be ours, including the bar. Then you could have, any number of people come in and be served while listening to the presentation. But no, that's not how they did it. Just crazy shit. And then, of course, he rubbed salt in the wound by telling me about how he made hundreds of thousands of dollars from multimillionaire donors when he had set up something before in a very different manner. But set up everything to sabotage anything from being done in my case. It was just, so the whole thing was just an ambush. And of course nothing was recorded. And he hired a Satanist, a proud Satanist, to record the entire event. So of course nothing was recorded. It's just another ambush from another lunatic. It's just, it's unending. Bob Lacey, Robert Lacey, again, maybe it's just his age. Obviously it's beyond that. The man was simply insane. And simply, again...
Well, he was also kind of polarized into Christianity. And from what I recall, and often people who are, what I just said, polarized into Christianity, they're possessed.
It's even is that what you read? Because I never really got that.
It's from what I remember from the story from what you've told me. I mean, I don't think I'm in error.
You may not
My
be.
evaluation that he's possessed.
Oh, that I won't argue with. That I won't argue with. It's just how would I say it? It's something that I'm not going to bother to try to fathom. I never got any impression of him as being too much of a Christian myself, but possessed, yeah, sure, I'll buy that. Possessed of stupidity, that's for sure. But he was like somebody who, like, maybe it's his age, but he couldn't grasp like what I'm telling him. And you know, I talk about corruption of the system on my venue. Back in the old days, it was the critical omissions and the firing lines, Saturday night firing lines, is what it was called, back in the Revolution Radio days. And I would tell people about the corruption of the system every episode. And just tell them, look, every day that you look out that window and you don't see mass rape and cannibalism and people dying by the thousands and the city on fire, is a good day. And just count your blessings, because the chances of it being like that tomorrow, I can never believe that we're going to make it. And so talking as I do about corruption, he says things like, oh, Douglas, I sent you $200 in the mail. Did you get it? I said, no, of course not. If you send money in the mail, it's going to be stolen by the U.S. postal inspectors. They have dogs that sniff out money. And that's all they do all fucking day is sniff out fucking money and take everybody's money that comes through the mail. Whatever you do, don't send money. And of course, you know, he might as well have taken that few $100s and thrown it out of the window of a moving car. Why would he send money through the mail? It's just beyond me. Like,
because he's naive in terms of dealing with what you deal with. It's like people don't take this seriously. And what I would say, I know people who are in situations where they take, you know, they're very desperate about such things. They're not living this type of life you are. They're targeted individuals. You're a targeted individual, but you know the difference is, as far as I'm concerned, you're working with the morphogenic grid in a way that stands out.
thank you.
I can't minimize what they're doing, but you know, there's a lot of traction in what you do, and people become interested or involved in what you're doing. And this happens continuously, of people getting ground up.
Yes.
Somebody mentioned, I guess they were not happy with the way Brendan was kind of like musing over it. You know, it was kind of amusing to the both of you, musing over the way people like kind of burn up like moths to a flame when they get around you. And this is true. And I don't think either one of you think it's really funny, but it's kind of like it's a professional hazard. Like, there goes another one.
Yes, and by the way, if only you knew, there's like people I knew throughout my life who just disintegrated into stark raving madness, and that was, you know, that's part of the entire spectrum of the Kings of Edom, and just making people aware of it. It's not conducive to sanity at all, and you pay a price for knowing the truth. And most people, once they learn it, they can't handle it. It's that simple. I mean, literally, they go insane. But in the case of, say, for instance, with where we were going with the, here's an example of just, like Peter says, targeted individuals. And Peter points out the fact that, of course, in my case, it is different. It is different because I'm not your average targeted individual. Your average targeted individual is truly helpless. I, on the other hand, am not your average helpless targeted individual. I don't have the average background, which is basically no background. Your average targeted individual is a rando, as Aquino would call them, randomly chosen. There's no rhyme or reason to why they're targeted. They're targeted simply because they're vulnerable. In my case, of course, it's the result of quote unquote betraying Aquino. And but to give you an example of how bizarre it can get, when I called the paramedics the other day, it was Kaiser was on divert. Now, I've already articulated this, but there is a point to this most people would never know. Because I'm not your average person, because I'm a person who is a member of the San Francisco Police Department and has worked with paramedics, because I have paramedical training, because I spent years, of course, auditing courses with the Osher Lifelong Learning Institute's adult program for extended education, auditing these medical journalism courses, etc. Because of all of these different aspects of care provision for my parents until they died for over a decade, I know things other people would never be aware of. So when Kaiser's on divert, this is something that Kaiser would never want to be on. Kaiser has a deal with the city and county of San Francisco where Kaiser Hospital is fined when they go on divert. Not only does Kaiser Hospital have to pay for your bill when you go to the whatever other hospital you're diverted to, not only do they have to cover all of that, but they have to pay the city and county of San Francisco a fine for not being able to take you into their emergency room. So believe me, Kaiser does not want to divert people. If Kaiser is diverting people, the city is on fire. So that's why when I told Dr. Chung, my general internal medicine practitioner, yeah, I tried to come here the other day in the ER, but Kaiser was on divert, he was stunned. And he said, oh, must have been a full moon. That was just his casual remark along the way concerning that. But there's nothing casual about the situation. So if the fire department responds, which they did, think about what I had described in the episode that I described it. It took them forever to get here. Why? Because they're picking up people along the way? It's not a shuttle service. They're heading towards just myself. So they didn't hurry to get here. They took 30 minutes to get here. I had to call 911 3 times, once every 10 minutes. And when they came here, they didn't have their siren on, which would have expedited their arrival. And then, as I said, when we got into the ambulance and I sit down in the gurney and they don't start moving, I didn't say it out loud, but I'm thinking, so is this where the gang rape begins, like in a porn film or something like that? What the fuck? And, then when I casually asked about it, they said, oh, well, maybe if we wait long enough, Kaiser will go off divert. Now, think about what I just said. If Kaiser is on divert, the city's on fucking fire. These people should have been coming here with a siren, picking me up, dumping me off at the nearest hospital, and going on their way. The fact that they just took forever to get there, like they're delaying. Then when they show up, not even move. How is this not conspiracy? So, your air conditioner is overwhelming, by the way, Peter. It sounds like it.
I'll shut it off here.
Yeah, sounds like a jet engine taking off. But Peter, do you have any observation on that? That's obviously targeted individual phenomenon right there. There is no logical reason why that happened. It's completely senseless.
It's a couple of things. You're definitely suffering from being targeted, but it's also a phenomenal experience. And when I say phenomenal, you know what I mean. It's phenomena that's ignited or stirring, and it's a chain of, I guess, what you call negative synchronicity.
Yeah.
And this is a maelstrom you've pretty much been in since you were born.
Yes.
And this is when I think of a Scientological approach, just to give you an overview of how it would or could go under an ideal situation. You have the person on the e-meter, and you'd say, it might take, hours or even weeks of discussion before something like this would come up, and you have the maelstrom, and it's like when and it would read on a meter, and you'd take this maelstrom and you'd start addressing it in different ways. You might address it as a upset, as a problem, as what you call triggers or buttons that that are associated with it. And I'm not talking about the stuff that happened recently in this lifetime. It's almost like the energetics of the maelstrom. Like, okay, you're born into this world with this abusive satanic father, and you go back into the whole track and saying, how did this all happen? How did you get juxtaposed with these people at this time, and getting the energetics behind that, the associations, the emotions, the attitudes, the pains, whatever it is. It's like going back to Olympus or before Olympus or whatever it is, and saying, how the effing hell did I get involved with this situation? And it's like, it's all ideas. It's like somehow you got juxtaposed with this stuff, and you go back into the stream of time and say, oh God, yeah, I was in some Olympic garden, and then I'm trying to think of some evil god came up and put a trident in us, and God, we were messed up, and Zeus sent us all down to Tartarus, and and it's kind of like, and you there's all this emotional discharge, and then when you relieve that, you come back into present time, the maelstrom is up. God, this crap isn't happening to me. All of a sudden, the garbage man's coming by and smiling, and these the assholes of San Francisco are no longer assholes. They're smiling and patting me on the back. That's kind of what one would hope or expect under the ideal circumstances. It's like what one encounters. I told the example of how Maria put a wingman on me, and I will tell you how it worked. Because I was discussing, it's like my GPS didn't work. It worked fine. And then I get there and I want to shut off my cell phone to preserve energy when I get there. And then when I turn it back on, the app is missing. I can't find it. It's like, it's gone. I have no app. I try to install another app, but I don't have Wi-Fi, so I can't install it. And I said, it's a damn good thing I remember how to get home. The GPS will show me the fastest way home. But, I know how to get home now from that. It's not easy. I mean, if you don't know, it's not easy. And then I got lost.
That's awful.
Well, I wasn't terribly lost because there's these turns, and the GPS will kind of say, okay, turn this way, and the road signs aren't as clear in Pennsylvania as I would like. And I'm talking to one of my friends, and I go, God, it's gone. And then all of a sudden I say, okay, I gotta stop. And I stop and I get gas. I didn't have to have gas, but I got gas. I used the bathroom, which I needed to use the bathroom. And then I see this guy, and I say, hey, how do I get back to the, how do I get to the New Jersey Turnpike? And he tells me exactly. Like, that was the wingman in action. It saved me. It was wonderful. And then I'm approaching New York City, and I said, it's really getting ugly here. But before you get to the GW Bridge, I said, I'm going to stop at this rest stop, the Vince Lombardi rest stop, or whatever it's called. It's the last one before you get to New York. I stop there. I go in. I put $5 in the chair, and I get a massage. It just broke up. And then when I get back on the car and I go over the GW Bridge, boom, no traffic. That's rare. I just scoot on home to Long Island, and I missed all that heavy traffic. So, that's the wingman in action. That's phenomena that my friend Maria has gated into me, and I can't tell you. And the more I believe in the wingman, the better off I am.
Yes.
The better off I am, because I see. And she says, if something doesn't work out, there's a reason for it. Like, for example, even though I got on the GW Bridge, I missed a turn. It's a place I've gone many times. I should know. And next thing I find myself in Manhattan, coming into Manhattan. I said, God, I don't want to be in Manhattan. And then I said, God, I can just flip onto this. I sort of cheated and cut somebody off. It was a little daring, but they stopped. They didn't want to stop, and they stopped, and I got back on the highway. I had to outmaneuver people in Manhattan, and people in Manhattan don't like to be outmaneuvered.
No.
I didn't want to do it, but it's what I needed to do to get home, because I had to kind of break traffic.
Right.
I did it right behind a cop too, who didn't see me.
Oh.
And if he did see me, I don't think he would have cared.
Yes.
But in any case, that was the wingman in action. So what I'm saying to you is, I'm just painting a picture here. Your emotions, your trauma. This is even way before you ever got involved in, military or anything. It's what we carry with us existentially. Now, I personally wouldn't know any of this, because when I got into Dianetics and Scientology, I was just a high school graduate who was interested in finding out what was inside of my own mind. I was existential, but I didn't really understand the spirit. You acquired an understanding of spirituality probably much earlier than I did. It's probably more inherent in your upbringing.
Yes, thank you. Yes.
My parents didn't teach me any of that, nor did they know it or understand it. And of course, it's something that, and of course, the first thing is, I want to go into my own mind, but I'm immediately being taught about how to deal with other people's minds. I'm being taught. I'm learning. What's the anatomy of the mind? And it's basically, attitudes, emotions, sensations, and pains. And those are sort of the negative. Not all emotions are negative, of course.
Right.
And then you process the residual emotions that kind of dictate your life. The anxieties of, every time you see somebody with blonde hair, it, stimulates whatever. Whatever. And you're just, reaching balance points. So all of a sudden, blonde-haired people don't bother you anymore, or certain, like some people just can't stand when voices get loud. They become fearful, they become anxiety-ridden, and, there's certain professions where people yell.
Right.
And now I would also say, I've heard this in professional football, that now that we have a younger generation, the players, although they're big, strong, and tough, will, they'll get upset if the coach yells. You're not sensitive enough, because they've grown up, with sensitivity. And so it's a whole different breed of generation than it was in, like, say, in the 1960s, where, we're prone to being treated very rough. And of course, that's, part of the tradition of football. It's prided itself on being a tough sport. And so now, it's just, but whatever. What it's possible, but see, what you're going around with your whole life, you're going around with this, it's like a negative egregore.
Yes.
Of experience that doesn't have to be this way. It's not, you shouldn't be blamed for it, but it's like, you've carried a burden, and it's like, what's the underlying, juxtaposition which, puts you into this in a one sense. And there's also this old saying, this is not necessarily Scientological, but it's like how, people are said to incarnate with a purpose. Like they come here to work something out. And it could be based on a lot of different reasons. And it would seem that your purpose is reversing and ferreting out a lot of evil. But in the process of that, you've had to witness evil, live through evil on a level that most people just don't have to. And I have a feeling that if there might be some people who are listening to this and then would hear this and then want to tell me of all the evil they've lived through, as if it was a badge of comparison, if not merit, and it's really not the point.
Yes, thank you.
It's really not the point. I think I've learned more about evil from, examining my own mind and experiences, but also seeing how others operate and operate in such a way as to just, I can only equate it to striking out in baseball. You struck out on that one. Well, you didn't handle that person right. You screwed that one up,
Jesus, what assholes.
And yeah, well, that's Laura Lee Solomon.
Yes.
Like the way she would deal with people,
Yeah.
and the way she dealt with me is, the first thing I think problem I had with her is she accused me of promising everybody a trip to Romania, which I never did. I said it would be nice if everybody could come to Romania. I wasn't footing the bill for it. It might have been implied because my first trip was paid for, but it was just like, but then she was indignant about it. It's like, if I got indignant about you not taking me to, a trip to Pearl Harbor. It's like, what is this? But what was really the worst was when I had a trip, a doctor lined up for Amanda Ute in Romania, where she could get her operation affordably because she wasn't going to get it from insurance.
Right.
And I had it lined up. Amanda appreciated the hell out of it. And, she says, she is not going to Romania. She is not going to Romania. And, like, who the hell is she? Amanda didn't appreciate it. She's Amanda's, professional caregiver.
What was really weird? There was Amanda Ute was originally married to, what I can do is try and look up the account here. This might give some context to that. And it was a guy named McDonald. Ian McDonald, I believe it was. Again, I'd really have to look through these old accounts. And it might be in my other account, my other Skype account that locked me out years ago and then opened up and then kind of disappeared again. Skype has gone through some really weird cycles, but when it comes to I think the guy's name was Ian McDonald, and he's the author. We can look this guy up, so this is it's kind of funny. Again, part of this whole targeted individual cycle, which Amanda Ute is a part of. So if we look up the author Ian McDonald, I believe that this is the author I'm looking at. This is a British author, but there might be another author by the same name. But it says here he's a science fiction author, and it's probably not the author I'm thinking of that's a crime author. So maybe if I look up the crime author, that would change it. But at any rate, the individual she's married to had a very similar name, almost identical, if not the same. And this individual was the abusive individual who had been raped by a Marine at the Presidio, or his brother was in the Marine Corps and raped him at the Presidio. Amanda, you could give us the full story on that with all the details straight. Obviously, I try not to retain these sordid details in my mind. They don't help one any, especially when they're not your own memories. There's no point in retaining them half the time. They're just like, bad for you. But all that being said, there was this guy at Revolution Radio, somehow involved mostly as a listener, and this individual's name was exactly the same. And he was an author of crime novels. Now, I know he had a bit of notoriety, and his crime novels were actually bestsellers for a period of time. So he wrote, of course, about child predators. That goes without saying. And only he would have the child predators die in horrible ways in the novel so that people could read about all this child predation and then somehow feel that they were absolved of reading basically softcore child porn by the perpetrator, the perpetrating character, being eaten alive in the end by some horrible fate. So this Ian McDonald guy was, of course, involved with Revolution Radio, again, for obvious reasons. For those of you who don't know the history of Revolution Radio, it gained notoriety for all the child predators involved. And a good example was, I can't even remember her name now, some poor lady who was kind of like the manageress over at Revolution Radio. And she was working with the Mike Ringley. I had purged his name from it.
Solaris?
I'm sorry?
Are you thinking of Solaris, Blue Raven?
Oh, God, no. God, no. Solaris Blue Raven's young. This was an old lady who was like, literally in that time, she was between her 70s and 80s. If she's still alive, she's in her mid to late 90s now. But she was just old, really old. And but Mike Ringley set up someone to live with her in her home, saying this would be a good tenant. And of course, the guy turned out to be a serial pedophile who was on the run. So for those of you who don't know where Mike Ringley was coming from, well, if this doesn't tell you where he was coming from, nothing will. She wound up abandoning her home to this guy. because she was so eager to run away from him. So she left her own home and abandoned it to this pedophile, who later on abandoned it in turn because he was on the run, and only then did she ever move back in. But that's Mike Ringley for you and his friends. So, throughout all of this milieu, Ian MacDonald stands out because he was writing these novels, and he started a cult compound. Now, I think it was Costa Rica, okay, but I might get it wrong. And bizarrely enough, for whatever reason, that makes no goddamn good sense to me, other than they're trauma victims and they're trauma programmed and they had no volition of their own in making this decision. They just, like, somebody snapped their fingers and the both of them obeyed. Laura Lee Solomon and Amanda Yu were going to give every penny that they had to this individual, Ian MacDonald, and move in to serve as his servants in this cult compound in Costa Rica. And the only productive thing that Lori and Ann Fenton ever did in her entire life, Heather Holman just told me Bruce McDonald. Don't be afraid to jump on the call, Heather. I think I called you and added you to the call. And if you're back home from, she's on the call. You can say this out loud.
Hi,
Bruce McDonald.
yeah, Bruce McDonald.
Bruce McDonald, thank you. What do you remember about this son of a bitch?
I remember his ploy,
Okay.
and I do believe that one of the guys that joined up on Revolution Radio is this guy Tony. I think actually went out there, and he had the most horrible experience of his life. He came back with some disease or some sickness or something.
Yeah, Bruce McDonald probably fucked him up the ass and gave him AIDS.
It was St. John's mountain range in Costa Rica.
Holy shit. Thank you so much for that. No, that's so important. Anything else comes to your mind?
Nothing.
So,
Nothing.
well, bless you, honey. And who's the old man in that photograph?
That is my grandfather's dad.
Your grandfather's dad. How did they even have color photographs in those days?
That's a black and white picture.
It was colorized.
Oh, it is?
Yeah.
Oh, I can't see that. Oh, I don't know. It's just the one that I had.
Okay, cool. No, that's fine. Thank you. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that's my grandpa's dad.
What's his significance to you? I mean, why do you feel the need to honor him? Not that I'm protesting it. I'm just curious.
I just thought it was a good headshot. I was looking for a good headshot in all my pictures, and it was a good headshot. So.
That's cute. That's cute.
Yeah.
What weirded me out was because it's so small. When I first saw it, there's a picture of Michael Aquino in the same position, kind of angled like that. It's really funny. So I thought it was Mikey, but no, it's not. But such being said, thank you so much, Heather Holman. I could never have gotten that out without you, Bruce fucking McDonald. So Bruce McDonald had convinced Laura Lee Solomon and Amanda Yu, more surprisingly Amanda Yu, because she had been married to a man with the exact same name. Her first husband was named Bruce McDonald, who had been butt-fucked by his own brother and the Marine Corps brother at on-site the Presidio military base, which was the start of a whole career of abuse. And he was the guy who was living with her in the trailer outside the home, where he would emerge only to murder all of her peacocks and leave enormous piles of dead rats and shit. And then stole her bank account and sold her house out from under her. And then a guy with the exact same name says, I'm starting a cult compound in Costa Rica, and she was going to move down there with her two children, after giving this guy all of her money. And so was Laura Lee Solomon. And they both were trying to get me, but especially Laura Lee Solomon, were trying to get me to go down there with them.
What was the attraction?
Fuck, you tell me. I mean, if I had the answer to that, Jesus Christ. I mean, did you just ask what was the attraction? I mean, holy shit.
It's obviously mad, but
I
there has
think his
to be
idea
some-
was to do off grid.
Yeah, for some reason they got seduced by the off-grid idea.
Yeah.
Now, when they both approached me, especially Laura Lee Solomon, about this, then I approached Lori and Ann Fenton, and the only productive thing Lori and Ann Fenton ever did in her worthless, misspent life was to call both these ladies, talk them down, and talk them out of it. And that left Bruce McDonald royally pissed. But yeah, my suspicion is that Lori and Ann Fenton was able to do this because she knew the program codes to both their personalities and just kind of like redirected them for whatever reason. Just probably because the power exercise of fucking over some other cult leader, something like that. It was like maybe she felt that it'd be two less victims of Michael Aquino if these women ran over to Bruce McDonald, trying to the upstart. And Bruce McDonald's cult compound ultimately crashed and burned. Do you know anything about that, Heather? I don't know the details, but that was my impression.
No,
Okay.
no, I don't. I had noticed he's always on Skype available, but that's about it.
Oh my God! Did you remember Max Steel? Remember Max Steel?
Not really, kind of.
Okay, yeah.
Nothing really sticks with that, but I remember the name.
Yeah, the poor guy who looked like a young Mickey Rourke was on my show a few times. Do you remember him? Lived in Rhode Island. Lived in Rhode Island in the garage where he took care of his mother upstairs.
Oh, Steve Travesty.
No. That guy's another guy. But this other guy he slept with Noreen. He slept with Noreen at least once.
Oh, no, I don't know that guy.
Oh, okay. Anyhow, so we can go into that another time. There's all these funny stories with that. But in terms of, yeah, that's the story, Pete. I mean, that gives some context as to why Laura Lee Solomon, for whatever reason, felt that she could represent or speak for Amanda Ute. Does that put some context to it? It doesn't mean that it makes sense, but...
Yeah, no, she was very superior, superiority.
Complex. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, she had that. She felt that
So she had a history with Amanda that I didn't really realize, or a potential history with her. They had something in common.
They never really spoke much to each other.
It didn't matter, and Amanda totally agreed with me.
Yes.
Because, it's just like, she was just too big for her britches.
Yes. And she paid the price. Well, she was humbled, like, completely. I mean, her life, like, just was totally went to shit.
What happened?
Basically what happened with Laura Lee Solomon was that she was not a likable person. And she felt that she was copacetic with everybody at work. The reality was nobody liked her. In fact, they all really hated her. And Laura Lee Solomon worked at a hospital for an excellent income with excellent benefits. And she had gotten there on what was like a fluke. And literally when she got there, they had some kind of mistaken communications where they said, basically something fucked up along the communications lines where they all thought that she was such hot shit that they were supposed to give her whatever salary she wanted. So they requested name your price. And so she gave herself a very high salary. Now at this hospital, it was in Texas, and she at that time, she had made out her life insurance policy to myself. If she had died while she was working at that hospital, I would have gotten hundreds of thousands of dollars at the very least, something like $500,000. But she got fired from the hospital, maybe to prevent that. And how she got fired was basically she lived in a apartment where they said you're allowed 2 to 3 cats, something like that. It was a fairly generous amount, 2 to 3 cats, maybe 3 cats, but no more. But of course, she was a cat hoarder. And so she started hoarding cats along with street cats. She was gathering, feeding them outside. And she was very attached to her apartment. But then what happened was she got caught. So one day, just an inspector showed up and just casually knocked on her door. And when she opened the door, he looked in and saw, a dozen cats. And he said, "You're out of here, bitch." And but she had just spotted a new apartment that was being built right next door to work, right across from the hospital at work. And so she said, "Well, fuck him," and she moved into this new apartment. But she had to do it overnight because when they kicked her out, they kicked her out. They just said, "You're out of here, bitch." I mean, there's no time out, no, you're out now. And so she moved into this new apartment overnight. It took her like maybe 2 days to move in there. And by the time she had gotten everything moved in, then she was at work. And out of sheer exhaustion, she fell asleep. Now, at that hospital, they had a no sleep policy where they said, you don't fall asleep on work ever. And of course, if I had been working there, I would have just been friendly with everybody and I could have fallen asleep on the cafeteria table and nobody would have given a shit. But, it's Laura Solomon and nobody likes her. So everybody pulled out their cell phones and they all filmed her drooling on her chin while she's sleeping. And so they fired her. So she had just moved into a new apartment. She had to get rid of all these cats and adopt two new kittens to move into the apartment, and had spent everything to move in there, paid the down payment, and then the hospital fired her. And then she tried to appeal it, and they just strung her along like gratuitous sadists. They just strung her along, but they had visual evidence that she never told me about. And then after stringing her along for months without pay, then they said, "Oh yes, we've reviewed it, and you're not going to be hired back." By the way, this is bullshit and it's lawsuit material, but she never pursued the lawsuit. I mean, this is lawsuit material, but she didn't pursue it. Bizarre to me. Instead, then she tried to kill herself. And that's when I called up this friend of hers, who she was too prideful to call upon, and asked this woman to take her in. And the woman said, "Yes, but she's got to drive here right now." And then she drove everything in her car over there, including this staff that had jewels embedded in it that were naturally in the staff that somebody carved and sent to me through Tasmania. This individual lived in Tasmania, carved this staff and sent it to me and said, "Oh, this is to give Dietrich supernatural protection." And of course she stole that. So it was sent to her to give to me, and of course she never gave it to me. She stole it. So, and then when she moved in with the other woman, then she, gave me the big fuck you. Now I'm here and I'm alive and fuck you, Douglas. And then, after running my credit card to the ground. So, obviously, when she came back years later saying, "Oh, I've been institutionalized and hospitalized for the past 2 years, take me back," and shit. And of course I didn't respond. It's so there you go. That's
too soon. It was just too soon.
Oh, I love you, Heather. That's beautiful. That is art. That's art. That's art. Yes. Yes, that's art. Yes. Oh, that's yeah, Laura Lee Solomon's a work of art too. In terms of Heather Holman is artful, but Laura Lee Solomon is a work of art of the worst sort. By the way, I'm just giving people the surface of the story. This isn't all the gory details. The gory details is just, the only reason they'll be supplied at some point in the future is for morbid entertainment. But yeah, there you go. That's what happened to her and how her life spiraled into shit and just never came back. I mean, she's just too old. She was too old to rebound. She was too old to rebound. That may sound, there's hard reality to what I say. There's just some people, something happens. They're just too old to rebound. She was one of those people. Maybe there's some people who can, but, at a certain age, but no, not really. There you go with that. And, but the strange thing is, I have no recollection, or certainly not to my knowledge, did Amanda Yu and Laura Lee Solomon ever really talk to each other. So if they did, it was only in the most brief, so I don't understand why they both made this decision. It was robotic. It was definitely robotic. And then, but I can see why Laura Lee would assume the commanding position and say, I speak for her, because that was the nature of her.
She didn't say she spoke for her. She did speak for
There
her.
you go. Yeah.
She inserted herself into a situation that was really, frankly, none of her business.
No, you're preaching to the converted here. I mean, she did that all the time. I mean, that's because she wanted to revolt and repel everybody. She was just there to, she's just an assigned asset that was assigned to repel everybody away from me. But you know, here's something in common with two other examples of that. The people that declare themselves allies. One was Brandon Young, and the other was Daniel Arola. Now, with hear this out. It just take a second to relate both, you know, how they showed themselves. When Crystal River was one time on with Daniel Arola, he was the other factor besides Jameson Reese for why she never came back on again. Daniel Arola just kept telling her, "You're a white trash piece of shit whore. You're a white trash piece of shit whore." He kept saying that. He claimed it was because she came from some white trash area of Austin, Texas, where he lived, whereas he lived in the high class area, you know, with his sugar mama bitch. And he thought he was going to be there forever, which is why he was so smug. And then with Brandon Young, to give you an example of his behavior, when he first encountered Brooke Gibson on the call during roundtable time, he said, yeah, the first thing he thought when she brought up, you know, something like she was from South Carolina. And then his response was, "Do you like toes in your vagina?" And she said something like, "What?" And she thought she misheard him, of course, and just like, "What did you just say?" And then he repeated himself, "Do you like toes in your vagina?" And she was so shocked, she didn't respond. And after a moment's silence, he said, "Oh, never mind. I've been to South Carolina," and went on like he had said nothing. And like I said before, at first you could almost think that this is part of some like Esalen training strategy where he's pulling some kind of outrageous mind game and putting the person into an incredibly vulnerable position so he could victimize them. But that gives him too much credit for brain work. I mean, he's just brain dead and he's just crazy.
It was just his awkward socialness, it sounds like.
Well, that's beyond awkward socialness. I mean,
it is, but it's indicative of his inappropriateness, thinking he's funny or whatever.
Yes, that's right. He thinks he's funny. That's the lunatic part of it. He's yeah, but there you go. But with both of them, you notice the sexual misogyny. They're both saying something sexual, Dan Arola and Brando Young, and they're both exhibiting intensive pathological misogyny. A hatred of woman. So, you know, they were the male version of Laura Lee Solomon. They're just, all these assets are assigned to me to surround me, to just repel everyone around me. Obviously the intent is simply to scare people away so they never come back. In all cases, whether it's Brandon Young or Daniel Arola, that much I will give them. They have that intent. They have that malevolent intent. It is obviously there. That's the closest you can give them to some kind of brain functioning. They don't know what they're doing. I don't believe they know what they're doing consciously, but that doesn't absolve them of their guilt and their responsibility, because they're adults and they enjoy what they're doing. That's the problem. They enjoy what they're doing. And in the end, they are simply here to sabotage the program. With Laura Lee Solomon, it was the same way, of course. So back to Peter. Yeah.
Well, I want to thank you for all of that. I think that I think you gave a honest, responsive answer to what, you know, I enticed the audience with. Yeah. And gave a lot of insight into you and your history. I hope there was some cathartic benefit from all of it.
Thank you. Yes.
You know, talking about things is it can be very therapeutic, because you just sometimes, you know, it's not happening now, that's what happened then, and you get more perspective on it. But I thought that what was good about this evening was it was organic and it just seemed to flow naturally. I think you were, for the most part, very understandable. And I think the audience, can't speak for them, but I think they enjoy, when you're authentic.
Thank you.
And it's fine to get a break from arc of narrative and a break from some of the intense stuff we talk about. It kind of creates a feeling of familiarity and family. So, and of course it's a good angle, to get donations for.
Yes.
Because people do care about you and they care about what we're doing. And I got an order for the book today, for your book,
Oh, excellent.
but it was completely unsolicited. And there's no price. They just say, well, I don't know how much. They subscribed to the newsletter and gave a bunch of money. They said, well, keep the extra as a donation. I don't know what it's going to be, so we can worry about that later.
Yes.
But that's, look at, I sold a book, and I know JP out in California, he said, I want to buy it. He said, give me a price. I said, I'm not ready to sell it yet because I don't have a price.
Right. By the way, JP contributed 12 United States dollars money order. Thank you.
Thank you, JP.
Yeah.
But, it's like, it's a good sign that I sold a book. And I'm going to share a dream that I had last night.
Great.
I'm going to share a dream. I shared it with Stephanie South. I'll talk to her tomorrow. Let me see here. It's an interesting dream. Maybe I'll have more insight on it now. The dream starts out, and I'm at a table. I'm at a table with my friend from Atlanticon, Roberto Quaglia. Roberto calls himself the Dean of Science Fiction of Italy. And there's not a lot of science fiction in Italy. Italy's not big on metaphysics in terms of books traditionally. It's not that they don't have it at all, but say the Greek market was much more interested in it. But the Greek market is very small. Italy's got lots of people in it. And I was, always told that was from the Vatican. But Roberto had written a book. He got really one person interested in it. And somehow it turned out into a career for him in Bucharest, where he moved to Bucharest, and he also had a very unique relationship with science fiction author Robert Sheckley, who got this one letter to Robert Sheckley, who answered it years later. It was like this, and so he ended up escorting Robert Sheckley through the Soviet Union and through Romania in 1989, first year of Atlanticon. So this dream, Roberto, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And Roberto is in the dream, and there's a book. And it's just only one book. There's not like 5 of them or 10 of them. It's at a table. It's kind of like a book fair or something. And it's this book that's been released, but it's only one copy of it. And he apparently had liaised with David Icke or was fronting for David Icke. And they have no connection. Although he did have a interesting connection with some author in UK, but it wasn't David Icke. I forget the guy's name. But anyway, the book, I don't even remember what it's about. But of course, if it's going to be something that's close to conspiratorial, it's David Icke's involved in it. But it wasn't David Icke's name. It was Roberto. He was getting credit as the author. This book was ornate. It was gold. It was so gold that it looked like real gold. And then you open, and some of the pages were gold. And they looked like real gold. Now, I'm not saying it was real gold. And it was like a book that was like a work of art. I've never seen any book like it. Now, if you go back into some of these ancient manuscripts, generally religious ones, you'll see color stuff. It's very incredible stuff that was turned out at times. That's like sort of artilica. It's art. This was different. This was a more modern book. But it had never see a book like this. And I looked at it and I said, you know, what is this? I said, this book is, of course, I thought of our book, because obviously it's obviously saying something about the book. And, you know, what does it all mean? And then I'm trying to see if there's any place. Okay, so I look at the book and I think it's the book I'm doing with you. And I say, wait, this is way too ostentatious. I would never do a book like this. Now, I'm, you know, contemplating doing a leather cover and maybe doing printing that's color. I don't know. I have to do everything and price everything out. But I say, this is grand. So I'm doing something. I'm planning on doing something that's more, you know, different, higher quality than I've ever done before. But I don't like this aggrandizement. I found it repulsive.
Does this book cover I just sent you in your private messages on Skype remind you of the book you're talking about?
I have to. Okay, I have to go into the chat.
Oh no, it's your private messages. Yeah.
Oh, private messages on
Skype.
On Skype. Okay, just. Yeah. I don't find Skype all that easy to negotiate, but here it is. Oh, no, this is more like the Artilica. That's some book there.
Yeah.
No, it was much more modern than that.
Okay.
What is that book you sent?
Oh, just one of Aquino's grimoires.
It's interesting.
That I stole.
Interesting. The book interests me that you sent. Is the language Latin or was it Greek or what is it?
Oh, both Greek and Latin. You're very astute. Yes.
Well, what would it be?
It's both. It was an amalgamation of both, along with Old English, of course. It's just vulgarized Latin or Greek, depending on the spell.
Well, anyway, so the book was. I said, this is not me. I wouldn't do this book. I wouldn't do it this way. No, this is not me. And then I see Donald Trump sitting at the end of the table. I go over to him and begin to explain that this type of book is perfect for him because it shows brand. It's his brand. You know, he's rich, ostentatious. He likes to show off like this. I said, it exudes everything that is Trump. And he's very open to hearing what I have to say and respects and even likes me for saying it. I'm not insulting him, but stating facts, stating his brand. I've won his ear, and he is listening and open to the idea of such a book for him. At that point, my friend Brad Olson, big tall guy who you know.
That's right. What is it? It's How Weird Street Fair on Howard Street in San Francisco once a year. Go on.
Okay, well, Brad shows up and is talking to Trump. And they're talking together. And what I will say about Brad is, like Trump, they're both very tall. They're
Yeah.
taller than myself. And as I say, I was looking at myself. There might be one or two people at football, but I'm like taller than everybody by quite a bit. So I'm tall. If I go into an audience of any sort, I stand above everybody by a lot. And I've stated before, the two areas where I'm not tall are basketball and psychotronics, or time travel. As they say, Preston was 6'3". I'm like 6'2", maybe a half-inch shorter, attrition of age. Duncan was 6'4". David Anderson 6'4". Trump was 6'4". Now he's 6'3". And Brad is really tall. So here it's like, okay, it's not basketball, it's not time travel. It's politics, and I guess Brad used to do tours, or books for tours. And then, he read my book and he got interested in doing his own stuff. That's what he told me. That's what interested him in, doing metaphysical type stuff. But in any case, I analyzed the commonalities of this dream, and it ties together the following. In my last broadcast with Douglas, I gave a message for Trump and his team vis-a-vis the art elect, and that America really didn't lose the chip industry to Taiwan.
Thank
if
you.
You think that's the case. And I gave a rough primer on Taiwan in the last broadcast. So maybe this dream is telling me that I got Trump's ear.
Yes.
For whatever it's worth. The book itself is evocative of the book I'm working on with Douglas. Roberto being featured ties the dream to Atlanticron. There's a good chance I'll see him this summer in a couple weeks, because it's the 35th anniversary and he's going to want to be there. Whether he can or not, blah, 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 and then Brad ties the dream to San Francisco, because that's where he's from.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And when we were in Shasta together, I remember he drove me. We went and had, dinner at this diner with a couple of people. They told me about, that this is where the, magical spirit would come into this diner sometime. And then we went over to the party that ended the event. And then he took me home that night too, because, we were staying at the same place. So yeah. Okay, so then the other thread is, these are all authors. Okay, I have David Icke's an author, Roberto's an author, Brad's an author, and Trump is even an author to some extent. He's the exception. But he represents the Trump card, or presidential authority, but also over-the-top gaudy eccentricity, which is also his brand. So it's, it's like when the president appears in your dream, or a president, he's not the president, or a politician, it indicates, it's taking sides, but this has to do with the world of the affairs. President represents authority, power, and control. And this is the realm we're in with Douglas's book. To see gold represents wealth, riches, natural healing, illumination, or spirituality. It also represents love, longevity, domestic bliss. It can also represent greed, corruption, and temptation. It's something valuable about yourself, maybe a hidden talent or knowledge. So it represents, the book I'm working on is very valuable. The we're working on is very valuable.
Yes.
And the gold also ties to Romania, where I'm going. I'm going to Transylvania, where there's just these huge deposits of gold underneath the ground, which is evocative of super consciousness. The book is calmness. This is what books in general. Knowledge, calmness, moving towards your goal at a slow pace. If it's open, which the book was at times, you're able to grasp new ideas with ease. To the degree it's closed, it's allure and mysteriousness. So this is, it's a good dream. It's a good dream, and it has to do, obviously, with my writing, and also with Trump. Now, Trump may be the next president, but he may not be. Those of you who are anticipating, hoping, or dreading that Trump will be the next president, I would tell you that it's not a shoo-in. And I put in a post today that if you were the deep state and you didn't want Trump, what you'd want to do is set off an explosion. This shooter supposedly had explosions. Set off an explosion and then try and tie it to a terrorist group, probably pro-Palestinian or pro-Iranian, and say, "Oh, the terrorists blew him up." That's what I would do if I were the deep state. I'd try and blow him up and blame it on the terrorists. Now, I also want to comment on this Secret Service czar who recently resigned. You heard about that, right?
Yes, of course. Continue.
And she, her name was Cheadle, which is a great name. Cheat. And cheating, Cheadle. This is so good. When you look at some of what's going on here, it's so funny. It's like she's grilled before Congress. She won't say anything. Not even, she would have done such a service. She said, "Well, we knew the shooter was here at this time and he did this at this time, and we're still filling in the gaps and blah 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 blah, but this is what we know so far," and at least give them something. Instead she gives them nothing. And it didn't work so well. But however, I think, and then Biden just praised the hell out of her after she resigned. What a fine job the Secret Service does.
Well, that's probably based on the fact that everybody praised Biden after he stepped down from running.
The platitude. So anyway, but this is the thing. You look at it, and she doesn't say anything. Everybody's outraged, from AOC to the Marjorie Greene Taylor, or Taylor Greene, whatever her name is.
Marjorie Taylor Greene, yeah.
Yeah, they're all outraged at her. Understandably so. And then she resigns. Now, what's so interesting about this, when you stand back and look, well, now there's nobody to question. They question the deputy. They say, "Well, I wasn't privy to that. She was the one in charge. So, I kind of know something, but I can't say anything." It's like, now there's nobody to interview. It's perfect.
Yeah.
There's nobody to interrogate. There's no authority to interrogate.
Yes.
So it's like, they just took out the platform from the whole investigation. They were interrogating the FBI. Well, basically, what this makes what transpired, the way I said it makes Cheadle a person of interest, if not a suspect. It makes her a person of interest to any investigation. And like, what is she not telling? Now, they could come right back and say, "Well, look, you're no longer in charge. What do you know?" They could, I think, rough her up that way if they wanted to. I don't think they will. But so it just creates an absurd situation, and
it feeds the conspiracy. And there's a lot of things they're doing that are feeding conspiracy. I've seen, you know, the guy, the counter sniper. Okay, well he had his eyes on him all the time. After he gets eight shots off, bam! Oh, no evidence there. We just killed him.
Yes. Yes.
Why don't we hear from the counter sniper? Now, I would assume all of this stuff will kind of come out over time. We don't know his name. And, you know, there's reasons to argue why we shouldn't know his name. There are also reasons to argue why we should know his name and why he should be interrogated in public. You know, I'd say this thing about the counter sniper, whether he was in on it as an inside job or whether he wasn't, he's in the business of murdering people or killing them, if not murder. And it's not a good business. So it's like he's carrying. Now they also, and I don't know if you heard this, they've established that people with cell phones adjacent or next to the FBI building visited, Crooks, the shooter, at his home. And I think maybe, but they traced all these cell phones, and they're saying, and one of the cell phones that went and visited him at his place, then went to Massachusetts and they turned it off. It's the cell phone off the day before Trump got killed. So they're like tracing all this suspicious behavior in and around Crooks. And I don't watch a lot of it, but I heard some of these things, and it's and that's why I came up with the theory. So, well, this is making a case for it. The more they sit there and don't give us any information, and then you have all this other information coming out, it builds the case for conspiracy. And this may be exactly a psyop in itself. Like, let's get everybody thinking. And Trump is now, at least it was announced on the news, that he's not going to be doing any outside public events like that anymore.
Really?
Which is very smart. Yeah. Well, I mean, he could do them behind bulletproof glass, but
Hey,
Well, yeah, Heather, go on.
wasn't there a book about Baron Trump, the time traveler, or something from the 1800s?
I dismiss that. I could care less about that.
Okay.
I mean, it's
just
like,
wondered maybe it had something to do
Trump
with
is a
it.
time traveler. Give me something with some meat on it.
Yeah.
It's just like people say that all the time. So what? Okay, he's a time traveler.
Yeah.
It's like, what are we going to do? Go to make a TV show about Baron Trump going back into time? I mean, it's like, it's not interesting to me.
Right. Well, I haven't read the book, so.
Well, what can I conclude from it?
Yeah. Have you read the book?
No, I mean, it's
No.
like, it's,
Yeah, I guess I
feel the whole thing's beneath my dignity.
Yes.
Oh, no.
No, but I'm saying is, so what?
Yeah.
So what? His name's Baron Trump. So what? He's a time traveler.
Oh,
so
so you
what?
don't think that it's the same guy? The same Trump?
Well, obviously they're not the same guy. If you could make a case for them being the same guy, then you make a case for it and you convince us.
Yeah.
All right, I got it.
It's just
It's like,
yeah. Go on.
maybe there is something there, but
Yeah, I'll figure it out if there is.
But if there is something there, let's hear it. Now, I keep hearing that there was a second shooter from the water tower, but there's no meat to that. I haven't seen any meat to it. They keep saying, these videos say, second tower, second shot, water tower, water tower. Well, okay. Maybe there is, but you haven't shown me anything yet. There's a lot of cases where people post things or even say things and then they just drift off from it. Okay, well, let me hear it was like Ian West said about the pedophile, Jesus being a pedophile. It's like, well, let's go back and qualify what that is. Where does it come from? Why is it being said? Or is it just a meme? Or it's just a piece of Greek literature? He wouldn't even do that. He's like, okay. Stamp, pedophile, okay. Pitch it all. Okay. So some information requires inspection and evaluation. And I have never considered the Baron Trump to be worthy of inspection and evaluation. Because people just say, Baron Trump. Okay. It is a synchronicity of names. So, I don't know if there's any Heather Holmans in time travel from the 1800s or Peter Moons now. But, as they say, if it has meat to it. I'm not saying there's nothing there, but it's like, people get excited and they throw a fragment of information out, it's like there was the restaurant in LA or Beverly Hills, I think it was LA, that was supposed to have where all Hillary Clinton went to eat. It was cannibal food, So yeah, right.
Comet ping pong pizza.
Well, it wasn't ping pong. It was, the ping pong story was elaborate. It had some, bones to it, no meat, or it had meat and no bones. But, I never studied it, but it was something you could kind of go down the rabbit hole in. The cannibal restaurant where these Hollywood elites ate human food. Now, there's probably some truth to some of them being cannibals, but this was certainly just an internet thing. And people start, tossing it around. And we've seen what you can toss around on the internet. But, as they say, if you have a case to make about, what's the point of talking about this stuff if it doesn't have any meat to it? But this Trump assassination conspiracy is going out in a lot of different directions, and it's all fed by the fact that it's been a week and they're doing an investigation, and there's been and the FBI is doing the investigation, I think. I don't know if the Secret Service, I guess, I think she was having the FBI do the investigation because they're quote unquote an independent third party. And what I've not heard, I initially heard that one of the problems with the Secret Service team was that most of the Secret Service team were people from the Department of Justice. They were not from the Secret Service. I have not heard any follow-up to that. So I think there's a lot of omissions, and there's just no report. And when you don't have a report, I think if they really wanted to stonewall this, the president would do a seance with Alan Dulles and Earl Warren, other members of the Warren Commissions, and have them do an investigation. He was a lone nut. The thing, what I would do is have them do an investigation. Like say, okay, we're not happy with this. We're going to have. He really couldn't do the Supreme Court justice because he's a Republican. That might not work unless he was in on it. But you might have, some Robert Mueller character and say, we're going to have a, commission to investigate the assassination of the president, of the former president, and do a whole Warren Commission thing, and then come out with a report that basically says he's a lone nut. And then you have everybody fighting the report. But by that time, it's so old that Trump
is no longer, you know, where he is now. But I would venture to say that if you just look at the timeline, which is interesting. Biden does a debate, he crashes. You know, the debate's no good. So somebody tries to shoot Trump, doesn't work. Okay, now it didn't work. Now we got to get rid of Biden. Okay, we got rid of Biden. We got Kamala Harris. She gave a good speech. It's the first good speech I've ever heard her give. In other words, she wasn't using the word salad. I'm not saying I agreed with the speech, but it was a good speech. Talking to her base, she didn't, you know, make an ass out of herself in terms of her, you know, the way she spoke. You know, what she said would, you know, might be debatable by people, but she gave a good speech. I certainly didn't agree with her accolades about Joe Biden. Even though, you know, I thought she was full of shit on a lot of points. That's not really the point. I thought she gave a dynamic speech. It was alive. She is alive, which makes her a much more viable candidate than Joe Biden. And I don't think she's anything to be trifled with if I was the Republicans, just because she has so much support. And I think that they will float Kamala Harris and see if she works and see if she has a chance. And then I would expect, and this is based upon my experience and Saturnian logic, I would expect another assassination attempt on Trump, only this time it'll be different. It's not going to be a gun and a rally. It's going to be like a explosion at Mar-a-Lago or something. But that's what I would anticipate. So those are my, you know, thoughts on that. You know, and it's, as they say, it's best to just sit back and watch. We can't make any conclusions. Do you have any short observations in response?
Oh, no, not myself. How about yourself, Heather, Aristides? If not, yeah, go on.
Yeah. Good questions, Peter. Good questions. What do you think about that? Wait, who saw it? What I posted?
Yes, a nice little picture he put up. I saw it. Yes. Vance. Vance looks like Aquino. He was comparing them face to face. Take a look at that in the text box.
Someone else noticed this and made that picture, I guess, and it was like, if you put JD Vance next to Aquino, it was like the two heads next to each other, like straight on it. Like there is a resemblance. It's hard to say how strong it is, but
well, it's good for a laugh, if nothing else.
Yeah.
Yes.
Maybe another deep end theory. Maybe like Ian could like look into how he's like
Ian West.
Dude, I mean, like Ian literally found the cloning tunnels.
Yes. So he
really have to Photoshop Vance to make it really work.
True. Yeah.
No, Vance is a you know, questionable choice.
Thank you.
I think that, you know, I think what he's really doing is pandering to that
Hill crackers.
Well, just not the belt. He's pandering to Ohio, Western Pennsylvania, and that extends into Indiana and up into Michigan and possibly even Wisconsin. But Michigan, Ohio, Indiana, Pennsylvania. You know, I've driven through there when I go to Mary Hardy's. It's all kind of the same. It's different, but it's kind of the same. You know, it's, you know, so he's from Ohio, so he can pull from Michigan and pull from Pennsylvania. I think that's why he was picked. for the very area. And his main characteristic he seems to be willing and open to change his mind. You know, I hate Trump. Oh, now I like Trump. Oh, I hate abortion. Now I like abortion. You know, in other words, this is great. You know, it's a chameleon. He can say, oh, well, yeah, I like the abortion, but I had a revelation and now I don't like it. You know, oh, I like Israel. Oh, I don't like Israel. Now, what I should also comment is Netanyahu is on TV right now. I can't hear it.
Lucky you.
I did read it. And he was vehement and,
of course,
and hostile.
Oh, yes, of course.
And he did not do one thing to win anybody's favor that was not on his side or in between. He is, in fact, you know, he wants to destroy Hamas and destroy all their capabilities, and, you know, and it's like his, and he basically insulted anybody who's not behind Israel. And there's a lot of protests outside. You know, he condemned them. And I would say, you know, we've been, all the politics, you know, it's funny how the news media took all the attention off of Israel and put it all on the Trump assassination. And then, so what we have basically in the media, and they don't quit, it's the Trump assassination and the you know, Biden degeneracy, and then the Kamala Harris thing. So it's like, it's taken a lot of attention off the Trump thing, but it's taken a lot of attention off of Israel. So Netanyahu comes and basically says, you know, we're still going to be doing the same thing. And one of the most, so I would think it's time for Netanyahu to have his Joe Biden moment, where he gets forced out of office. I'm speaking astrologically, and it's like he seems to be, you know, exhausting his usefulness. His only usefulness is to keep the war going, because he faces, you know, impeachment when the war ends.
Yes.
So I think the most disturbing thing right now in politics is the Republican infatuation with Netanyahu. You know, I think that's, you know, it makes them very suspect.
Yes, thank you.
And I also think, you know, another disturbing thing is I've never been really pay much attention to global warming, because I hear so much contradiction on it, and I have my own views on it, and I know a lot of information on it has been, just like what happens is people will frame things just to win the argument. In other words, they'll take false information and present it just to win the argument without having integrity in the argument. Well, I would say the last 2 years now have really, the temperatures have been out of this world like we've never seen before in my lifetime. And not so much the temperatures on the East Coast where I live, but on the West Coast.
Yeah, just so people understand, here in San Francisco, believe me, I look at the temperatures when I'm looking at the screen at night while I'm working, and all we get is record lows and near record lows for almost every night in San Francisco. So Pete's referring to the rest of the West Coast, but not San Francisco.
Yeah, San Francisco is a cold area, as we've discussed many times before. The two best climates traditionally in the United States were Oakland and San Diego. Now, Oakland's right across the bay from San Francisco, but by the time the fog goes over San Francisco, it burns off. Oakland doesn't get it. Oakland's sunny. San Diego is sunny. I think the average temperature all year round is averaged out in the 60s. So basically, though, Arizona, Nevada, like one of my friends in Nevada said, it's 7 o'clock in the morning, it's 107 degrees.
Jesus.
One of my friends in Bucharest wrote to me and he said, 42 degrees. That's 107, like that, about 107. That's damn hot.
Yeah.
I need to look at what he'd all be going into, which it probably won't be much different.
Holy shit.
It's only 2 hours away.
Jesus.
And so hopefully it'll.
Man, you'll be running into those caves just to survive.
Well, no, not the caves. The caves, vertical climate up there. It could be hot, but it can be cold, so I'm not, no, it's when I'm at Atlanticron. When I'm up in the caves, in the mountains, it's vertical climate, so it can be, hot in the day, and you put on the windbreaker and or the turtleneck at night. And, that's enough. So the global warming thing seems to me that there should be attention on it, but the attention that's put on it is disingenuous. It's like you go to electric cars and it's screwing things up. You put these windmills up, it's screwing things up. It's, it just becomes a piss in the bucket, and then you don't go after China. So it seems like all the talk is just talk. We can fight about it, and so many people like Al Gore, they become the climate czar, and they're taking advantage, and they're basically just taking advantage of the situation, like the whole green exchange program. It's all manipulation. So, but I think, I don't know that politicians are capable of dealing with a situation like that because of the way they operate. It's like, going down to an indigenous tribe and telling them to build a car. They're not going to know how to do it.
Mm-hmm.
And this is one of, I think, the problems, with the politics. And somebody pointed something out which I thought was very interesting. He said, the Democrats really don't want, or certain Democrats, not all of them, really don't want to win the abortion ruling. You have the abortion ruled over so that you can have an abortion legally, because it's a very useful talking point in their campaign. In other words, they'd rather have the campaign there so they can say, I'm for abortion, I'm pro-choice. And this is the way politicians are. It's more important to be elected than it is to, that's the ultimate thing, is maintaining your job. So, what is a sincere politician? I think they have the lowest credibility rating of all. So be it. But those are my musings for tonight before I go off into dreamland.
Yes. Beautiful. Thank you so much. Well, we love you dearly, Peter. Thank you so much for helping me try and raise funds. No response yet, but hopefully people will sometime during the night, and we'll see how long I can last throughout the night.
How much so far?
Well, nothing so far tonight. We had, like I said,
I know. Oh, those were old contributions.
well, contributions over the last few weeks. Yes. Yeah.
Okay, I thought they were this evening's contributions.
Oh God, no. No. People have been very slow to respond. Well, they haven't responded at all. And just we'll do my best. We've got to do our best, and hopefully they will respond. So certainly things are critical. They're going critical, and I'll just keep asking around. Yeah, those were contributions from a few weeks ago, and like I said, they certainly need them. T-Tank Berries was today. The anonymous contribution for $100 was just a few days ago, really. So it was the $30 contribution from Nolani Bouchard. So they were within the last few episodes. But T-Tank Berries was again today. He's already contributed twice this month. So first earlier in the month and then again today. So he's really going all out to do his best to help. But like I said, what I'm going to be doing this Saturday will be taking up the money that's contributed so far. So I'm just going to have to keep asking people to make money towards rent. And there we have that. That's
maybe
just...
you could offer people, as an enticement to like Sherry Lewis had Lamb Chop and put the box on Lamb Chop, and have them do a skit,
That's cute. No point in doing anything truly dangerous. Let's.
Or maybe we'll see in one of these videos of a bunch of occult magicians wearing what amounts to looking like a gas mask and uttering these sounds that you just can't help but see where some of this might spill over into. All of a sudden you'll see magicians wearing masks. There's that one Christopher Lee movie, I forget what it's called, but they have Baphomet, and Baphomet, of course, it's disingenuous. I mean, he plays this evil devil, but he's a man with male breasts. It's like he's got the goat horns and everything, but he's got male breasts. What can I say? It's not a very convincing version of Baphomet. It's like, and I would imagine they think most of the moviegoers don't care or whatever, or, I mean, nowadays with AI, they could probably do that very easy, or even find a, transgender person who might fit the role.
Right.
But, just complete, this is some of the, occult movies. They just make it weird and mysterious.
Yes.
An audience who knows nothing.
Yes.
And, just bastardize it.
Yeah.
I think in recent times they do try to make things a little more authentic. But that's the nature of movies. They're not about authenticity.
No.
The worst of which was the Ridley Scott's production of Strange Angel with Jack Parsons, and they said, well, we don't want to limit the creativity of the writers, so we'll just make it all crap,
Yeah.
They didn't say crap, but we're not going to stick to history. What's the point? They could have easily stuck to history.
Yeah.
And I mean, they did have some creative characters in there that were interesting, but they could have done it without, but that's what they do. In other words, it seems that the whole point is it's not about even portraying history. It's about compromising the truth and history and whatnot. So, be that as it may, we'll. Today is Wednesday.
Yes.
So I'll have 2 more shows before I go to Romania.
Yes, that's right.
On this Sunday, and I'll be on this
Next Wednesday after that. Yeah.
and then I will depart for Romania on Friday.
Yes. Okay.
So
let me put that on the calendar, as a matter of fact. Let me get that on there right now. Friday, the 2nd of August.
yep.
Yeah. Okay. And
I just don't know if I'll be. I guess I'll arrive on the 4th, so that's a Sunday. So it would be the morning of the 5th, my first morning. I don't know if I'll be up for doing a show.
right.
I might. And if I do, I might not have too much to say.
That'll be all right. That's
But I mean, you don't know what's going to happen in the first day. It could be
yeah.
a lot could happen.
Yeah.
But in any case, all right. So I'll say goodnight to everybody. Please donate to Douglas if you can. DouglasDietrich.com, upper right-hand corner, yellow button, and I'm sure he can tell some interesting tales tonight. So I'll say good night.
Okay. Well, we love you dearly, Peter. Thanks so much for gracing us as you do each episode. And blessed be thy slumber and sweet be thy dreams. Okay. Okay. See you on Wednesday.
Yeah. Thank you, Peter.
Good night, Peter.
Yes. There we are. Skybooksusa.com. And with that, we'll bring on everybody else onto the call. No need to go mute, Heather. We'll need you to burn bandwidth with Aristides to help maintain us. You're such an angel
All right,
for
I gotta
joining.
step away for just 1 second, but I'll be back.
Sure.
With
Sounds
a minute,
good.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, let's start those calls now. All right, we'll see if I can find everybody.
What a
And
night! What a night, man!
yeah, I know, got knocked off once already. Jesus Christ, let's hope that doesn't happen.
Oh, and just this weird progression of shit. Starting with Peter talking about something similar to shit, and
Yes,
getting knocked off, and then
yes.
whatever else.
Oh my God.
Oh God.
It's yeah, I guess it adds up. Okay, and maybe I should get rid of some of these accounts because I wind up calling some of them by accident. And you, of course, let's see if any of the normal ones respond. Man, there's some of these accounts I don't even know who they are. I mean, maybe I was interacting with these people sometime in the past, but the majority of them I don't even recognize at this point. Funny, they're just not coming up on my list. It's most of what's coming up on my list right now as options to call are people I don't even want to call.
We should be able to have like a script. Like, here is the script you run.
Yeah.
When it's time to spin the wheel. It's like spin the wheel fucking list.
Yeah.
You don't have to go pick them all out. It's like a batch thing, and be like, and then you can add or remove people if you want. But like that's the standard thing. You just hit go.
Yeah.
Do that. We need like AI or something
Yes.
to figure this out.
Yes. Yeah. Definitely. And
Just somebody good at programming.
mm-hmm. Well, at least with this second run, I'm able to see most of the people that I normally call. It was like with the first run, it was giving me everyone I didn't want to call. Then with the second, when I, kind of closed it and opened it again, then it went back. Okay, we got Amanda Ute, Amy Como, all the rest of the usual suspects. And Christine Fontaine, she needs to set up a new account, is what she said. Okay, I'm hitting Star Fox. Ian West is not going to show up unless I press it. I'll just press him for the hell of it tonight, and we'll see if he shows up. Here we are with this photograph he claims is himself. Okay, now we'll press the add button. There we are. And so we see a lot of people being called. They'll all be given the option to join whenever they wish. Okay.
For George, Troy.
Mhm.
For Troy, Troy, he's got his, he's had a few reservations and objections, right? Like I don't know if you ever pointed out, there's some books written by woman Veronica
Mhm.
Kuzinar or something. It was like the Black Nazis books. It was like basically whole books about like racial, like she wrote like at least 3 books about racial diversity in the Reich and stuff like that. I don't know if you referred him to that specifically because he's like, I need to see more than a couple pictures. I'm like, it's like a whole book about it.
Thank you. No, I never referred him to that.
Has this come up, or do you mean, or?
Oh, yeah, it's come up in the sense that,
But there's books. There's specific like Black Nazis books.
Thank you. No,
Yeah.
this is, of course, of course, this is important, and I'm so glad that you mention it. I never cared enough to bring that up to him.
Okay. Well, I'll say I'll let me work on the book reference there.
Thank you.
I've got the file somewhere, but it's like, yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
Veronica Kuzinar or something. It was
No,
a
it's-
hyphenated last name.
Yeah, definitely.
Anyway.
Yeah, definitely appreciate it. And by all means, whatever links or the book titles, I've taken down such things before, but I'll always be happy to download them again because there's always new books and there's always just new items that I may not have seen. But I do want people to know that it's certainly not that I'm unaware of it. It's just that when Troy brings it up, I don't. He's asked questions before that I have seriously taken the time to answer and pursue. When it comes to that particular topic, I just don't. How would I say it? It's almost like the reason that I don't care enough to respond to that particular topic is I don't feel that he's receptive. It's like when you're basically. If he doesn't get it by now, he's not gonna. He's never gonna get it. He may understand. Yeah.
It hasn't come up. There are actual like something more substantial than just a couple pictures of Black Nazis. Like whole books written about it.
Oh yeah, thank you. No, and it's important for our listeners. Yeah.
And in a broader sense, like they overall like racial diversity that was involved in cooperating with the Third Reich.
Thank you. No.
Yeah, this woman. Okay, I have a little more information. Veronica Kuzinar Clark. Kuzniar. Kuzniar Clark. Veronica. A couple of books called Black Nazis 1 and 2, and another one was like racial diversity, the Reich, something like that. I'm sorry. I'm just fussing over my files here.
No worries. Yeah.
Nazi diversity in the Nazi diversity, and Veronica Kuzniar, or Veronica might be spelled with a W, depending on, I guess, when it was. She used either V or W. Otherwise, it's or Veronica with a K, because like usually Veronica would be V with a V and a C, not a W and a K.
Yeah, when she spells it in the Germanic sense, highly Germanized.
So, well, the last name you can't miss, Kuzniar, Kuzniar.
Can't miss. You mean you can't spell it?
Oh no, but they're mixing that up with anything.
Yes. By the way, I just sent you
code.
a copy of the cover of the book that I sent to Peter Moon, and Peter Moon is like,
Okay, yeah, I appreciate that. I remember you talking about that. I was like, oh, I wish I could see it.
Yeah, there you are, and he's like saying, is it Greek or Latin? I said Greek and Latin, and he's like, whoa, one or the other. And don't you understand? These spell books are written in the Middle fucking Ages. They combine the two. It's like they get vulgarized.
Is this like for real? What is this? A representation? It's meant to be a real picture of a real thing. Like,
no, it's a real book I stole from Michael Aquino. Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Very good condition. edition. Wow.
Yeah, well, you notice that it looks kind of fuzzy. This is old cell phone technology. It's like my gang brother Beaver took a picture of it with his cell phone before we stuck it in his basement of one of his apartments. It's not his basement of his home, but one of his apartments, so he didn't care. That way, if any occult energy comes out, it's just gonna fuck over his tenants. One of them actually killed herself, poor dear. So hopefully it wasn't a result of this book, or energy's leaking out from it. But at any rate, it's since then we'll have to see if we can find it. I'd have to dig through the basement of my gang brother's apartment.
Oh.
Yeah, but
His apartment.
he manages property, so there's several apartments
wait.
his family owns.
To look for what?
The book. I mean, it's among many
book
other
is-
books.
That book is in your gang brother's apartment.
Yeah, his apartment
What?
basement. Yeah,
Oh,
not
Is
his
that a-
apartment. His
that's safe. Like my gang brother's apartment. Like I'm sorry if that doesn't sound like the most reassuring space.
Worse yet, it's the
Okay.
apartment basement. The basement of
Yeah, my
s-
gang
apart-
brother's
apartment building.
basement.
So-
I swear it's
so-
there.
Yeah, let me express it a bit more specifically. My gang brother does not live in an apartment. He lives in a flat, which is like in a building that his parents own or his family owns. His dad's dead. He's care providing for his mom at this point in his life. And so they live in the flat of a home that they own in San Francisco, but they also own at least one apartment building that I have somewhat access to. I really couldn't get in there without him at this point. So it's in the basement of that apartment building is this book among hundreds and hundreds of other books.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
So,
I'm sorry. I'm just playing it. It's better than it sounds.
yeah. Either way, it's still bad.
Yeah.
It's still bad.
No, honestly, I'd feel better keeping something in your gang brother's apartment's basement than I would in like a safe deposit box. Because remember, like, was it in the 30s when they were just like, you can't hold gold anymore, and they had it all on record what people had for gold because they had as collateral on their loans and they had insurance on it.
Oh yeah.
And they went to all the safety deposit boxes and took it.
Yeah. No, it's all true. It's all true.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
it's like I feel better. Like if you're in gang brother's basement, like, hey, ain't nobody coming for that.
Yes, that's true. But you know who tries to go for it without looking for that in particular or anything in particular? They're just looking for something to steal. Crackheads break in every once in a while. They try to break in.
Yeah, funny crackheads, like something describing like, but they can walk for miles though, man.
Yeah, the crackheads.
One thing a crackhead can do is walk for miles.
Yes. So the crackheads, what they do is they have to break through the gate, and then they try and break into the basement door. And most of the time they can't move in there, so they just give up and leave because there's so much crap in there that they only, go into the entrance, and there's enough like stupid stuff like logs and shit. Just what would you call that when somebody just has like logs and crap aside from all the books I put in there, just inorganic crap that's lying around, or organic crap that's no, not organic, it's inorganic at this point, dead wood and stuff. So it makes it impossible to crawl around in there. So he was supposed to like, oh, I'm going to have to concretize the basement. And, then they just gave up. They just gave up. Oh, shit.
Well,
and,
right.
So it's
That's
just,
okay. Well, I mean, it can't be like too bad, even in a basement, right?
Mhm.
It's not super damp there. I mean, like overall California is not super high humidity, like damp. It's like, right, you don't have like,
my place
or
is a nightmare. Well, actually, just to give you, to set you straight on that, San Francisco is hell on earth. It's like super damp because it's quote unquote a Mediterranean climate, meaning between worlds. And because of the fog, San Francisco, unless you're in like a climate, by that I mean interior climate controlled, where they've actually got apartments where they've got dehumidifiers and shit. Everything in San Francisco, say, for instance, this is going to sound strange, but remember I worked in private security enforcement. So along with your handcuffs, which are a part of private security enforcement, and your firearms, everything rusts. So anything you've got, if you're like closer, now we don't have a problem inland San Francisco, but if you're on the San Francisco beach areas, it's your computers are just going to be trashed in a year because they're just going to be, all of the sand will blow in through the window and all that grit will get into your computers, and the salt air just corrodes all of their interior, and the computers just like they're shit within a year. So you replace them annually if you're living by the beach. It's just everything molders. Whenever I draw a picture, and in back when I was producing more pictures, illustrations, I'd use hairspray to spray over the poster board so that they wouldn't molder. That also keeps the charcoal or pencil from running. And there's different tricks I have, but none of it helps in the end. All the clothes I have molder. It's a nightmare. It's simply uninhabitable unless you're very wealthy and you're living in a climate-controlled building or apartment. Otherwise, it's everything gets damp. All of the books I have, they grow moldy. I made the mistake of rubber banding some of them together. And the rubber bands, of course, just melt into the book covers and destroy them. It's just awful. It's unlivable. It's just unlivable.
I could see it being like that, like nighttime near, the water or the bay, like in certain areas. But like, I think overall, like the daytime stuff though is like it is drier and like breezier. Like
it's breezy, yeah, definitely. Usually breezy, very windy. I guess
not right on the coast, but if you're just kind of get a little bit inland of California, it's like it's not super like.
Oh, the rest of California is not like San Francisco at all. No.
So it's like the coast thing where it's like you're catching the fog is what you're doing.
Yeah, here in San Francisco, what they call a Mediterranean climate is nothing like the Mediterranean of Greece. Yeah.
Oh no, because so like Mediterranean is like. I swear you could be like right by the ocean, but it doesn't feel that like choking, stagnant, like humidity.
No, no, not at all.
It feels super dry and breezy, and it's like, it's just amazing. Like, even right by the ocean, so it's like, but during the day, it's still very dry. It's like,
though it's though things are changing with climate change, of course. Even in Greece and these other areas, they're becoming less and less idyllic and less pleasant, and certainly.
Tell me that. Come on, I gotta have dreams here.
I know, I get it. I wish it wasn't the case, but I mean, they're suffering now in Mediterranean Europe. More and more locusts coming over from fucking Africa across the Mediterranean Sea, and these locusts have like landed in Italy and shit. So they're like they haven't been devastating. But the fact that they're coming at all is disturbing. But it's definitely climate changes. Yeah, it's doing its number. And of course, when Peter says, "Oh yeah, I've been somewhat skeptical," that's what happens when you watch too much Fox News. Peter, stop watching Fox News. It is just so bizarre how anyone can deny the change that's been happening. What about where you're at? Do you feel that you're impacted at all by climate change where you're at?
It's about the same. I'd say maybe there's not as many like hard freezes in the winter. Other than that, about the same, but that's significant.
Yeah. And what about how did that cicada thing go with you? Did you see any of the cicada swarm when it
I saw a couple. Was it like the major one, or is it just like I think there are minor ones too? They're like
this was supposed to be it was a few months ago, but it was supposed to be the big historic cicada boom because it was like two massive swarms converged at once.
I've seen that where they've been all going off here before, but I didn't see that recently. I feel like I saw a couple. This is why I say like sometimes they have like the main group of them somehow know to be like, what is it, 7 years or 9 years?
Yeah. 7 years, something like that.
Yeah. So like, there's a big group of them that are that are on the main 7. There's like a couple smaller groups that are like, they got screwed up in their time or something.
Yes.
Yeah. So I'm wondering if it was one of those. I didn't know if it was the main one.
Oh, well, they were all supposed to happen at once this year. That's what happened this year. It was like the super duper convergence where they all converged at once this year, and that happens only once every half a hundred years or several hundred years or something.
Oh, I've seen them. Yeah, I've seen them really go crazy here before, but I haven't now, which is weird. So I know.
So you missed it. You missed it. Yeah.
No, I saw a couple of the shows, like.
Yeah.
Where they come out and like they fly around for a while, like whatever it is, try to fuck or whatever. And
yes.
And you find like they're empty, like husks or whatever.
Yes.
Yeah.
They're moltings.
Or that's probably when they like emerge and they crawl out and then they usually like molt and they're like, and then like bring the wings out and they dry them out and then they can fly.
Yeah.
You find the shell like. The old shell there. I saw a couple of them recently, so there's that.
Oh, yes. Oh, let me remind me. I got to text somebody, so let me text them right now and remind them of something. Okay. And while I'm doing that, continue talking about the cicadas and
weird.
this.
Yeah, I don't feel like I've seen a big whatever you call it. The outburst of them recently.
Heather Holman left. Oh my God! Now it's just yes. No, it's just you and I, we'll continue struggling with cicada love for a few moments here before we find something substantial to talk about.
I'm sure there was something else. I'm sure I had like a couple things. I just can't recall them right now.
Oh, no worries. So here we are.
My notes.
So Heather's rejoined us, thank God. And so dear Heather, catch us up. What happened to you the other day when you didn't show up? Tell us about the adventure. There must have been some adventure.
I've been sleeping a lot.
That's good.
Yeah,
good.
I slept for like 3 days, actually.
Cool. All right. Yeah. Go girl.
Yeah.
What's this about?
I don't know. I really don't. I can't even stay awake.
Cool. I love it. Just don't drive.
Yeah.
Don't drive.
Tell me about it.
And but we're definitely glad to have you with us now. And how about how's Vinny doing?
He's doing great. Everything's fine.
Yeah. How does he handle your sleeping?
He likes it sometimes, I guess, and maybe he doesn't sometimes.
Well, it must be a relief for him in a sense. I mean, you're out of trouble, right? You stay out of trouble.
He just got these sheets, these French linen sheets, and oh my God, I would just die.
Great, cool.
Yeah, so they, I guess, are worth the money that you paid for them.
Oh wow! And how expensive were they? What did they cost?
Oh, I don't know. I paid half of it. It was $78.
Okay, wow, cool. And so sounds like they feel good, and no wonder you're sleeping. You're enjoying this. I approve. I approve. You need your rest.
Thank you.
Yes. And I can go long periods of time without sleep. In fact, tonight after the beating we took in the opening hours, with the show being knocked off and all the rest of that, it's always hard to get the numbers back after that. I'm tempted to. End the show early and get a generous dose of sleep myself. But we'll see how long I can stave that temptation off. We have a good number of viewers with us. We want to respect them, and of course, I'll try and turn out something. Unbelievable.
Do you feel like monologue or anything?
Well, like I said, a lot of my intellectual energy was invested into is invested into what I'm writing right now, which is kind of like it's like my version of not Mein Kampf, which was my biological father's first book. And by the way, we can get into that because you You had asked before, you don't understand the connection biologically between myself and Adolf Hitler, and I'll be happy to start explaining that. But I'm like writing a book that's more like his second book. There's this book that they sell called Hitler's Second Book, which was basically everything they cut out of Mein Kampf. And what they cut out of Mein Kampf was the geopolitics that they felt that the average person would not be interested in. And so my biological father, Adolf Hitler, really loved geopolitics, as I do. And he wrote about the geopolitics of his day and what his hopes were for Europe strategically. And since that book was unpublished during his lifetime, or those materials were excised or taken out of the original book because the editors felt that it wouldn't sell, and the editors were his friends, but they just said, your average person doesn't care about geopolitics. And so later on, of course, these were recovered, and the selling gimmick was Hitler's Second Book. And since it was never given a formal title, that's the title they gave it. And they were able to sell that, forever on the basis of that. Every time they republish it, they claim it's something new. This is the second book nobody knows about, that kind of bullshit. So what I'm writing now is more similar to that. It's just the geopolitics, not my struggle about myself or some shit. Now, what I'm, the thing about it, and I don't feel there's anything wrong with this, with all these illustrations I'm stuffing in it to kind of like prove my point about certain things. It's good to have eye candy, I'm stuffing in a lot of eye candy. But basically, even with the eye candy, really what I've got is basically half 100 pages, and the rest is these extraordinarily in-depth footnotes that cover what the 50 pages are basically saying. In other words, adding context to what the half 100 pages are saying. So altogether, it adds up so far to 400 pages. So it's 400 pages with about 50 pages of basic statement, and the rest is contextual footnotes, which I think is fine. This is actually the way it would come out, say, for instance, for a Department of Defense presentation. I'm just presenting it in that kind of format, and the public can look at it, depends on how we get it out there. So that's what my intellectual energy is invested in. So it takes somebody dragging something out of me, like what happened with the latest episode. What happened was Victoria came and said, what about all this stuff about Trump being the Antichrist? And I said, well, you came to the right place. And I went into my trance mode and just went into full-fledged monologue at that point. And I think I could have killed it a lot better, but I think what I did was pretty good. And a lot of people, I think, were impressed by it. But at the same time, it's not, is it worth it to do that with the amount of contributions that we get this month have been, it's been an unresponsive audience, maybe because I haven't done monologues for the most part with most of my episodes, but hopefully they will appreciate what I do. All I can say is that we're just going to do our best towards the end of the month, and then I'll just have to ask some people personally, a number of people, to try and spread the pain to help me cover my. Okay, there we are. So Aristides said the second book is often referred to as Zweit's book. Cool. Okay, so there's a kind of title to it. We could call my first book like that, something like Zweites Buch. We'll just title my book Second Book. There we are. So, even though it's and see how people respond to that. Somebody just put in some photos here.
Yeah, that is what that is AI's rendition of you.
That's cool. That's cute.
Yeah, no, I asked AI who's Douglas Dietrich, and it's getting smarter, and it gave me a more definite answer, and then it generated those pictures that are supposed to be you. Yeah.
Oh my
Doesn't look
god.
like you
Oh
at all.
Oh my god. Oh, they're wonderful. I'll download them all. It's
They're funny though. It doesn't look like you at all.
yes, yes. No, they're cityscapes. They're cityscapes. She asked AI about me, and somehow, for some reason, it generated a bunch of cityscapes. It was that's pretty incredible.
Well,
Oh,
I'll put in the chat here what it had to say. I'm just trying to figure out how to copy it.
okay. Well, you told me what it had to say. You told me.
When?
You left a note. You left a note the other day.
Oh, you saw it?
Yeah, yeah, of course I saw.
Okay.
I didn't acknowledge it because I was so busy. I was so overwhelmed at the time. But I'll happily read it out loud.
Oh, you
what?
don't. Yeah, you don't have to. I just thought it was interesting. That said a much more precise definition, I think, of you.
I'm sorry. You mean it's what?
Than the one that had been before. I think like.
Oh,
for
the one
Brandon
that was found when people were asking ChatGPT. That one.
Yeah.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
By
This
the
is
way,
a Skype AI.
yeah, yes, the Skype AI. I think the Skype AI. They're all impacted, of course, by the enemy's control of the net. It's DARPA controls the net, and so here's a copy of that book. I'm just giving you that image because that was what I brought up with Peter Moon, and Peter Moon was, oh, fascinating, and then he says Greek or Latin, and I'm like saying it's both, and it's like one or the other. And I'm like, no, it's both. It's the Middle Ages. They use both Greek and Latin, and then vulgarize them. I'm like I'm not quite sure why he didn't get that. Maybe he got it after I explained it, but there you go. But anyhow, let me download these wonderful images that
You have that book?
yeah, I mean, not on me right now, but it's in I explained why you were gone. It's in my gang brother's. He manages property, so there's an apartment building that he manages, and it's in the basement of that apartment building. And hopefully it didn't lead to the suicide of that one poor dear girl who killed herself in that apartment building with bad energy or bad vibes or something. But it's definitely. I wonder why these images are what Skype is. This is what Skype AI or some other AI?
Yeah, no, Skype AI.
Yeah. So that's amazing. And let me go over to
I
my.
think it's silly. It doesn't look anything like you.
It's cute. Like I said to everybody who's listening, they're like city landscapes. They're urban landscapes, but highly symbolized. So they mistake me for a city, and that's fine. I've always been very
There's
comfortable.
no guy in the picture.
No,
Oh
guy.
my gosh, I'm so blind. Maybe I sent the wrong ones. There's this guy in the picture that's supposed to be Douglas Dietrich, and he's got short blonde hair and glasses.
Oh well, you definitely did not send that. So feel free to send
Oh,
that.
okay.
Yes.
Oh, my word.
Yes. Let me
Let's
put
see what's going on here.
these. What I'd like to do is what you had told me. How Skype AI responded when you asked about me. I'll read that out loud on Wednesday. Wednesday will be here before we know it.
Okay.
So Nemo has joined us, and Ian says, "Hey, Doug here. I hope you like this." And of course, there's nothing there. It's just like whatever. Thank you, Ian. Man, don't do drugs, kids. At any rate, Ian is an object lesson. Yes. So Nemo, welcome aboard. How are you?
Doing okay.
Yes. Say hello to Ari and Heather, of course.
How you doing?
Hello,
Mercedes and
hello.
Heather?
Yeah.
How you been?
Yeah.
Good.
Wonderful. Wonderful.
Long time no see.
Yeah.
How
Nemo.
old is that? Oh, yeah.
Go.
Been a while, yeah, sorry.
No, go on.
Yeah, it's good to hear from you. So I was just gonna say, how old is that grimoire that you posted?
Oh, from the Middle Ages. So it's we're talking about
So it's an original copy.
yes, several hundred years old. Yeah.
How has it been so well kept? It just looks real good condition.
Because it was passed from museum to museum in refrigerated display cases.
All right.
Yeah, that's.
They take it that seriously. Yeah.
Of course. Refrigerated safes or refrigerated display cases. I think more safes than display cases.
Yeah.
It's it's impressive how it's been kept. But you'd be amazed at how books can hold In the old days, of course, they used very different materials, and that would include, of course, treated wood, or leather-bound treated wood, which I think is, this cover has those elements to it. And the papers would be made of vellum, what they call vellum. They would call it kid skin, because it was from the kid goat. When a baby goat is called a kid, and they would take the skin from the baby goat and they would process it into a kind of a almost transparent, semi-transparent paper that comprises the pages of a book like this. And so they last very well, as opposed to, say, for instance, the books that got published later on got cheaper and cheaper pulp paper. You've heard that term, pulp. And those things just disintegrate. They completely disintegrate. And now they've made books with such cheap paper that they fall apart while you're reading them. You just God
damn.
So here we are.
Have you read through that book? Are you able to read Latin and Greek?
Yes. So I can read it and have read through it. Yes. And it's something that, of course, shows. So let me respond to our dear Brooke here. Yeah, sure. And let's see if she'll
Something
respond.
like that's got to be like priceless. Like, it's just unbelievable.
Oh yes, definitely. Okay, so here's the 4 images that our dear Heather, when she asked about me. So this is cute. Kind of a silver-haired guy with glasses.
He's like a teacher.
yeah, it looks very professorial. So this is what Skype AI thinks of me.
You.
Yeah.
Thanks of you. If you were a communist.
Like Trotsky. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, I look kind of like a civilized version of Trotsky, and in these photographs, not photographs, but they're very well done AI. So there we are.
You look more like a professor.
Yeah. Left wing, like some left wing communist professor, as our man Nemo says. Cute, yeah. And so that's adorable, Heather. Thank you for sharing that. And so as for Ian, like, he never followed up. Hey, Doug, here, I hope you like this. And there's no follow up. It's like I said, kids, don't do drugs. It's
He's still looking for the file, you know. You know.
No, yes.
He's got to stretch his legs through the dark web to find this shit.
Yeah.
Give him
Yeah, it's all dark web shit. Everything he does is dark web shit. So what's this massive geyser explosion at? Where is this, Nemo?
At Yellowstone.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, these people were just walking around on the wooden platform that goes over the fucking geyser or geyser, however you pronounce it.
Yeah.
And it just exploded without warning. Like, the fucking people, everyone started running, but then they just stop and stare at the explosion. They didn't just keep running. I would have thought the whole place was going to fucking blow up, so I don't know why anyone would just stand there and watch it.
Well, you and I are very much alike. Yeah, no, definitely. Continue with what you're saying. Yeah.
There was like basketball-sized rocks being fucking thrown around. Anyone got hit by that would be fucked.
The people are so stupid. People are so fucking stupid. I mean, honestly, when something
this is America.
Yeah, it's true. Though of course both Nemo and I know this is not my trying to give tit for tat here at all. It's just obvious to both of us. Nemo and I have total contempt for the populations we're surrounded by. If this happened in Australia, we all know it'd be the same. It's just a bunch of people like gawking. It's incredible to me. And
the last time that type of explosion occurred was in 2009, so it's quite a rare occurrence.
Yeah, hopefully it's not indicative of the volcano's going to erupt and it causes like a second fucking ice age. I mean, like, obviously there's a part of me that would derive some satisfaction from that, but it wouldn't be good for me personally. So there
goes your global warming.
Yeah, no shit. God damn. Yeah, we'd face a kind of ice age then, at least here in North America for a while. That's it would fucking suck. Aside from that, so give us a status report, Nemo. How are you doing?
Oh, I've been fine. Just haven't been doing much really. I just listen to your stream and stuff, and listening to Ian. He hasn't changed. He's just still going on the same stuff.
Yes, poor bastard. Yes.
Yeah, go
on.
I meant to ask him, but I forgot. Did he mention at all if the interview he did for the job application worked? Did he get the job for the boat cruise?
I would guess no, but we'll ask if he comes on. I mean,
come on and tell us about the job interview, Ian.
Yeah, Ian, that would at least provide us with some hope for your future. Then, yes, go on.
Yeah.
Go on.
Oh yeah. Did you what did you think when they officially stated that Kamala Harris has full endorsement behind Biden and all the others, like she's most likely gonna be the next president if the liberal is elected?
Yes. Oh, our lovely Brooke Gibson has joined us on camera. Hi, honey. How are you? She's on camera. We can't hear her. She's on mute. But that's okay. We're just looking. Yes, honey.
Hey, Brooke.
Yes. And this is her new pantomime. This is her pantomime approach to communications. And there.
Give her a minute.
Phone. I'm hearing you backwards. I'm hearing you late. It's on my fucking phone. I'm not prepared for this thing. Shut up, Douglas. I want to hear you talk 2 minutes later. Phone won't cut up. But wrong phone.
Oh
we
God.
can hear the audio.
Yeah, because I was playing you. I'm trying to stop it. It was playing on my phone. So
There.
just to really got into the computer. So I didn't even realize it was still playing on my phone and not playing here.
Yes.
And then I was on camera. So anyway, so I
So, honey, welcome aboard and give us a status report. Oh, we're hearing a little echo there, so it's still coming through your computer? Yeah.
Yeah, let's see.
When I talk. Yeah. And Aristides is tumbling around on the ground or something. No, he's being overrun by his chihuahuas.
No, I would just. I just.
Are the
What is
Closing the
that?
door. Closing the door. That's all.
Okay. Yeah.
is it still echoing?
No. It's
Okay.
perfect now. Yes.
Yeah, Aristides, how many chihuahuas do you have again?
4.
All the time. Well, all the time 2, and then some of the time 2 more. That's.
I remember you showed them to me one time. How old are they?
A few years, most of them. Like.
Do you want to give them away to send them down here?
I don't know if it's that simple. I don't know if it's that simple.
No, I'm just kidding.
We could have
I just
some
missed my chihuahua.
more long-term negotiations, but it's not that simple. Like,
Yeah.
the time for that was a while ago, and I failed. So
You thought the time for what was a while ago?
to give them away.
And you couldn't do it?
A couple things fell through and got stuck with.
Well, you would. That's what I'm saying. But you would give them away, so you don't love them.
I'm not saying I don't love them, but yeah,
He's bonded at this point.
yeah,
It's
right.
a It's like, yeah, you're torn. Like, there's days where, especially I have a dog that's deaf and blind, and he's been a bad dog since I got him in 2012. He's already 5. So I'm like, dude, I'm really getting tired of this. Like, sometimes I'll go in the backyard and he'll eat shit, and then he'll actually throw up shit. And the only thing worse than cleaning up a dog shit is cleaning up dog shit that's been eaten and thrown up. So,
Oh.
And now he's blind and deaf, so he doesn't come. I scream at him, and then he's deaf. He's blind, so he'll if he poops or he does any accident in the house, if I'm not here, he will literally step in it and walk it through the house if he has an accident. And you think, well, just put him in a crate, that'll be better. No, that's much worse, because then he just if you're gone and he just has to poop in the crate, he's just never been able to hold himself. So if he can't find his way outside, which usually he can, but if he's in a crate, he will poop in the crate, and then he will literally walk around in it, lay in it. Like I had to carry the crate up twice. Like it was the worst thing ever. The crate up the steps, couldn't let him out. Had to let him out into the shower. Like it was horrible. Like just covered in grossness. Yeah, sometimes you can love something, and the other night I was like, oh my god, I don't know when you're just gonna die.
Yeah, that's what it's like to be a care provider. Yes, that's care provision in a nutshell. In Aristides' case, it's almost like the Chihuahuas were part of like some custody battle, like they were children or something, and then they wound up with this kind of custody exchange. Where his ex-wife gets him sometime, and then he gets him sometimes. It's like they were kids.
Do you pay Chihuahua support?
No.
Do you receive Chihuahua support?
No, not monetarily. No.
Not monetarily. Do you get like pussy for Chihuahua support? Hey, honey, I took the dogs to the dog park. You want to come in and see some of the pictures? Yeah. Anyway,
we're probably prying too deeply into his life, but yeah, it's dogs are like that. They bring out the private side of people. So, dear Brooke, what about a status report about whatever you feel comfortable sharing? The other day when Ian was on, we
got to raise money for you, and you can't afford my status reports because they're so crazy. I have to charge money for these things.
Yes.
I heard you asking about what's his name? Ian. Ian's job, Nemo, which by the way, Nemo, I've still got your birth chart. I've got to do that, but life's been a little crazy. But imagine that. But no, did you hear that Braveheart's like in my lap? She stood up onto the microphone to see what it was and we did that little
adorable. Yes. And honey?
Anyway, so Nemo, Ian said he did do good on the interview. I don't know if you talked to him since then. He did good, but they basically just said they would be in contact anywhere from like the next day to 6 years from now or some bullshit. Like
Jesus Christ.
It was like up to 10 months that like their hiring process. So it could be like they could call him next week or they could call him in 10 months. So he really doesn't know.
Oh God.
Oh yeah, when I was on chat with him, he said, "Oh, I got to go do a job interview," and I said, "Just let me know how it goes." But he never even told me, so I don't know.
Right. Well,
I talked to him. Since he said my phone was off, which obviously he's all about the non-payment, so he would know.
That's what Aristides said. That's what Aristides said when Ian West, when I described how you're answering your basically your service response.
Yeah.
Yes, when I called, it said I forgot what it said, but basically when I told that to Ian, your phone's not
the person's service is not working, or
taking calls at this time. And then when I told Ian that, he says, "Oh yeah, that does mean." At first he just said, "No, she just blocked us," and I said, "Well, I'll call anyway, just as obligatorily." And when I did call, that response convinced him that, that means she either lost her phone or didn't pay for the service. And there's a
he said I didn't pay for the service, which he's right. That would be not paying for the service. Yeah. However, it was not the fact that I couldn't pay for the service, although I need money, so I'm not. Yeah, I'm gonna send Douglas money.
Yes, send Brooks.
No, I did. It wasn't mainly that. It was the fact that I didn't have access to my phone.
Right.
And then it's on a renewal, so it's like a prepaid renewal.
Yes.
So I just hit the button, sends it through, but I didn't have phone for like 2.5 days. One of my more recent hotels that I like to stay at decided to have me over again, and so they don't let me bring the cell phone there.
and I'm sorry. Okay, right. We'll go with that. At any rate, honey, so then when Ian said, the other day when I talked to Brooke, because he had talked to, I guess, it was after I had spoken with you for a short while. He had certainly spoken to you before I spoke with you that weekend. And
I think I talked to him after I talked to you.
Okay, but whenever he spoke to you, he was saying, yeah, I just let her go on and on. When I had my lunch, I just said, while she went on with her story for 45 seconds. I said, 45 seconds? He said, 45 minutes. Yeah, I just kept saying, while she spoke for 45 minutes. And I said, yeah, the original 45 seconds was probably more accurate. That's how long it took Ian West to apply his tourniquet before he injected his liquid lunch. And that heroin takes away your appetite for anything else. And it probably felt like 45 minutes to him because time gets slowed under that, under the preparation H. So there you go with the.
Well, we know Ian's time. I mean, measurement skills here, right? Like we know how he measures things.
Yes,
so
yes.
It's pretty off, you know. So I wouldn't trust that too much. But, you know. I would love for Ian to come on and go into that further. Although sometimes I do like to talk, and you know, since Ian doesn't have anything going on in his life, and I didn't really want to hear more about you know, the nose to the straw and the bleach baths, or the things coming out of the skin.
But it's improved so much since then. His stories have gone into mass orgies where he's helped to break up human child trafficking.
You know, he first found a great girlfriend online that's like so homely and sweet.
Yeah.
She's so, but she's fat, but she's cute. But then, oh yeah, she just finished doing an orgy right before she came to meet me.
Yeah, I mean, imagine that, a fat chick whom everybody wants to fuck. I mean, what a concept.
But she's also so sweet and so like the daughter of George Bush's accountant. What the?
Yes. Oh, of course. It always has to be something like that, some kind of bragging rights about the. Yeah, like I said, Brooke, the best part was when Ian says to me, "Hey, Doug, I found this thing you talked about. I can't remember what the fuck it was. Yeah, I found a cross-reference to what you talked about. Yeah, one of the few things I found another reference to with a source beside yourself." Yeah, it's like...
What was it in reference to?
I can't remember. It's just, he's so full of shit. It's like, you know...
Oh, it's funny that he's looking up yours. Come on, Ian. Let's see. He is going to... How many times has he sent me something or sent something else? And I would say, Ian, okay, did you look this up? Because, like, this isn't even, like... And then it's like, this is... Well, no, I didn't. You just shared it? You didn't bother to... No, I mean, I just share it.
Yeah.
Remember, like, on his Facebook, he would just share stuff. And he'd be like, I won't take the time to look and see if it's real or not. I mean...
And yet he'll see things online and just think, oh, it must be real. It's online. I mean...
Yeah, he's guilty of that, and he knows he is, because he will spread stuff before fact-checking. So at least he's fact-checking now. Let's give him props for that. He's fact-checking, even if it's just you, but
hey, points well taken. Points well taken. Oh my God, he's improving somewhat.
If he would fact check more of the other stuff, but yeah, he needs to continue to do that on everything. Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
I will say he did send me one thing. He did send me that was legit. The last thing I saw that was not like too far off. It was after the Trump shooting. It was on that platform that he likes. I don't like that. Whatever it is. You know, so it can't go on YouTube. It goes on whatever the BitChute, I believe it is. But it was all it was really was just the video, and this did turn out to be a legit video of where the people were yelling at the gunman before the shooting. You know, like they were saying, "There he is, there he is." You know, this was, you know, prior to the shooting, and it was just kind of showing that was, you know, that was going on before the shooting, which we do know that was factual, and no matter what you think about the shooting or who did it or not, it's just. We do know that was going on. So I'll give him credit for that one. It was the last thing I got. I mean, the rest of it, though, I tell him, I'm like, I don't want to hear, if you can literally go like just 30 days without talking about child molestation, you know, pedophilia, underground tunnels in Disney World. Like, literally, I either think his life would be completely changed for the better, like so much better, or he would like kill himself because he realized he has nothing else to talk about.
Oh gosh.
I'm hoping that he would do better, but I think like,
he's responding in the text box.
Drugs you have to do, because obviously I've tried some drugs, and I do not know any drugs that make you that into like the same thing. Like,
did something just happen where you got cut off or something? What the fuck? She went mute. Honey, you're mute.
Oh, Braveheart did that. She's in. I mean, she keeps stepping on the. You haven't heard her just crawling on the microphone. She's crawling on the laptop. She is
adorable. Yes.
Really.
So you saw the other squirrel image I sent you then, right?
No, because I just got on. Like I just got home.
Oh, take a look at your private messages in the Skype. Take a look at your private messages in the Skype, and you'll see it. It's yeah, right there in Skype. Same as the coconut squirrels. That
I want to make one of those coconut things and put squirrel food in it and see if it'll work.
yes, I'm sure it will. I'm sure it will. Yeah.
I think I'm torturing the poor squirrel. Because it does. It looks almost like something you're trying to hang it, or like what is that they're doing?
Yes. People think.
Anyway, how are you, Heather? I haven't talked to you in a while.
Yes, Heather, catch us up.
Oh, I'm good.
Tell her about
I'm
the
kind of here
sleep.
listening. I'm not really.
Tell her about the sleep cycle.
I'm sleeping, actually.
All the time. No, she doesn't mean like right now. She means that she's been sleeping a lot lately.
I've been doing a lot of sleeping, and yeah, I've got these sheets that make me sleep all the time.
So wait a minute, you got what that makes you sleep? All the
Sheets.
sheets?
Yeah.
Sheets? Are you talking about like sheets you lay on? Or
Yeah.
like,
Tell her about these sheets, honey. Tell her about these
what
sheets.
are these sheets?
Just-
Like, are they
they're
like
just regular
massaging you and
sheets.
giving you orgasms? And like, I don't know what they're doing. What are these sheets doing?
They just make me sleep.
But how? Like, what is
I
that?
don't
What are they
know.
made of? Like magical fairy
Linen.
beans and
It's what
unicorns?
it's called is linen, and most people have not linen sheets. They have cotton sheets, but these are linen.
She says it's French linen, and she spent what was it, half price? But it was at half price. It was $78, something like that. Huh?
Yeah, half price was $78.
Okay.
What's more comfortable to sleep in, linen sheets or silk sheets?
Linen.
Well,
Alright.
silk gets hot. Silk can get hot.
Yes,
Um,
it's true. Yeah,
Yeah. So that's all I've been up to is nothing.
but that's cool. We appreciate that. Where you need to catch
Well,
up
there's
on.
the frequency, I guess, into the. I was looking into how linen and wool are the fabrics. Not cotton is not the fabric of our lives. It's linen and wool. And I thought, ew, because I don't like wearing wool, you know, and linen doesn't stretch. It's really uncomfortable. But it has a frequency that's higher than cotton, and cotton has the same frequency as people. And like some of the other like rayon or spandex or like the plasticky kinds of fabrics, they have the same frequency as dead people.
What does? What does again? What fabric?
Yeah, fabrics that like say from you get from Temu, or like they're just
Oh,
like
like rayon or like
yeah,
black
like
polyester, things like that.
yeah. And
Okay.
a lot of
But they're not-
fabrics are of dead people frequency.
They're not natural. Like they're not the energy. I think what you're trying to say is like the energy. Like everything's supposedly energy, and whereas cotton and linen would be natural sources.
It's just negative energy.
It's plastic.
No, it's a frequency. It's I can link you guys. Hold on, let me see if I can find it.
Anyway, I did not know. I just looked it up. I always thought that linen was made out of cotton. I'm such an idiot. Linen is made out of flax. I did not know that.
Yeah, it's great.
Yeah, I wear a lot of linen, or I used to wear a lot of linen. But I didn't know I've never seen sheets in it, and I'm gonna have to order some because it says while both linen and cotton will keep you warm, linen does a great job of keeping you cool when it's hot, and that's my thing because I get hot in the sheets, in the summer. It says flax fibers, just hot in the sheets.
It's definitely worth it.
Olive and light, and the loose fabric weave makes them breathable, allowing air to circulate freely, and it wicks away moisture. So cotton is also breathable, but it's an insulator. Good to know. Give me some linen sheets. Where did you get these on sale at?
I don't know where we got them from. Let me check. Vinny, where did we get the sheets from?
Amazon.
Amazon.
Okay, check it out.
Yeah, Amazon. There's this place, Bed Threads online. BEDTHREADS. Bed Threads.
Mm-hmm.
They have some
How
pretty
much
decent
did you
ones.
pay for? You have a king or a queen?
King.
Okay. And you said they were how much? Just sorry, I know I'm not trying to take up time with this.
Oh
I
no,
just
no.
wanted
I paid half of it. It was $78. So.
Okay.
Yeah, there's the cheapest ones we could find was on Amazon.
Good to know. Thank you. I'm sorry. All right, I'll get off this linen sheets, guys.
I
I'm
mean,
sorry,
no,
but
it's
I
fine.
learned
but-
something. I did not know. I would have
Linen
literally.
sheets for everyone.
Yes.
A stupid contest right now, which this doesn't surprise anyone. But if they had said, "What is linen made out of?" I would have totally said, "Linen's made out of cotton." Obviously, I just thought it was like a way that the cotton was sewn a certain way. Like, because I would always buy like linen, linen pants or linen shirt. I just thought it was a certain way that the cotton was like made that was different, but I didn't know it was actually flax. And I love flaxseed to eat, and it's healthy for. So I'll try it.
Cool. And meanwhile, I'm trying to look up something that the relevance will hopefully make sense soon enough, or I'll simply download this as it is. And
you were talking more about, was it Donald Trump being the what did you say, the Antichrist? What you were telling me?
Oh yes, did you hear that part?
No, I went back to when the timestamp, and I didn't have the right timestamp. So you're going to have to resend me the timestamp because I can't find it.
What do you mean? The timestamp is it's like it takes you straight there.
No, where are you talking about that you sent me a timestamp? You did not send me a timestamp. You sent me just the whole. You sent me the entire show. There was no timestamp in there.
No. Once you click on the link, I'll show you how this stuff works, honey.
When I clicked on the link, it told me it was no longer available.
What?
Yes, that one that we had before we talked last time for the last show.
Okay. Well. First off, let's do me a favor here. Let's go through something here first. Let me upload something here, and we can talk about this first for the amusement, and then we'll turn towards that subject. I want to do this while Heather's still awake because she might fall asleep at any moment, and so I'm trying to beat her to the punch with that. And let's see if I can do that. Go to the pictures here, get the file, and then we'll load this up here. And then she'll... Now, do you see Heather's icon, Brooke? Can you see Heather's icon? Honey?
Yes, I do. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, the old man.
Sorry, I had the button and I've got one hand because one hand's holding the squirrel back from literally jumping on the computer. She just wants to get on it and run on it.
Okay, that's adorable. So this is who I thought it was. That now Aristides Nemo, help me out here. Does that photograph of Michael Aquino? Yeah. Does that not? Yeah. Does that not look similar to the picture Heather Holman has on her icon in its own way?
I can look at hers because I just see it only shows me.
Slightly.
Yeah. It's because the icon is small enough where that's what I thought it was at first, but of course she explained it's not.
Look old and ugly.
Wait, are you talking about her image? Where she's got HH up there? What are you talking about?
Okay, so you're like Peter Moon. For some reason on your Skype, it filters through as HH. He sees that, you see that, probably because you were both born on the same birthday or something. I'm being facetious here. But what Nemo...
We can't see Aquino. We can't... Well, we are the devil, so we can't see the devil.
Yeah, there we are. So with Nemo and myself, we see a picture of an ugly old man. Matter of fact, what I can do is show it to you by sharing screen. So let's show screen here. And okay. There, honey. Can you see my cursor moving? Darling?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, good.
Mm-hmm.
This is Heather Holman as I see it. Can you see that? The ugly old man with the creepy smile.
No, I don't see anything. Oh, wait a minute. It's in delay. It's a delay mode. Okay, it's delayed. It's coming up.
Okay.
No, I'm still seeing. It says Ian is typing. Hey, Doug.
Yeah. But do you see my cursor moving?
It's like in a little small bubble. I don't know how to get that. Okay. Oh, here we are. Got it. Okay, I can see it. Oh, yeah. Why the hell she got an old man? Okay, I do see it now.
Yeah, and now take a look at that old man. Compare that to Aquino on this side. Do they not look like...
Zoom on it, but yeah, there's definitely some facial structure the same for sure.
And the positioning, the tie, the facial... The kind of...
like the big forehead, yeah.
Yeah, and the smug look on their faces, just this...
Heather?
So Heather, tell us about this creepy old man.
Nearly like a mirror image too, because one's leaning to the left and one's slightly leaning to the right.
Yes.
The devil on the right here and the devil on the left.
Yes, that's right.
Who is that old guy though in your profile picture?
It was my great grandfather. I didn't know him. He used to drive the paperclip people around. His name was Joseph.
Was he a Freemason too?
undoubtedly. I'm sure he was.
Yeah,
Your
it would have been like through each
great-grandfather?
generation.
What was that, Brooke?
Yeah, no.
What was that, Brooke?
Well, she said it was her great grandfather, and I was
It was
thinking,
my
like,
grandpa's dad.
oh, it's your great grandfather. Okay. No, your grandpa's dad. That's your great grandfather. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, his name was Worcester.
Worcester. Yeah, he's worster than the rest. I think you should be glad you never met him. It doesn't look like anything good would come of it. It's like...
Yeah, well, like I said, like my mom was adopted, so it wasn't my blood relative. I'm really not offended that he's ugly.
But did he die before you were born?
What?
Did he die before you were born?
Oh, I think I that he died when I was 8 years old.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So he might have actually done some damage.
No, they lived in Minnesota.
Okay. All right. Thank God. So Brooke, Heather,
I
Nemo.
was thinking he didn't die like on the day Akina was born or somewhere.
No, he died in 1981.
Yeah. Oh my God. So Ari, Nemo, Heather, Brooke, can any of you explain what the fuck is going on in Ian's head with what he just entered?
Oh God, wait, that's what I was
I
trying
didn't
to
read that
out.
because it was too long, but...
No, not that. That's the latest one, Under Aquino's face.
Yeah. Hey, I know you're going to say no to this, but have you heard from the Brooke? Oh, Brooke is here. What?
Yeah, don't do
What?
drugs, kids.
What did he say?
Just look in the comment he typed.
Oh shit. Hey Doug, I know you're going to say no to this, but have you heard from the Brooke? Oh, Brooke is here. Bitch, why didn't you call me back?
I didn't have a phone. Also, when the hotel I was staying at didn't allow me to take many calls.
Hotel. Yes, we'll run with that. Yes. Okay, so here's what I was going to show Brooke to clarify some things that she was speaking of, not this Michael Aquino photo, and of course what it connects to is problem loading. But let's see now. What was I going to show her here? What were we asking?
Swollen right there. Was he really sick or something? Because that's a really puffy face.
Yeah. That's obviously sinus issues going on there. That's like major sinus issues. Yeah. My
Did
dad.
he actually like drink blood from little kids or something?
Yeah. That's what it was. Yeah, eating blood of little babies is not healthy. Kids, don't do it. So let me take a look.
Did you know if he actually did that?
I know he did it. Yes, as I said, he gave me human ganglia paste at one point, and I didn't know it was that. He put it on a salad dressing. It was called bok ban choy, something like that. Bok ban chao. It's a kind of a dish that the Cho produce, and he gave me that at a time I was hungry after working all day, and said, have this, Doug, and I ate it, and it tasted great, and then I realized it's after he told me it was human ganglia paste and shit, into that I had
what is ganglia? I mean, I know that's a
nerve tissue from the brain. Yes.
How old were you when you did this? They gave it to you? How old were you?
Oh God! At that time, what? How old was I? I think I was around 18. Maybe. Around 18ish. Yeah. He thought he was doing me a favor by, kind of inducting me into the, into the crowd and shit, into the in group and all that crap.
Did he communicate with a lot of people there? Like, I mean, obviously, if you're a research librarian, like, and you talk to you for reasons, like, whatever, we know. But, like, did he talk to a lot of people there?
You mean like around the Presidio? Of course, he was speaking to everybody. Yeah.
But, like, was he, like, very military-like, or was he more friendly with them?
He was, it depended. Yeah, he could be very formal and military-like, and then otherwise he was, he could be very personable, very charming. And so Fuck, what was
He
I gonna
looks
show?
like fucking in that picture down there on the second row, second one. He looks like that Star Trek guy.
Oh,
Who's
right, right. He looks like one of the Romulans. Yes, here we are. That's there we are. Mike Lucchino, self. There we are. This is one of his pages from fucking Mubi.com. Yeah, here we are. So
The
this.
Devil Made Me Do It, the
Yeah.
Cook Report, and the oh my god,
And then the
That's
occult
his-
experience.
or somebody pretending to be him one, I guess.
Well, this is
In
his
one
wife,
of the
Lilith.
pictures
That, that's
before, who was the guy standing next to
uh
Sammy Davis Jr. on his right side? Because
Oh, that's the guy that did the Church of Satan when he
no,
left.
on the other side,
yeah, well,
Yeah,
well,
that's
his right side.
that's
what's his name.
that's Aquino. That's Aquino.
Oh,
Yeah,
he looks so different.
he was younger.
He looks like a fucking porn star director from the 70s.
Yeah, he
He could
must.
be so much younger back then. Yeah.
Yeah, that was when he was younger, and Sammy Davis Jr. converted to. Yeah, go on.
He was probably getting fucked by both of them.
I,
Oh, a little
Hey,
fucking,
uh,
you know what?
yes, that's him with his wife Lilith. But of course, there he goes in his Scottish tartan, and he was very
Gotta wear a dress.
warning potential security risk ahead. Here we are cruising down. There we are. This is the one that. Now this is his co-religionist here. If we can find the picture again, here we are. So this is Michael Aquino with his wife Lilith on this side. This is his co-religionist, General. Was it Vallely? No, it was John Alexander, Colonel John Alexander, and he obviously has hired an escort, basically. Some young chick who's with him.
And her
Either
face looks fucked up too.
her face does look fucked up. It is.
It looks contorted.
Yeah, it's like maybe he married some child ritual abused Ukrainian chick or something.
Yeah.
So
Maybe he married the actual Lilith. Who knows?
yeah, but John Alexander was a guy who was running the Army's Jedi program. He's the guy who ran the Jedi program that was quote unquote creating the U.S. Army's Jedi Knights or psychic warriors and shit. The two of them together, Aquino's in his Scottish tartan again. The kill.
I know they were working together though.
Oh God, they believe me. These guys they were known to be a team because the Jedi Project was connected with Aquino's psychic warfare program. So they were definitely working together. And that can be looked up. That can be verified. It's not a secret. Let me reach for something here. I'm just trying to reach for something while I'm talking to you. But in the meantime, what was I trying to show you? What were we talking about? You had asked me before, of course, Heather asked me to talk about, how it was my dad's Adolf Hitler, and I would be glad to go into that. But there was something you brought up that was what you and I were talking about, and I was going
the
to...
Antichrist.
I'm sorry, what?
Were you talking about the Antichrist part?
Oh, Trump is the Antichrist. Yeah, would you? Oh, that's
That
right, the
makes-
show. Oh, yeah, I want to show you how to access that on the show. So here we are. So if you come here to the episode, first off, let's take a look at the link. Which, if I go back on, I have to share screen again. So give me a second here. I'm going to go off screen, and then I am reaching over here for something, and then I'm going to go back on to sharing screen where I can show you the call link. And so give me a second. I gotta put my earbuds back on. So let me see if I can do this. Heather dropped. She went to sleep.
Just mute it before you put the straw to your nose. We won't know. It's fine.
Yeah, that's that's funny. So here we are. Yeah, by the way, I haven't had my break yet, which is fine. I don't feel like I need one for a little while yet. So let's go back to the Shore Brooke messages. So here's Brooke says, you didn't see this squirrel image? You didn't see this?
Okay, I saw it. I was logging in, but I thought I didn't even see that there was a squirrel between it. I thought you just sent me 2 flowers, and I didn't even pay attention to it. I just looked at it really fast. Oh my God.
Yeah.
I totally missed it. This is like a squirrel with like his legs spread sitting on 2 beautiful, what is that, daffodils or?
Yeah, and it's probably a girl. It's probably a girl because there's no penis there. That's got to be a girl squirrel like Braveheart. That's got to be like Braveheart.
Yeah.
So there we go with that. You can look at that later and acknowledge that. And
The girl squirrels can be like little whores when they go into heat.
yes,
They're little whores.
yes. If
Because
only humans were like that. Yes.
Well, they're like this. So the men have nothing to do with raising the babies. They never live together. All squirrels live alone except for the females, and the females only live with their babies till they're old enough. But that's why if you look in the trees, right? If you see a big nice nest, that's a female's nest. They said the males just build little shitty, like they build them little man castles, little man caves, because there's only just. So, but then they said when the females go in heat, which is usually once or twice a year, they're only in heat and able to reproduce for like 1 hour up to some of them. Some of them can go up to 24, but it's 1 to 24 hours is all they have, and averages a couple of hours. So they will reproduce. They will fuck as many male squirrels as they can to try to offset genetics and to also just ensure reproduction, I guess, like naturally. And I'm like, yeah. I guess if you can't really call them a whore when they can only fuck once or twice a year, so they get as many as they can in. So yeah, I'm not letting Braveheart outside is what I'm saying, because that would kill every male squirrel that came in.
That's adorable. So, honey, here we are. Let's take a look at this. So here's what I sent you, and can you see this on the screen share?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I do see.
So
I see
the link.
Yep.
Yeah. So the link.
Click it. I'm telling you, I clicked the link.
Okay.
And it did not work.
And then if that doesn't work, click this. So have you tried that?
Oh no.
Okay. So what this does is it doesn't matter. The timestamp will not work on Skype. So you have to click on one of the links to take you directly to the video.
Maybe I clicked this. Let me see what I did.
Yeah. So
I just
let's.
know I can't do this in Skype, whatever it was.
Right. So let's take a look. So when I click on it, this link, nothing's happening, even though it turns into a pointer finger. So I click here, and then it takes me. Oh wait, it does happen. Everything was delayed. See, it came up, but it was delayed. So I'm just closing these extra windows. So sometimes it might be delayed for whatever reason because Skype is kinky. But right now, when you go here and you're taking, this is the timestamp you're looking for. It's the same time, but it's highlighted.
Okay.
So then once you go here, you just hit this. So whenever you make a timestamp, so when you enter a comment, say you wanted to timestamp where you and I were talking, you would use the hour first. So the hour, if it was just like underneath a 2-digit number, you would not put a 0.
Like 9.
Yeah.
Like 9 dash.
Yeah.
But is it going to tell me exactly what the time is when I timestamp it? Like I just hit pause.
Right. You can hit pause, and it'll tell you the time. Then you would list that time, so it'd be like 9 hours, 12 minutes, and then 27 seconds.
34 seconds.
Yeah, something like that. And then when you enter that, once you enter the comment, that will highlight and work. See,
I never knew that. You mentioned that when we talked. Yeah, I did not know it automatically linked.
Yeah. So we see now the cursor. Yeah. Once you press that blue highlighted number, it'll take you right there to the time when I'm talking about Trump as the Antichrist. So there we are, and I would like a review of that. That would be important to me. So it's like the last part of the show. And so back to Paul Vallely, so I can explain that because of this particular individual. So, the guy looks rather, I'm sorry, Colonel John Alexander. There's another guy who worked with him named Paul Vallely, who's a general. But let's take a look at John Alexander.
That name sounds familiar. How do you spell Vallely?
Okay, let's find that out. Paul Vallely, and see if that works. They'll give us a correct spelling. And General Paul Vallely, I should have added. General Paul Vallely. And here we are searching. Let's see if we get this.
Vallely.
I don't believe. Yeah, this might be the one. Okay, so General Paul Vallely, retired.
November 1939, United States Army Major General.
Yeah, this is him. This is he's age 84 now. So they took a picture of him from when he was really young as a major, rather than showing him like the corpse he is today, the walking cadaver he is today. But this guy is a full out and out baby raping, baby eating Satanist who was a co-religionist with Michael Aquino. And so Paul Evalali is one of the talking heads on Fox News, wouldn't you know it? So he's their military advisor. Of course, that goes without saying. So let's see if we can get some other images of him that are more realistic, more like what
he's one of the birth questioners of Barack Obama as well.
Yeah, of course. So they're not showing any more recent, pictures of him.
Just type in 2024 or something.
Okay. Well, this is probably him because it says Big Fork's military analyst. So that's almost certainly him at an older age. And so this is Paul Vallely, and he was bragging about the fact that he helped to establish ISIS. He actually, that's on record. That's on record that he helped.
Did what now?
He helped to establish the terrorist group ISIS. Do you remember the terrorist group ISIS that was ripping?
Yeah, well, he's saying that. But are you talking about Vallely?
Yeah, yeah.
Well, Vallely is the one that was was going join the Tea Party or whatever, was part of that, and he was the one that said he firmly believed, like it's quoted, that Obama is Muslim in nature. That's why it stuck out to me. And he says, basically he believed Obama was facilitating the rise of radical Islam, the caliphate, and jihad, the slow infiltration and dismantling of our American institutions, either willfully or due to sheer naivete.
Right.
And he, so I mean, he was very much against Islam. So I find that interesting if he did, kind of.
No, he was against his commander-in-chief. See, he's treasonous. So basically, he's saying that our commander-in-chief is the source of all this Islam. He helped to establish ISIS in his attempt to combat Obama, his own commander-in-chief. Okay. That's how crazy this motherfucker is. I mean, you talk about batshit fucking crazy, too much power.
He's also a QAnon supporter and described as a white hat operation guy. Yes. Definitely friends with let's see, who is it? Let's see, Frank Black, Black Frank.
Yes.
There you go, Ian. Yeah, QAnon's controlled by all these satanic sect cultists.
Yes, definitely, and
he has praised Q as legitimate source that releases real intelligence, fact-based intelligence to the public. And in 2020, he was one of 235 milliliters to back Donald Trump for re-election. And then, this talks about his psyop to mind warfare stuff, and with Aquino as well. Mind war.
Now here we are. Take a look at this. Here's Paul Vallely when he was young, and here we are. He's part of the second to none United States Military Academy, West Point, New York. And take a look a little closer. What is it his family does? Oh, they run a child daycare center.
What a coincidence.
Yes. Wouldn't you know it? Only white kids. Because who
Blonde
wants...
hair.
Yes, of course. And here he goes.
Who's that right there? Is that his kid or?
That's his son. Yeah, Scott swearing in with Dad. Yeah, there you go.
And look at his face. It's like,
he looks like he's been
his face.
Yeah. You know who he looks like?
Why does it look normal?
Yeah. You know who he looks like? The Kennedy that died in the airplane.
Oh yeah, the good-looking one, the one that was nice, actually, supposedly.
Yeah, but even my mother said when she looked at his face, the Kennedy who died in the airplane, she said he looks like a nice guy, but he doesn't look too intelligent.
Yeah, well, there's that one. I didn't pay much attention to him because I was younger. I knew he was nice looking. The pictures they would put on the cover of the magazine.
Yes, George magazine.
Looks like nobody's home. It may just be that picture.
Yeah, but it's probably is the case. Of course, that's how he tolerates his dad, right? Because there's nobody home. But there you go. And so let's see. There's this Paul Vallely. Now this is how he looks now. There we are. So here he is on YouTube, where he's He's in the background. The two white women are interviewing him. You know, here we are, support the troops, all that shit.
Oh my God, they were doing it from the local church with the black curtain. Oh my God.
Yeah. Now notice he's got a samurai sword, pair of samurai swords up there. So there you go with that.
Is that blue or purple on the wall paint?
Well, I'll make the picture larger. Maybe we'll be able to discern better. So here he is in the background talking to the two blonde support our troops chicks. And it's you mean the paint in his home? It's like a dark blue. It's like a dark navy blue. Yeah. And so so that's interesting that you would paint your room in that color. It's obviously so that
I don't think that's abnormal. That's so blue, and people do accent walls, and to be honest, it's not.
Yeah,
shows
but
he's not
he's a
just about
cultist,
now.
so I
White
might have a
person
different
did that probably 20 years ago because that color's not too much used now.
Yeah.
But
Anyway.
yeah.
Oh, look at the tits on her, far out.
Leave it to a male. Yes,
She's
man.
got like Nancy Pelosi tits.
It's one track mind. Yes, it's like, yeah, look at those boobs, man.
Well, I don't want to look at his old fucking face.
Got it. Let's go back to her boobs. Yes, that's right. So there you go. I'll agree with that. She's got cleavage. Yeah, and got it all
He's
up.
got his room well decorated with different shit.
Yeah. He's definitely, shall we say, he
can decorate better than they can. I can tell you that. At least he's got a better background.
Yes, they've just got a dark background for the show. It's almost like they're doing a green screen. So we've identified here. Oh, there goes this blank-eyed kid again. See, here he is. He was turned over to the military for brainwashing. And if you go a little bit further, we had the photo up there right here. And there you go again, that blank look in his eyes. It's like they just stuffed him in a uniform.
So you think he was in the military and his son maybe was turned over. Did you know Peter Moon's dad was in the military?
Yes, that's correct.
You think maybe Peter Moon was turned over?
Okay, don't make me answer that.
Say, like a lot of people that have like family in the military and stuff, some of them got like taken in, and then with Peter like ended up going into Scientology and having all that stuff happen, and I don't know, maybe he was in some crazy thing,
But take a look at this kid. I mean, you look at him and he's just like a lumberjack. It's like you wonder, like, how did he get so big? His parents are short, but I guess they fed him just. I don't know.
I think he was adopted, and that's not their real child.
That makes sense. Why does that resonate with me?
It doesn't. I mean, they're just. Well, to be honest, most of the time, obviously, you can have kids that are taller than you, both parents.
Yeah.
But typically, that way you can tell a kid's height. You take the father's height, the mother's height, and you put them together, add them together, like 5'3", 5'7", and then you're going to divide it by 2, and then if it's a girl, you subtract 2 inches. If it's a boy, you add 2 inches. Now this is the overall. Like I said, it's not perfect, but it's the average. How you can get a good guess. That boy is a lot taller, so it could be genetic, but he doesn't really seem. He looks like and considering everything else you said, I would say he's adopted.
I agree. That makes perfect sense. Yeah, I'm sorry,
that
Nemo.
That image is interesting. The same people behind the Iraq War, behind QAnon, and it has that guy's face in it.
Well, I'm downloading it. Yeah. No, I just clicked on it and it fucking disappeared. Just right-click
it and
there you go. So they're impressing the save image for it, and okay. Why doesn't it fucking save? There it goes. Okay, so hopefully it's saved. So this is like the same people behind the Iraq War, behind QAnon. And there goes Major General Paul Evalali and Michael Aquino right beneath him. So there you go. That's the major source for all of Ian West.
And who's this? Like, who posted this? At John Swin?
Okay, he says, expose the enemy at John Swin.
ExposeTheEnemy.com. Referring to Q of QAnon fame, Vallely said it comes out of a group called the Army of Northern Virginia. Hey, you sure you don't mean West Virginia, buddy? They probably got that shit too. Northern Virginia, which would be
where Richard K. Cole Jr. was born.
I thought Richard K. Cole Jr. was in West Virginia.
West Virginia, right.
Is he Northern Virginia?
Yeah, that's right. The Army of Northern Virginia, something else. Yeah, there we are.
This is a group of military intelligence specialists of over 800 people that advise the president, Donald Trump. So this is where Q picks up and gets a lot of their information. Oh, God.
There you go. Along with fellow Colonel Michael Aquino. Read that out loud.
Yeah, along with fellow Colonel Mike, I didn't go down there yet. Fellow Colonel Michael Aquino Vallely papered PSYOPs to Mind War, the Psychology of Victory, which contains the following passage. Unlike PSYOP, Mind War has nothing to do with deception or even with selected and therefore misleading truth. Rather, it states a whole truth that, if it does not now exist, will be forced into existence by the will of the United States. Wow, take that in as he says that again.
Yeah. And take a look at this, a week after 9/11. Read that out loud for our listeners.
A week after 9/11, Fox News hired me to be their senior military analyst, and I formed the military analyst team at Fox News up until 2008. Yeah. Well, fuck, I don't even remember what Fox News was before 9/11, so I guess he's responsible for a lot of their bullshit. I don't think they were too popular for them.
Yes, there you go. Now they're talking about this here, up here. This is that Army of Northern Virginia bullshit they got going. You can read that out.
No, I've never heard of that. The Army of Northern Virginia was the primary military force of the Confederate States of America in the Eastern Theater of the American Civil War. I lived in South Carolina my whole life. My family has never heard of this. I've never heard of that, Army of Northern Virginia. But it was also the primary command structure of the Department of Northern Virginia. Also, never heard of Northern Virginia. There's West Virginia, right? And there's Virginia. Right. But Northern Virginia, I guess it means the northern part of the state of Virginia. Virginia's not really that big. You don't need to break it up that much. But it was most often arrayed against the Union Army of the Potomac. It's because Virginia was on the cusp right there. So Virginia was like the last state before it went into from Confederate into the whatever they were.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, I've never heard of this either. I think that personally, what I would assume is that this is some kind of propaganda crap that the Union Army made up. That's the first thing I would think, is that it sounds like some propaganda crap the Union Army made up, is that we're fighting this Phantom Army, the Phantom of Northern Virginia, but there we are. So this gives us a little...
I wonder when they were ever even originally talked about. I've never heard of them.
Yes, that's right. I'll see if I can find some other photographs. Here goes Michael Aquino when he was much younger. And, of course, you could actually see how people could be, consider him perhaps even charismatic. Ghost Rides by Michael Aquino.
Yeah, that's the book about cars.
Yeah. Oh, he's joined us. Yeah. What is that, Ian? Say that again. What did you say?
No, I've got that book. That Michael Aquino talks about all the cars that he had, and he drives up and down the coast and eats little kids and shit.
Thank you for sharing that.
Brooke, are you okay?
Oh my God. I just had the screen image when Ian came on, and I have it in a mini form because I was looking up the Northern Virginia. So I had the mini, so I can only see him very tiny.
Yeah.
I thought Ian's picture, y'all make it really small. I'm telling you what, I swear to God, Ian, I thought you were fucking in bunny ears, naked, with a little pink on, bunny. What the fuck is Ian doing? You do not need to see his pornography, whatever he's dressing up as when he's role playing.
Yeah, he claims that's him.
That is me.
What the fuck ever, Ian? You don't even have a fucking tattoo.
No, I used to be the manager at the goddamn Easter Bunny stand at the mall.
I'm telling you, make it small. It looks like you've got a big fucking titty in the middle of the story there. With things are make it small. You would not say.
Did you become the new Jeff Rent and put on a silly wig?
Thank you. How are you doing, Brooke?
I'm doing okay, Ian. That's not you.
That's my true self, man.
Huh?
What?
I don't have my glasses on.
That's his true form. That's his true form when the demon takes over. It's his true.
Brooke, are you okay?
Did you get your job for the cruise
ship?
Yeah.
I start training in 7 hours.
Oh no!
You got it? You got the job?
You're kidding, right? He's joking.
Yeah, at the Waffle House. At the Waffle House. At the Waffle House.
Oh, I'm talking about the cruise ship.
No, I haven't heard back from him yet. No. It can take up to 6 months. So I'm just on standby right now.
So tell us, Ian, how did you lose all that weight to fit into the bunny suit?
Because that was like from 2004. That was like 15 years ago.
Oh, that was before what? All the heroin you made you gain?
Yeah, you can say that.
Oh, Jesus.
I want you to send me this photo. I can't zoom in on it, and I want to zoom in on it. I swear, you got like a child molester mustache going on.
All right, you got me there. Anyway, Brooke, are you okay?
Of course I am.
Well, that country music festival that was up there this weekend, right? Or last weekend, right?
No, I did not know we had one.
Oh, well, the bitch that robbed me was fucking working that thing. I wanted you to go beat her ass, but your fucking phone, you never called me back.
Well, I couldn't call you back because I didn't have my phone. By the time I got to my phone, it was cut off. Well, when I got my phone, I had it cut back on the same hour. But
oh, okay, cool. Well, I'm glad you're okay. I was kind of worried about you.
Yeah, I just rented a pickup truck. I had to haul some stuff around, so I ran one of those U-Haul pickup trucks and like pick up some furniture and haul some stuff off. I think. Did you say that? Did you tell him I did rent the pickup truck, didn't you?
I didn't tell him anything. I didn't tell him nothing. What's all that noise? Is that you, Ian?
Me.
Yeah, let me turn on the compressor. Hold on.
Yes, it's off. You mean turn it off?
That's like cricket.
No, I'm in Mississippi.
And at any rate, so Ian, please go mute when you're not talking. Whenever you're not talking, go mute, just so we don't hear that background noise. It's maddening.
Is that better? Is that better?
No, yes,
it's
infinitely
still making
better.
the noise.
Yeah, but
Okay,
it's
cool.
still better. But it's it's better. So how do you explain?
High pitched little noise. It's some kind of high pitched little.
Yeah, it is. It is pretty bad still. Just go mute whenever you're
It's
not.
not bad to me. No, Douglas gets more annoyed than me. I don't bother me.
Yeah, it's well. That's because thank you. Whenever you talk, you can unmute. And so let's go back to Colonel John Alexander. So here we are. Can you see this, Brooke? The cursor moving, honey.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, great. So then we go from there to this is Colonel John Alexander, and he was the man who started the U.S. Army's Jedi project. And you notice what it says: former military intelligence officer pursues supernatural phenomena. Yeah. Is there a unified theory of...
It's written. What is the date on that article?
2020. 2020.
2020. Okay.
Yeah, and fucking AI always creeps in. So, is there a unified theory of weirdness? Something that ties together seemingly unrelated phenomena such as UFOs, psychic abilities, near-death experiences, and more. One man who says yes is retired U.S. Army Intelligence Colonel John Alexander, baby-raping son of a bitch. Baby-eating motherfucker, co-religionist of Michael Aquino. Look at that evil, that smile. He's looking at you while you die.
Yeah, he looks sick too, though, in the eyes and the fur on the face.
Yeah.
Kind of like Aquino did. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Like, it's almost like
they got that
I always
look.
take that as a form of like liver or interior like
Yeah,
bowel
disorder, a form of liver disorder. Yes, that comes. So yeah, here he is. Look at that dead look on his face. He's like a. Here we are. This shows it best. It's here we are. Yes, look at that. The dead fish eyes. The dead fish eyes.
He looks like his last name should be Wallowitz.
Yeah, I mean he would freak me out more than Aquino for sure. Like I don't know. It's like Aquino tried to look scary with his eyebrows, but that guy's just scary looking.
Yeah, because he's psychotic. Yes. He was the guy involved with all this performance enhancement bullshit. I
feel like if you were in a horror movie, you've seen this, you're in a horror movie, and let's say there's a murderous like family, like the brother brings you into the house and he's gonna kill you, but they're crazy, and there's a dad there, and the dad walks in, and this is the dad, right? And he walks in, he's like, and he looks at the poor girl that's tied up, and she's like, "Will you please help me?" and he looks at her. He's just, son, untie her, and I will take her free. This is what I would do. I would know that man is 10 times worse and going to not untie me and let me go. He's going to kill me. You know how ends up being the person that really is the perpetrator is even worse because that's dumb. He looks like that kind that's got those evil. I don't know why that got me, but anyway.
Yeah, no, it's so true. It's so true. You got it. Oh, look at the fucker who cooperates with him.
Michio Kaku.
Yeah, Jap trash piece of shit, Michio Kaku. Yeah, and it goes to figure, and there they are. They're saying you're all being taken away. Now they got public hearings and bullshit, and it's.
Now, why don't you like Michio? What's his name? The Japanese. 'Cause I had some things I was against with him as well, but I wasn't sure why you were against.
Fuck! Look who he's affiliated with. Is it Richard Dolan? And Michael Aquino and John Alexander. This is their boys, honey. That's their boys. And they got that Jap trash piece of shit Michio Kaku just so they don't look like they're racist. And he goes out there and he pushes their bullshit.
Yeah, he's just being used as a puppet to regurgitate their propaganda.
Yeah, and there he goes himself. And find your truth. Yeah, and look at this fat trash piece of shit.
Because if there was any truth to that, there's no way the government and military would ever allow this to have any public knowledge.
Yes, seriously.
When they want to hide something, they hide. This is why the people don't know the Third Reich still exists and Japan won the war, because they were able to hide that and make up cover-ups to cover the shit they're really hiding.
Yeah, think about this, Brooke. Think about what's the logic behind a man who's supposed to be an intelligence officer, sworn to keep secrets, yet he keeps his fucking pension. They don't revoke his pension. They don't give him a dishonorable discharge, which you can do theoretically after someone's already retired. You can have a retroactive discharge that's dishonorable theoretically. I don't know if anyone's ever tried. But the whole point is that with that to consider, they come up and just say, oh, we're here to tell you there's aliens and the government's hiding it, but they're not bothering me. They're not trying to kill me while I tell you this. Is that not suspect?
Yeah, I mean, I do see it now. I think that to make it mainstream, they've slowly pushed it in. But if you look back at timelines, then he's doing this in 2020, and just because of what you say, knowing this now, the information of who they're tied to, it's very suspect.
Thank you.
But more importantly, one thing I was going to say is that what we had read on what was his name earlier that you said, Leval? I almost said Leve.
Vallely, yeah.
Vallely, yeah. What Vallely said on there, remember whatever you had me reading earlier, where he said that about the PSYOP, I wanted you to go back to that quote. I wanted you to explain more of what that meant.
Yeah.
So if America, if they have it, and if it's not real now, it will be because America.
Yes. Let's go. We can go back to that. But first off, take a look.
I wonder if that's not a hint to that anyway. The way it might be off, or could be double meaning. But I'm just wondering if something like that, is not. I don't know.
Yeah, by the way, you were talking about the horror film photographs. Here's John B. Alexander, PhD, horror film photograph extraordinaire. It's when I'm not playing Hannibal Lecter, I'm serving in the U.S. military. Yeah, and there he goes in his younger days, of course. So here's what we do. We look up General Paul Vallely again, and then see where we see that General...
movie on here,
or
some speaker thing. It says he's on, what am I on? I just clicked on his name again. Speaker.com. It says description. This was put out in January of 2023. General Vallely joins the Liberty Monks and calls out all constitutional Americans to fight for the country or lose it forever. It's something you can play on here.
Yeah, they want it in American Spring, similar to the Russian, the Arab Spring. And what I'm going to do here is post the link to this image, which we'll make larger now. And this is
lately Nemo. We're going to have to let you go. You're going to have to hang up on Nemo, okay? He didn't tell us his deals with Vallely here.
Who? What? Whoa.
Vallely is the founder of Nemo Arms.
Nemo Arms, holy shit. Yes. Yeah.
Nemo Arms Inc. of Boise, Idaho. Mhm.
Yeah.
Where does it say that?
Yes, I'll send you the. Let's see, I'll put the link in here. It was in the like when you hit more, the whole paragraph about it in the like third one. Let's see.
So I've got the image back up so you can read it to our listeners about where was it? It was right here. Here we are, right here. This is where it's at, honey.
Okay.
Right there next to the left of Aquino's head. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, it says okay. Along with yeah, because it is the one next to Aquino. It says along with fellow Colonel Michael Aquino, obviously, Vallely papered PSYOPs to Mind War. PSYOPs to Mind War. The Psychology of Victory, which contains the following passage. And this is the passage. It says, unlike PSYOP, Mind War has nothing to do with deception or even with selected, and therefore misleading truth. Rather, it states a whole truth that it does not, that's what I'm saying. It states a whole truth that if it does not exist now, it does not now exist, will be forced into existence by the will of the United States. So how can it be a truth if it doesn't exist now? Do you see where I'm like?
What they're saying is truth is what we make it. That's what they're saying. Is that that truth is relative because truth is what we make it. We make reality. That's what they're saying.
But he doesn't say that humans. He's not just talking about humans in like a psychological term like that, because he's saying it will be what will forced by the will of the United States. So it seems to be that he's referring to something more concrete or more than just over. Like that's what I referenced there, because I said, well, people make their own. The truth is what we make it. But he's saying the truth is what the United States makes it, right? The will of the United States. So that was why I was questioning what he was actually referring to, but I'm sure it's something in that book, maybe. Is that a book or a paper that
it's a book. It's a book. You know who has a copy and can send you maybe the PDF? Probably Aristides could look up the PDF and get us the PDF, but George Knight owns the actual copy. And George Knight actually lent it to a girl once who took forever to read it. And but she was reading it, and then he got it back from her. But the point with that was that it's a very difficult book to read. It's very, these books are always like,
Ian's crashing.
Which book? Which book?
It's called what's it called, honey? We can look back at the
PSYOP. I don't know.
PSYOP to Mind War. PSYOP to Mind War. What a fucking funny title, right? PSYOP to Mind War.
What? Aquino's book?
It's Aquino and Vallely together. Yeah, it's called.
I can get that. I can get that.
Yeah, and
if you give me a link to it or something, Ian, do you have the book, or do you have it online? Ian says he's got
PDF. It. Like, do you have it in PDF format, Ian?
I mean, come on, dude. Oh, he said he got the PDF.
Oh my god. Yes.
Can you get to? You can't get it right now though, because you don't have your computer, right?
Yeah. So let me show you guys something else, because Ian's says I got my hard drive. We're not talking about your prick, Ian.
I was gonna come up with a joke with that, dude. I'd let it go. Do that. There you go.
Oh shit.
Actually go. I got my hard dick, and then I mean drive. I got my hard drive.
Yeah, it's his hard drive, his joystick. It's his joystick. That's and so again, we're going to do the share screen here. While I want to show all of you something, and so can Aristides.
Ian, is he really going to work at Waffle House tomorrow?
I'm sorry, what, honey?
Did you hear that? Is he really going to work at Waffle House? I wanted to ask him because he said he was hanging up, or did he hang up?
He's not hung up. Jesus, the guy's got us, and we're all he's got.
I just want to know if he's going to work at Waffle House tomorrow. Like, if he is, I swear to God, we're going to go to Mississippi just to see him perhaps.
Oh, God, yeah. Or rather, especially if he's serving the tables. Oh, my God. I would go there just to see him waddle.
I know.
Just to see him waddle from table to table. I mean, it's just going to be... It's going to be like beer belly and butt crack all the way. I mean, fuck Hooters. It would be like watching Tweedledee and Tweedledum packed together in one man.
No,
Man,
but I tell you what I'll do is call up there for real. Ian, are you really working at the Waffle House? Because we don't have to fly there. I just call up there and get one of those Waffle House waitresses, get her on the phone, like I'm at the go order.
Yeah.
And I'm like, hey, does Ian West's new meth head guy, does he work there?
yeah.
Like, look,
In the
and
bunny
she can,
suit.
like,
In the
yeah,
bunny
and I was
suit.
Yeah, she's like, I was sucking that little bunny's dick last night. And I'm gonna be like, well, how about you take your camera and you record him, and I'll pay you $20 if you send me a video of him cooking or waddling.
Well, imagine if she takes a video from point of view, from while she's sucking his dick. All we would see is belly.
He has a 23-inch waist. I don't know that you can get much skinnier than that. Like, what do you want him to be, a beanpole? He's 23 inches.
Oh, anyway, so I don't know if you guys want this. Aristides, are you there? So, okay.
Barely, yeah.
Barely. So I sent these images to George Knight that I dug out of my files. Now, these are important. So, honey, there is the Andromeda Garret in all its glory, Brooke. And Aristides, you take a look at that. And that also...
It's Ian's silver penis.
Now, this is interesting. This was produced maybe the 70s? The world of the...
Like the bell thing. Yeah, come on.
I'm sorry, honey?
Similar to the bell shape that they had, the bell thing that...
Oh, well, kind of. This is the Flugelrad. This is the actual ship from World War II. Now, what's interesting is this was produced in the 60s or the 70s, but notice what they say. Space bases on the moon, inside a flying saucer, and they show a blueprint of the Nazi Flugelrad and UFOs versus jet fighters. Now, they're talking about the actual war between the Third Reich and the United States and American airspace, and of course, the amazing story of the flying saucers. Of course, they're not going to tell you they're a bunch of Nazis, that this is the Third Reich. But these are obviously mechanical. They're obvious.
I don't understand. Okay, this is one thing that I'm not understood. Like, so as I've taken all this in slowly, like throughout the last year or two, like the Third Reich being, originally when I came on, I was very much pro. Like, I was fairly certain, because maybe I bought into the whole psyop of UFOs, and I'm fairly certain now that you have a good point that it very well may be a psyop. But what I'm saying is, why would the Third Reich just go under? Why would they not? If they have all this technology, why would Hitler not continue to fight?
Because he found what he was looking for in Unterland, in the lands below. So this is what. Let's take a look at some of these before this last image here. Of course, this last image is a blueprint of one of the Andromeda Garrets. So this is basically, as I say, a crew complement of 20 officers. 180 enlisted personnel, 185 Marines, a total of 385 people, a parasite complement, that means it's drones, cutters, pinnaces. These are just killer drones that can be unleashed, or reconnaissance drones as well.
Thomas Marone, who was that?
I'm sorry, honey?
Thomas Marone.
Thomas Marone is an individual who's just the illustrator who produced the blueprint. He, as it says, unofficial, meaning it cannot be acknowledged officially. And then they bring up this Honor Harrington, which is a series of novels, which this David Weber, who was affiliated with the military, may have been in the military. He writes a series of science fiction novels in which he basically tries to Americanize these kinds of craft and this kind of technology, and say that in the future Americans will be able to do this shit, and we'll have our...
Like that, it says it has lasers on it, broadside armaments.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right, and all of this is quite accurate. It's basically the blueprint for the Nazi Andromeda Garret.
But if aliens aren't real, then where does Penny Bradley remember fighting in Mars and stuff?
Because those are cascade
implanted memories.
Yeah, they're implanted memories that are given to her to make the entire phenomenon of Nazi victory look as stupid as possible and as unbelievable as possible. But after showing you that, let's try and take you to another scene here. Let's see if I can do this without...
also, just
go on.
with that picture of the giant silver
Yeah.
cigar ship, where and when was that picture taken?
Fuck if I know. It was just in my
He
files.
didn't. George didn't tell you. All right.
No, it's my files.
Oh,
I sent
sure,
him that out of mine.
Oh, you sent him that.
Yeah, and so let's take a look at Planet Theo. Planet Theo.
that card game you got going on down there?
That's not me. That's not me. It's just why the laws of physics are inevitable.
Oh.
Yeah, it's just an article. By considering simple symmetries, physicists working on the bootstrap can rediscover the basic form of the known universe. You know, it's like, who cares? I mean, obviously it's important. I'm glad they're doing that. Okay, here we are. Let's find some good images. Anything but Wikipedia. But nevertheless, here we are. I think this is probably does it best. This is beautiful. It's nice. It's visually attractive. Good eye candy. Okay, so scientists, these are conventional scientists, mind you. These are not conspiracists. These are conventional geophysicists, astrophysicists, have concluded the ancient planet named Theia is buried deep inside of the Earth. They feel that this was how the moon was created, since the moon is proportionately, compared to the terrestrial planet that it's bound to gravitationally, the largest moon in our solar system. All other moons compared to, like Mars moons are tiny. Mars moons are so tiny, they can't even be called moons. They're moonlets. Venus doesn't even have a moon. Mercury doesn't have a moon. The closest that has a moon of comparable size to ours compared to the main body is Pluto, with Charon as one of its moons. But scientists for years wondered, generations, wondered why was our moon so proportionately large to our Earth? And it's what makes life possible on the Earth. And what they concluded was that, of course, aeons ago, when Earth was still very molten and fluid, before it hardened and congealed, the planet Theia crashed into it, and Earth ejected massive amounts of material that became the moon. That ultimately made life possible on Earth because its gravitational pull causes the tides which oxygenate our oceans. But within our Earth is the planet Theia. And what happened was the molten Earth absorbed it when the Earth was more malleable, and Theia is inside our Earth. So we are not just a binary planet with the moon and Earth being almost of proportion. We are a trinary planet with a planet inside of Earth. It is on the surface of planet Theia that the world river runs. There is, again, all geophysicists concur, these are conventional scientists, there is far more water under the Earth than there is upon the surface. All of that water corrodes through the rock, the mantle of Earth, the rock and cover which constitutes our continents. And our continents, of course, are under the water as well, because under the water is land. But that land is hollowed out by cavernous chasms, corroded by far more water underneath the surface than there is upon the surface. And that world river runs across the Earth over the surface of planet Theia. This is what the Nazis have colonized. Once Hitler discovered that new frontier, who had any need for the surface world? Everything was relocated down below, where he could have the Aryan race reproduce in peace away from the wars of the surface world with the technology they had developed. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. So
what was
yes,
like
Nemo?
what more detail could you give us about the environment, the quality of the environment on this other inner Earth surface?
Well, we know that there's rain because all of the moisture from the world river it basically collects on the surface and then rains back down. So it has an ecosystem with rain, like on the surface world. The only thing it's really missing is light. So we know that except...
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask about. Like, what is taking place of the sun here?
In place of the sun, there is nothing. The life forms are all blind, and most of them albino and colorless, and of course
that's what he was looking for. That was his goal, to go blind.
No, they brought the light.
I don't care. I'll be really white. I won't be able to see if you're white or not. I won't even know what color you are because I'll be blind. But like, what was the point?
That they brought the light.
What's down there that he really wanted?
Well, of course, what you have are all the elements necessary for life. You have water, you have rain.
We have that here.
I'm sorry, honey?
We have that here, but we don't go blind because we have sunlight.
Yes, but you also have solar radiation.
Fruits and vegetables without sunlight.
Yeah, honey.
Elemental, you're gonna use fake sunlight. Obviously.
Honey, no, there's vegetables that go down there. Let me give you an example here. Let's take a look at this, just so you know. Before, here we are. Before trees, mushrooms grew tall. Here we are, over Earth. Okay, long before trees overtook the land, Earth was covered by giant mushrooms. From around 420 million to 350 million years ago, when land plants were still the relatively new kids on the evolutionary block, and the tallest trees stood just a few feet high, giant spires of life poked from the earth. These mushrooms were much taller than trees. And some of the primitive ones look like this, but the majority of them look like this. These are what the forests look like in Winterland. So the mushrooms grow in the dark. And what the Nazis brought with them was artificial light. And this was something the original inhabitants did not have. Before the Nazis, there were other populations that descended. One of them that was trapped beneath the earth was a mining colony of Romans. And their society developed underneath England. A man wrote about them calling his title of his book Land Under England. It was a bestseller before World War II. He described searching for his father, who was obsessed with the Roman Empire and traumatized from World War I. And his father found the entry into this an aspect of Winterland, one of the minor caverns under England. And when he went to search for his father had converted to the Roman cause and would not leave to return to the surface world. In fact, tried to kill his own son to prevent the secret from getting out that there was a land under England. When the son wrote about the book, everybody purchased it. It was a bestseller, but he said, "Oh, it's fiction. It's fiction," and in reality, it was not. He wanted to express his experience, but his experience described the greatest challenge the Roman community faced was the darkness. They were very much afraid of the surrounding dark, surrounded themselves with the light they could create from oil and various other elements that they could burn, but they had developed into a very different society that a normal human could not adapt into. When his father finally adapted into their society, he identified with them so much he no longer identified as a surface worlder. These people were very different, these Romans. They, of course, learned to farm the giant kinds of animals that inhabit the lands below, giant spiders and snakes, which were edible, farmed and domesticated to a degree. And this is the world below. It's very different from ours above, but it is an ecosystem. And with the introduction of artificial light, many other elements of plant life could be introduced and grown in hydroponic gardens. And so it's its own world. It's its own ecosystem, and it has certainly its own riverine wildlife in terms of what can be fished, and it has its own animals that can be cultivated. Of course, they needed many things from the surface world for a long time to help them adapt, and they got that out of trade with the United States and the surface world, other nations as well, and they got it out of blackmail. And that was through causing havoc with triggering the massive blackouts in New York that resulted in hundreds, if not thousands, of deaths and showed the surface world just how vulnerable they were. There was also, of course, always the threat of triggering the Bell Bomb in the Canary Islands of La Palma. Let me show you that. La Palma tsunami. La Palma
Is that the bomb that has the invisible explosion?
Yes, because it's not really an explosion. It's basically shifting basically, here we are. I'll show you something else. Let's see if...
So it has no blast force?
No, not really. That's correct. Very astute. Ganges Island. Here we are on the map. Is dear Brooke still with us? I mean, yes, there we are, dear lady. Okay, so what happened with Ganges Island? Before World War II, there was an island off the coast of Japan. Let's see if we can find something other than Wikipedia, simply because I hate Wikipedia with a passion. So let's go here to...
You're off screen share, by the way.
Oh, fuck. Okay, so how did that happen? All right, so here we go. Back on screen share. So I'm trying to get off Wikipedia and find a source for any map other than Wikipedia, because Wikipedia makes me sick. Okay, and fuck, we're still Wikipedia. Okay, we'll just have to make do. There we are. Nakana Torishima. This is Nakani Torishima. This is Southern Bird Island, and this is part of Tokyo, technically, making Tokyo even larger than it is and stretching way out into the Pacific. This island was actually closer than Southern Bird Island, which came to be known as Monster Island. But with this island, it was the real Monster Island. What Hirohito did was he took Komodo dragons and interbred them with other species of lizards that spit their venom. And they became so out of control and grew so large, they began to carnivorously cannibalize each other. They were certainly a danger to humanity. At the end of the war, what they demonstrated was the bell bomb. So let me pull up an image of Die Glock and show you what that bell bomb looks like. Our man was looking for a good image of the bell bomb. I hope George Knight gets back to him. Die Glock. So here we are, a good image of the Nazi bell, Die Glock. This would be a fairly good image. This would be a good model. But basically, it thinks this is probably one of the better images of it. And of course, here we go. This is Die Glock, and Die Glock is what the Germans developed in order to affect gravity in particular. It is basically the engine for those ships, those rod-shaped ships. This is the motivating factor, or the primary ability that gives them the ability to fly, float, however you phrase it.
I thought it was for the time device, like time travel. And I heard you in the last show say that it
impacts time as well, because if you impact gravity and space and time, they're all essentially part of the same fabric of reality. If you're traveling through space, you travel through time. And the Glock impacts all three of these elements. So what happens is it can also make... It's like nuclear power can be used to light up a city, or it can be used to blow one up. Not only can this do these productive things, it can also be used as a bomb.
A weapon.
So when it's used as a bomb, what it does is it doesn't blow something up, it phases it out of this reality. So in order to demonstrate to the Americans that they had this capacity, the Japanese were given one of the German bell bombs, one of the German Glock, and they used that to make Ganges Island, in which all these large, ravenous, venom-spitting Komodo dragons, for what, in case you didn't know it, Komodo dragon poison is one of the most lethal poisons in the world, but Komodo dragons have to bite you to insert it. If you developed a dragon that can spit it, as Emperor Hirohito did through his biological research, you're creating something that's so deadly, it simply can, well, dissolve you by spitting on you. Breeding many of these dragons, they have a regenerative capacity. It makes them fairly less vulnerable than your average living being. So they were so dangerous, they were isolated on Ganges Island, which the Japanese then made disappear. By making this island disappear, the tectonics are different in the Pacific. It doesn't trigger a tsunami. In the Ganges Island is no longer on the map. As a matter of fact, they will all claim that it never existed. My father, however, before World War II, stepped foot on that goddamn island. That island fucking existed. The Japanese triggered the bell bomb, and it no longer existed. And the message was delivered. what happened was Spain was an ally of Germany during World War II that managed to pass itself off as neutral. By doing so, the Spanish maintained a fascist government complete with death camps all the way up until the 1970s when their Führer, their dictator, Franco, finally died. But because they Germans and Italians helped them win their civil war against the communists, they helped by dispatching a division to fight the Russians during World War II, but they didn't formally join the Axis. The Axis actually seriously considered invading them in order to close down British Gibraltar in the south of Spain. Since the Axis never did that, as World War II was drawing to a close, the Nazis demanded that they allow the Germans to implant a bomb on their Canary Islands, which are owned by Spain. The bombs are planted in La Palma, and if they were triggered, they would make La Palma disappear. The plate tectonics, the geophysiology is such that if La Palma disappears, it triggers a tsunami that wipes out this much of the world. All of the Atlantic seaboard of the United States, northern Brazil, and of course, maritime Canada. Most of America's industries were based on the Atlantic seaboard. It would have destroyed America as a civilization had the Nazis triggered that bomb. It was that blackmail that enabled the Nazi high command to escape, among other things that they had as factoring in their favor. Yeah, it was this that was also used to force the Americans to send them supplies. But the Nazis gave them trade. As a matter of fact, the most important trade the Nazis have to offer is in eugenics, which increases the lifespan of people in power. So most of the people in the Western world are glad to help the Nazis in exchange for eugenics formulae that help extend their lifespans. This is part of the arrangement that has worked out over the years. So that's the general state of affairs, but there's also defections. This is what I explained to George Knight, and he can bring that up the next time he joins us. I had him review the movie Alternative 3, in which the British talked about scientists, artists disappearing. And they were also talking about global warming. And they tried to make it look like they were in control by saying, well, we're really relocating all these people to the moon and Mars. That's not the reality at all. The majority of claims in Antarctica, where the Nazis escaped to, and Arctic claims by Britain, New Zealand, and Australia. Basically, these three nations in the British Commonwealth claim the majority of the Antarctic. So in terms of what we look at this chart here, that hopefully we can make larger, there we are. The United Kingdom claims this nice big red pie. Australia claims half of fucking Antarctica. New Zealand claims the remainder. Only one amount is unclaimed, and that, of course, is that where the Germans have the majority of their interests. So when we have this situation, you can compare United Kingdom, Australia, and New Zealand, all part of the British Commonwealth. The majority of Australia is claimed by the British and their Commonwealth nations. And many of their scientists were disappearing. Many of them were defecting to Unterland. They made that movie, Alternative 3, as a cover-up for that fact. The reason that we know this is because Britain had a law saying that nobody who's involved with reporting journalism can ever go into acting, because that would confuse people. It would confuse fantasy with reality. Yet they had an individual who was working as a
I'll be right back. Somebody's outside my house. I'll be right back.
Oh, Jesus, are you okay? Bring a gun.
I don't know. It's just a huge truck.
Jesus. Okay. Well, that's frightening. I hope she's all right. Okay, well, you know, I'm probably getting too pedantic in what I'm explaining anyway. But you know, such being what it is.
So those bombs at Canary Island are still ready to go. 'At any moment. Yes,
as a matter of fact, the concern is that the they're probably degenerated to the point where they might explode without the Third Reich even intentionally triggering them.
Goodbye, East Coast America.
Yes, indeed. That's what would be called a true Black Swan event. And
All right.
so in terms of all of that, Jesus, I hope she stays safe. That's really disturbing. A big truck outside her home. I'm like, always concerned about her and as to how that.
Probably just some redneck.
Jesus, that's supposed to comfort us. Does that make it better?
I need jumper cables.
And that's always a dangerous opening. Let me see if I can.
I'm surprised
Go on.
West Coast hasn't been hit by a tsunami yet, considering all the fucking earthquakes they get out there.
The geophysics are different. It's not that it can't happen, but it's and sometimes it does happen. But it's not too much to overdwell on. Let's see what comments have been entered by Ian West here. He was, Doug is right about the Canary Islands. Thank you, Ian. When Ian verifies something I say, I get concerned that it's going to discredit everything I say.
And then he says the deep state
they threatened to trigger them.
Years ago.
Yeah, of course. There's nothing like it. That's like saying the deep state threatened to commit suicide. That's like the. Oh my God! So Ian West joined us. There we are.
Why would they threaten to trigger them? Well, are they going to get out of it?
Well, first of all, how could they trigger them?
Exactly. Yeah. All like they just try to damage it for it to explode or some shit.
Yes, maybe. And he says because
like to shoot at it.
Well, now you know everything Ian is saying is based on QAnon because he says because of Trump. See, in other words, they're unhappy with Trump, and it's like that's all QAnon shit. That's all.
Yeah, I know.
QAnon makes Trump look like he's the ninja hero who's fighting all the chomos, the child molesters and shit. See, if Brooke never comes back, we know that she was taken out and killed by. She shouldn't just go out there like that, and she needs to buy a fucking
gun.
She doesn't.
I thought she owns a gun.
Oh, Jesus! Well, we won't talk about that topic because we don't want to give away her security situation. No. But
well, I just assumed everybody in South Carolina had a gun.
Yes.
I'm back.
Oh, thank God! We were so worried about you. You've got to purchase a gun. Who was it?
I do have a gun.
Yes, thank you. There we are. Good.
So she does.
Yes, that's right.
Okay, I'm not legally. Just stop it, both of you. I don't want to talk about this.
Yes.
Anyway, I'm safe.
Who was it?
I don't know. So it's Vaughn. Because I had to go down the steps, obviously, to get out my door and then go down the steps. And I heard it. I live in a quiet neighborhood and a quiet cul-de-sac, and I live in a cul-de-sac, and it's happened 3 times. So last night it was more like 1 in the morning, and then I guess in the night before something like that, but it was late because I was right before I was going to sleep, and I would hear this car, and it would go in the corner and it would turn down my street, but it was only I don't know, there's 10 houses on my street, so there's no reason to come down it and come down that late. And so and being that I am it's a quiet neighborhood, most people are all I'm the wild one of the bunch, I guess you would say. Meaning, I was just thinking, who is riding by here? So I figured if it was somebody, it would be something for me, whether it was, my mafia crew that attacked the truck, or I don't know. So I just wanted to make sure that there wasn't somebody out there because I had my car out there, and then some furniture. I just bought a new table.
Well, believe me, I'm just so glad you're all right. And for God's sake, yes, this is something to be concerned about. Obviously, I agree with you. It almost certainly has to do with you. And it's almost certainly a form of harassment meant to terrorize you.
Yeah, I thought it could be. I thought it might be, the people that left the sticker on the truck, like the small clean thing.
Yes.
Because they could just be riding back by, maybe because, they're out. Obviously, they do that at night. They did that. I don't know. But
still, I think they satisfied their lust for vengeance. I think they, satisfied their lust.
They're not doing anything else. I don't know. It could be, I don't know. Probably one of old Larry's probably people he used to get drugs from or something. Probably like they're looking for him since he hadn't been around. They're like, we had got drugs in months. Where is he?
Hopefully that's
They shouldn't
just
know
the
where
case.
to live. None of these. That's why I was concerned because no one like that should know where I live.
No,
right?
yeah, but
So,
but everyone knows where you live because of this show. the Vietnamese know where you. The Vietnamese know where you live.
Well, I mean, yeah, the Vietnamese are over. They knew exactly. They just Google my name.
Fuck. Can you see this cursor moving around, honey? I do want you to keep talking, but can you see this cursor moving around, darling?
Good.
Okay, so let's show you this because it's so much fun. Here we are. Look at this. Long before trees overtook the land, Earth was covered by giant mushrooms, and then they show, that's Osama bin Laden digging up fossils and shit. Well, with this photograph, though, this photograph's nice. I mean, two white guys. One of them is like, imagine what eating a mushroom like that does to you. Either it shuts down your kidneys immediately, or it gives you one hell of a psychedelic rush. Or both. You probably die high as fuck. So, Ian would tell us, he could tell us what it's like to eat one of these babies. Look at this.
Those are psychedelic mushrooms that are that size?
I wish. Look at this man. He says it wasn't the dog, but the mother of all mushrooms. Like, what the fuck? He mistook that for his dog? Giant freaking puffball mushrooms. See, everybody's got them. How do all these people have all this shit and you don't?
I had mushrooms. I had mushrooms. The officer took them from me.
Yeah, that's
and
right.
I had more mushrooms.
So Ari, you gotta send her more. And this old man. How do all these people get these big fucking ass mushrooms? Like what the fuck? It's like everybody's got them except look at that. Look at this motherfucker. He's like and this family here. It's like this fucker. He looks like Psycho he's Norman Bates. You know Norman Bates from the Psycho franchise. Doesn't that look like him? Am I right? Anthony Perkins.
Yeah.
Anthony Perkins.
Oh yeah, a little bit.
Oh shit, not a little bit. Fuck, that's his clone, man.
Well, I've got it. Also, I can't see. Like I can't see good. Plus, I'm going blind anyway.
Heather's blind. Poor Heather. Yeah, she was sending me. I asked AI to do a picture of you, and it did this. It doesn't look like you. It was a bunch of urban landscapes. I says, I thought she was being cute. Then it turned out it actually did something that was supposed to be me and doesn't look like me. This fucker, look at that. See, really large mushrooms. So if they're growing up here on the surface world, that let's see if we can find that guy again. This fucker, look at this. I mean, if they're growing up on the surface world like this, you can imagine what they're like in Unterland. But they just had to discern the edibles from the toxins. But of course.
Yeah, but again, I'm just asking you. Here's my thing. Because I do remember Hitler as well. My great uncle here that I wrote my beautiful paper on. I remember him very well as far as what he said and what I learned of him because I was not negative on him. But what I will say is, what did he accomplish going there?
Whoa,
because if he wanted to go there, right, and he's had this war, and he could win the war, is what you're saying, with all his technology. Well, I would personally, that's fine and dandy.
No,
he don't have access to the sun and the
whoa. He couldn't win the war on the surface world. The surface world war was unwinnable. He's fighting against the entire world, except for the Axis nations, like Japan, his greatest ally. When it came to the English Empire, the Russian Empire...
Yeah, but they had so much technology is what you're saying. Like, they had this technology.
Yes, but you're talking about quality versus quantity, and there's a saying that quantity has a quality all its own. There's also the factor of why bother to stay on the surface world when you have all of these enemies to deal with constantly, and what do you do with them if you conquer the surface world? Kill them all? Or allow your own ethnos to be bred out of existence. He was trying to seek a place to breed an ideal race, a Nordic Aryan ideal. And the place to do that would be Unterland, free from the persecution of the surface world, and free from the need to prosecute war on an endless immediate basis. That was the immediate benefit of Unterland. And now they have an entire planet within our world, the surface of that planet within our world, or rather the river that courses through the surface of that planet. And within that world, they have succeeded in breeding an adapted race that was towards Hitler's ideal without the need to suffer constant warfare on the surface world, which was doing everything it could to exterminate them. Remember, the Allies were waging an exterminatory war, a genocidal war. They intended to exterminate the German race. This was the official statements that were unleashed at the time. So rather than stay on the surface and deal with that, even with advanced technology, considering the industrial output capacity of the United States and their supply of the natural resources to Russia and England, and just all of the enormous resources that they had brought to bear, Hitler staved them off with the largest army in the world. He had the largest army in the world if you took it into account alone, but it was outnumbered by the three armies of the empires of Britain and America and Russia put together. Britain, of course, with its colonial troops, literally India has a population of 1 billion people. The British had as much manpower as the Americans or the Russians, the majority of it colored. And simply going into Winterland to evade all of that, and thereby using your technology to your advantage to return to the surface world whenever you want it, well, after a while they realized they didn't need to return to the surface world and never wanted to return.
Even though they didn't need to, it would have been nice if they just fucking got rid of the enemies. Fucking hell. Finish what you started. Well, not that they started, but they, when it came to the final solution, they started that, and they should finish the final solution.
Well, I understand what you're saying, but bear in mind that they did finish the final solution in Europe. The population of Jews in Europe has never been this. It never recovered.
Yeah. Well, I meant worldwide.
But all that being said,
the technology, it's been ages now, so they should be more than capable, and just to fly up and zap out a few cities that should be wiped out. And
well, they demonstrated what they could do with the blackout in New York as one good example.
Yeah.
But the end result is, don't forget.
But this time they got to destroy.
Well,
they got to laser beam New York.
we don't know what's going to happen in the future, but what we do know is that they are still dependent on trade. It's like the Japanese. What would have been the point of the Japanese unleashing all the biological weapons? They would have done so if the Americans had forced them to do so by refusing to sue for peace. But once the Americans sued for peace and opened up their markets, then that's how Japan became the second richest nation on earth, or the second most prosperous nation on earth, and the second largest economy in the world for the longest period of time, until they invested in China and made that the largest economy. But with the Nazis, it's the same deal. It's like, since the markets are open, why destroy the goose that laid the golden eggs? The communists. Yeah. I'm sorry? Yeah.
Well, not all, not causing mass, just certain places that probably should be.
No, I get what you're saying, but it's like, is it worth the effort? Because that would lead into a war with the surface world.
Yeah, that's what I'd do.
I understand, but it's not necessarily something the right can afford even today. We don't know what their population is right now, but we assume that it has around a core population that really is not that large. Probably something equal to Israel, or maybe double, triple, quadruple that. We don't know, but it's not going to be large compared to the surface world. And it's there you have it. It's not like you have much manpower. So the manpower that they do have, of course, is no longer technically even human. They're something kind of superhuman. Probably surface worlders would consider them subhuman. For one thing, the surface world is useless.
Well, they just say alien because they've been programmed.
Yeah, that's right.
Like
but true enough, yeah, because they're programming and indoctrination, most people would just say alien if they were to see them. But just so people understand, the Unterlanders, the inner Aryans, the intraterrestrials, or the Tayans, as they've been called as well, they are now so used to a sterile environment that if they were to come upon the surface world without suited protection, like biohazard suits, they'd die of our diseases. Yeah. So what use is the surface world to them now? And
have they made like hybrid breeds like to live on the surface world, but they're working for the Third Reich in exile? Like they have some of their own people who have been genetically altered and bred to.
This is what they use people
to carry out a role on the surface world.
This is what they use people like Marina Sarin for. Marina Sarin has suffered some intrauterine medical issues. This has to deal with the fact that her eggs have been stolen fairly repeatedly. Some woman.
It's funny how you talk about her and who is that? Like Penny Bradley. You talk about them differently.
Yes, that's right, honey. That's because no one wants to steal Penny Bradley's eggs. Help me out here, Nemo. Aristides.
Yeah, obviously.
Yes, thank you. Yes, that's right. Penny Bradley is a victim who has basically memories that have been implanted into her to make this entire phenomenon look as stupid and as unbelievable as possible. Marina Sarin, on the other hand, is much more believable. Yes, that's because she looks the role.
Oh, what does look the role mean?
That means that her eggs are desirable to the Unterlanders, with which to breed people hybrids that can work on the surface of the world in their service. Yes, that's right. I've got it all figured out, Brooke.
I mean, Marina Sarin has a pretty big feet. You know, like I wouldn't want to daughter with that. Jenny Bradley's pretty short, and you don't know what she looked like when she was Marina Sarin's age. So I'm not really sure. I feel like you're ageist, and you're sexist, and you're racist.
Are there any individuals?
You're an if.
Are there any individuals you would suspect that probably is that's on the surface world working for the Third Reich?
Okay. Well, one man that I know of historically. I'll have to look his name up.
Who the fuck is Rinky?
Tell her about James Rink. Ian West, come on and tell her about James Rink. And I'll share a screen and show her James Rink. Okay. James Rink. Here we are. James Rink. Let's look him up. This ought to be funny. I'll see what comes up. Let's do a little screen share here. Okay, I'm going to share screen. Let's see if James Rink actually has some images up. Here we are. Here we go, honey. Here's James Rink, or what Ian West cruelly calls Rinky Dink. And here he is with Secret Space Conference. Oh, yes. He would know. I mean, after all, I've never seen a man so qualified. Super soldier. Why, yes.
Yeah,
Look at this.
James Rink. Yeah, I know who James Rink is now. No, I knew that. Like, I didn't know who he was referring to, but yeah.
Yes, that's right. Here he is now. I mean, with those puppy dog eyes. How could you disbelieve?
He's a fucking idiot. Like, I used to watch his shit on. He popped up on my. This is before I come on here, and before I knew what Super Soldier was, and I was like, "What the fuck is he talking about?"
Is he claiming he's a super soldier, or is he just talking about the topic?
Tell him, Brooke!
He says he has memories. It was the same one I'm thinking of. Like, he has these, like, just like Penny Bradley, it's like they didn't remember it, but then suddenly they start remembering stuff. So it's kind of like what I would call, like, I don't know, a dream when I was drunk or high, and I wouldn't fix my life. Suddenly, like, latch onto it, and like, oh my god, I dreamed last night. I was flying through the air and on the moon, and there was an alien dragon, and I shot it, and green shit came out, and that's what I do now. That was what I was doing for the Secret Service, apparently. And I'm like, didn't you just work at McDonald's last week?
Yeah.
Like, how did this come out? Like, this is pretty much the way it is. But,
Thank you.
Is it common that these fucking people who claim to be super soldiers are like the handsome people, like they were picked by these old Freemasons to get butt slammed and then be these puppets?
It's like maybe that's giving it too much credit. I mean, these guys are like, look at this. 330 years and back. There you go, James Rink, 330 years and back. It's like, what does that even mean? But if he's trying to claim he's been around for 330 years, he ages well. But anyway, it just goes on. Our man Ian West says that he thinks James Rink is dying now. Here we are, James Rink.
Why do you think he's dying?
Yes, tell us, Ian. Come on with us. And who's this girl he's got with him? What kind of girl would have bought into his shit?
He looks like shit. Well, damn, Ian, I like shit sometimes too. I run on dying. You look like shit.
You say what girl buys into his shit? You know, Gigi Allen had a hot blonde girlfriend.
At any rate, God help us all. There's got to be.
No, I know shit means bad. He looks bad, but what do you mean he's dying? Like,
yeah.
You mean
Ian,
we're all dying, technically, I guess.
Yeah, Ian, come off mute. Ian, come off mute. Come on.
He'll get in trouble with his grandma. He's not allowed to talk. His aunt will beat this crap out of him.
Yeah,
he gets in trouble.
And yeah, oh yeah, his aunt straps on that dildo and she slams his ass because he won't take out the garbage.
That's how we do it in Mississippi.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, just put on the accent, Nemo. You haven't got the accent right. That's how
I don't have the energy.
That's how we do it in Mississippi. Yeah. He says, I'll send you a video. No, Ian West. You know, Brooke, what I love about Ian West is when he said, we blew up. What did you blow up, Ian? What did you blow up? Tunnels? What tunnels? It was something you did. He says, we blew up Boulder.
Oh, yeah, we blew up the tunnels. We were down there. Yeah, and I was like...
Yeah. Has he told you that, Brooke? That same shit? Yeah, we...
Yeah, so remember I was that sense, and I was like, well, were you down there? You saw this? Like, it was like, oh, yeah.
Where does that come from? What? Why is he... I was down there. He identified the cloning factories. He uncovered the cloning factories.
Yeah, he was down there on that girl after she ran through 137 guys, and you went down on her.
Was he also under the Denver airport?
Later that week, I guess.
Oh, shit. Yeah, and Lockheed Martin. Yeah, I was down there. Yeah, it was... oh, my God.
While you were in Colorado, did you take a trip to the Denver airport, Ian? Yeah. I'm saying that as a joke. Because they have big underground construction there.
Yes, of course. He says, I did ride the train under Denver. Yes. This is just cruel. We're being cruel now. I mean...
And did you
fly
a plane over John Denver? That's a horrible joke.
Oh, shit. But it's funny.
Did you know that they named Denver after John Denver, because originally it was called Denver, but then that's associated with Satanism, and they wanted us to think good things about Denver, so they named it after John Denver because he was so good.
She's
he was a good guy.
Nemo, she's making it up.
I thought she was being serious.
No,
I read it on QAnon stuff, man.
I just know John Denver was a famous musician. And he died in a fucking
innocent and good, and so they want everybody to think they wanted to associate Denver with Denver.
I hear you
instead of Denver, which because if you look up the word like Denver, it was like PH or F. Yeah. That's what it was called. It was like some kind of Satanist shit.
I hear.
And he was a pilot. He was a licensed pilot, and he took one of his planes out for a spin.
Yeah,
and it fucking blew up.
Yeah. Oh, now Ian's telling us John Denver was a sniper in Vietnam. Yes, of course.
Did he serve in no?
No. No. I heard John Denver was a snotty little shit.
He actually did serve in Vietnam as a sniper.
Did
He's right about that.
You're kidding me.
No, I'm not kidding you at all.
Oh man, you can't be that you can't be serious.
He was the second sniper in the Vietnam War. 70 confirmed kills.
You gotta be fucking.
His father was.
Cut the shit. Oh my God! Let me see this. John Denver, sniper, Vietnam. Let's see this shit. John Denver, sniper, Vietnam.
There's nothing about
that. Yeah, interesting. John Denver fact. Google. It's a Google group. Seems that John was the second most decorated sniper in the Vietnam War, with 70 some confirmed kills. Not even an exact number. It's like, let me take a look at the images here. This is like, okay, well, let's take a look at, did John Denver serve as a sniper in Vietnam War? False. This is
Yeah,
complete.
he didn't. I know
Yeah,
it's
that's
not
all
on the thing. I
false.
don't know who wrote that. Like, it's
Yeah.
the first thing that comes up, but he
Thank you.
didn't.
It's
His
just
father
But
was in
the reason is because what happened is he did so, but you have to go into that third page.
Yeah.
So he was under another name. So he was a whole government thing. So they changed his other name back to Jerry Weintraub. That's when he became John Denver. So John Denver's history, he wasn't a sniper, but he actually was a sniper. But you can look up Jerry Weintraub book or something.
Yeah, no, it's all false. Like I said, please. It's like, so John. Now take a look at what our man Ian wrote, Brooke. I love you, Brooke.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Love you too.
Yeah. I'm coming down tomorrow, Brooke. I'm coming down. Interesting how he chose you before his aunt and his grandma. I'm coming down, Brooke. Coming down to your place, Brooke. Moving in. I'm moving in just like that. Just like that. And he just expected you to just lay back and spread your legs. I mean, just like that. Yeah.
I was like, that's what when he said, oh yeah, Ian, fuck you. You said I was running my mouth for 45 fucking minutes.
Yeah, I just want to quickly add in that John Denver's father was a U.S. Air Force officer. So that it's typical. It's just like another musician who had a parent affiliated in the military.
Yeah.
But it's so obvious.
Denver, he was accused of Nazism.
I never heard of that.
Yeah. They just, it's just anything to.
If they're slandering him, that means this guy must have been a pretty good guy, and they just wanted to make him.
Yeah, it
look
was
like
Weintraub.
bad
Weintraub was actually like which I'm sure Weintraub was spelled like Weinstein. It's probably Jewish. I'm assuming.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Weintraub was a producer in Hollywood.
Yeah.
He signed Denver like in the 70s, but I think it was like sometime, I don't know, mid 70s maybe. That the Weintraub guy or whatever it was that started him threw him out. Like this story of there's a story of him throwing him out of his office. Like I was reading that and accusing him of Nazism.
All right. Oh, that's typical. Yeah, that he probably said something that had nothing to do with National Socialism, but he offended this bloody fucking Ashkenazi, and he said, "You're Nazi. You're a Nazi." That's what they do when you piss them off. They just call you a Nazi.
It's
Like I saw a video of this of a Gentile man who was traveling in Israel, and then he got his own place there and his own property and shit. But these Israeli kids were just on his property, and he was standing on his property with the camera filming them and all this shit. And they're telling him to get off their land. This is my land, my land. You're a Nazi. You're a Nazi, because he was filming them, like, harassing him.
Yeah, it's.
Well, he I think
and he
like
did
so it says, I think it's kind of cool that back like that was in the early 70s, and he said he was quoted as saying after discussing that in Weintraub and leaving Weintraub, his producer, in I think actually it was 82. It says that he ended it. So it says in 1982, and it says he said, and of course, he said I've been my principles to support something he wanted of me. Now, I mean, now that we know so much of what goes on, you tell me what that was. But it says and he said, and of course, every time you bend your principles, whether because you don't want to worry about it or because you're afraid to stand up for fear of what you might lose, you sell your soul to the devil.
And these Ashkenazis are the devil. That's what they mean when they say they sold their soul to the devil. They sold their soul to these people that run the entertainment industry.
It's a
metaphor.
Who did you call them though? What did you call them? You said he sold himself to who? Who's the devil?
He
the
calls
Ashkenazis are the devils.
By the way, he pronounces what most people pronounce as Ashkenazi Jews. Nemo says that the correct pronunciation is actually Ashkenazi. That's probably true, because most of the time these Southwest Asian or South Asian names are somewhat like that, where the pronunciation of the Z can be a hard Z. So that could be true. Either way, it's the problem is when you use that term to most people in the West, it confuses them, or maybe just shuts them down. They just kind of shut down when they hear that. So just use the Ashkenazi to make your point. It would be, probably better that way. But I get what you're saying. But just for future reference. I mean, just to get more people to listen to what you're saying. But in
Did I
terms,
say it wrong?
I don't think you said it.
Word.
The word, like I said, it's basically you say tomato, I say tomato. There's probably some dialects that pronounce it like that, but because most people in the West do not.
I don't even know what Ashkenazi is.
Okay. So let's
Eastern
just
European
Jews, Eastern European Jews, yeah.
Turkish descendants who migrated to Eastern Europe, breeded with them, then migrated to America and Israel.
Yeah. It's just basically the Sephardim Jewish people are Semitic, more like Arabs ethnically, but the Ashkenazi Jews are much more white, and so they're like Turkic that moved into Eastern Europe and then to America and Israel. It's just like me.
Romania and
That's right. As a matter of fact, I could show you the map. So here we are.
And they're not real Jews. They just took on the identity of Judaism.
Right, and here, can you see?
What makes you a real Jew? I guess that would be more the definition.
Whoa! Oh, here, I'll give you a look. So, can you see this, Brooke? See this cursor movie? Okay, so this is what I'm writing right now, and what I'm writing right now is basically about. I'm adding in all these maps and some eye candy illustrations. And basically, what it comes down to is about 40 pages of what I would say is the main body of the text. But it's my geopolitics. It's kind of like my version of Hitler's second book, but it's my own geopolitics of this day and age, rather than what he wrote was the geopolitics of his day and age. The rest of this book, if you will, which is about 400 pages, is footnotes. I'm still working on it, so it's going to go more pages than this. But among the footnotes, where I point out, of course, the difference between Northern Africa and Southern Africa. Northern Africa is Muslim, Southern Africa is Christian. Most people don't know it's divided. So here we are with the Jewish Pale of Settlement. So let me get rid of the goddamn AI. So there is an actual book by the title of The Jewish Dark Continent. So, the Jewish Dark Continent, Life and Death in the Russian Pale of Settlement, the Jews conquered Russia.
Oh, wait, are you sharing screen? Because I don't see you sharing screen.
I'm sharing screen.
I see it now. Never mind. Okay, my screen went away. I told you.
Okay.
All right, go ahead.
Yeah. So, in the book, which is nonfiction, written by a Jew, The Jewish Dark Continent, Life and Death in the Russian Pale of Settlement, the Jews conquered Russia, and this is the area of Russia that they conquered, the Jewish Pale of Settlement in Russia. So this is all of Eastern Europe, from the Baltic Sea to the Black Sea. This was the Jewish Empire. This is where the Ashkenazim come from. And
so right there at the lowest part down there,
Crimea.
That right there. Yeah, what would that be now?
The Crimea Peninsula.
That's Crimea. Okay.
Yes. And that the Russians now occupy. So at any rate, the other important point to make about, okay, so what constitutes a real Jew? So when we go down a little bit to that section of my footnotes that covers that, here we are, down past Pakistan and everything I'm writing about that, one of the major terrorist nations on earth. Here I'm talking about America's civil war. Oh, I might have skipped the Jewish part, but we'll get back to it if I did. But let's take a look now. Here we are.
That blue and red state thing you got.
Oh, okay. Well, this is the Kaiser of Germany and his wife. Fuck, if I can get it to hook up the way I want it, and I'll go back to the blue thing that you asked about because it requires some context. The Kaiser of Germany got married to this wonderful lady, and that makes them the union of two of the most royal houses in Germany.
He looks a little bit like the prince, doesn't he?
Well, they're all related. Yeah, the British royalty is related to the Germans. Kaiser Wilhelm and the Queen of England were cousins when they started World War One together.
God, those two people together, though, just stare at their noses really fast. Look at those two noses. Oh, God, those poor kids.
Let me take a look at their noses. What's wrong with their noses?
Okay, look at his nose is like just really wide, okay, long.
Yeah.
And then look at her. She looks like she got some hump on the middle of that shit.
Yes.
Yeah,
yes.
it looks ribbed.
Well, just think of Star Trek, where everyone has those brow ridges, and and then Now, before he married her, he had a bachelor party in San Francisco, where I showed up as the male stripper and sat on his lap. As you can see, he's thrilled.
Is that you?
Yes, that's me. I was much younger in those days. You
You look like you should be in a boy band in Japan or something.
Thank you. and as you can see, he just can't get enough of me.
That guy's not
he's
even.
so
That's
sad.
a dead body right there. First of all. That's not alive. As a matter of fact, I think those are two dolls. I'm gonna ask you. These are two dolls. They're like, look at his face. He's not fucking alive. He's dead. Let me tell you, if that's you, then you're admitting this guy's dead and you assassinated him and propped him up for a picture. I'm gonna tell you right now, that guy's not fucking alive. He's got blood coming out of his fucking eye, bloodshot, and it looks like a fucking dead dog.
Oh my God! Oh, you're so cruel. Okay, down further. Here we are. So this is now, honey. See this big shield of David? It's not a star, it's a shield. And the little shield of David down here is Israel, modern Israel. But you can see the big shield of David is migrating into all of Eastern Europe.
Why do you want to call it a shield versus a star? Is there a reason for the terminology difference?
There is, but it's basically the Jews themselves do not like to refer to that symbol as the Star of David. They call it the Shield of David. It's a shield, not a star. I have no idea. It's just just a point to be
I was
made.
making sure there wasn't an importance to it, like that you were saying. Like,
not that I remember consciously. Thank you for asking. It's a valid question. I wish I had the answer. But here we are. So this is like the Abraham axis. This is, of course, Israel. Many of the nations that have now aligned with Israel. But the point is, Israel playing the victim. Two kinds of victimists that Zionists tell. So let me just go past this stuff because that's like gets us involved with all of that. I have this, of course, on the Jewish Herodian insurgency, where they all came to basically love King Herod, and that's when God biblically broke his covenant with the Jewish people and established Christianity as a covenant with all peoples other than Jews. So, that being said, that's biblical, by the way, just so people understand that. But this one here, there has been a great deal of speculation ever since that the international Jews behind worldwide banking and trading cabals are actually related to a corrupt tribe of Hazarians that converted to Judaism in the 10th century. This book provides a history of the Hazars, including their conversion to Judaism, their relationship to Russian Jews, and the Bolsheviks' revolution, and their impact on the Jewish claims to Israel. Now, Kostler is the author. Kostler advances the thesis that the Ashkenazi Jews are not descended from the historical Israelites of antiquity, but from Hazars, a Turkic people originating in and populating an empire north of and between the Black Sea and Caspian Sea. Kostler's hypothesis is that the Hazars, who converted to Judaism in the 8th century, migrated westwards into Eastern Europe, primarily Ukraine, Poland, Belarus, Lithuania, Hungary, and Germany, in the 12th and 13th centuries when the Hazar Empire was collapsing. So the 13th tribe is the book it's required reading for every school child, and the Hazar Empire and its heritage. Author Kostler, the author was a pro-Zionist Hungarian Jew. His book traces the history, and it could go on, but then I wrote my own review of the book. So my review of the book's written down here. Basically, since millions of Americans accept a dogma that God has a chosen land and a chosen people, the Jews, then the question, who is a Jew, takes on political connotations that impinge on national and international decisions. Now, in his carefully researched book entitled The 13th Tribe, author Kostler refutes the idea of a Jewish race. Moreover, he says that most Jews of the contemporary world did not come from Palestine and are not even of Semitic origin. His research shows that most Jews originated in what today is the Soviet Union, and that a group of people there became Jews through conversion on the orders of their king. So all of this I review, and I'm going to send you a copy along with other people when I'm done. But one of the things I point out that the Ashkenazim at the same period were about 11 million. And Kostler adds further detail. After the destruction of their empire, they moved into Europe itself. And let me go as further. Here, this is one of the important points. Needless to say, this book has been difficult to find. It disappears from many library shelves. A check at the Library of Congress reveals that the most prestigious library of our land had one reading copy. That one copy, however, is, quote unquote, missing from the shelf. No shit. There you have it. So, New Zionist myths, I point out. So anyhow, so there you have it. Now, the logical question would be, who are the real Jews? Well, this is what we know, honey. And going up a bit further to my actual context, meaning the actual meat of the text of the book, if you could call this a book, it's basically a paper with tons of footnotes. This is what happened. The Yayoi immigrants. In 732 BC, the Assyrians sundered Israel. The 10 Hebrew tribes were exiled. That was the same century that Japan transformed from the Stone Age of Jomon into the Bronze and Iron Age of Yayoi. The influx of Jewish tribes immigrating to the subcontinental superarchipelago of Japan swelled the population 10 times over in but a single century. With vast changes in culture and technologies, the Nazi historian Joseph Heidelberg led the Heidelberg Exposition, which proved the deployment of new bronze and iron weapons as deployed in Israel, then became deployed in Japan at that time. So all of the Jews of Davidian descent moved to Japan. The Japanese are the true Jewish people, which is why the Allies sought to exterminate them under Jewish influence. The Ark of the Covenant is buried on Mount Tsurugi on Shikoku Island. In 1930, the literary...
Where are you getting this from again? Where is this?
Well,
Where are you reading it?
This is basically history. As I said, the Nazi historian Joseph Heidelberg led the Heidelberg Exposition. This is my book I'm writing.
I'm just saying, like, so this information that, like, got from this expedition, like, so it says that all the Jews, what year was this? The real Jews went to Japan?
732 BC, 732 years before Christ. The Assyrians sundered Israel. These are just my notes before fleshing it out.
Okay.
The 10 Hebrew...
I was just looking up some other stuff on the scenes as well, so I kind of I just wanted to see if I made sure I didn't hear something wrong.
Yeah. And the 10 Hebrew tribes went into exile. All of them disappeared. Where they went to is Japan. That was the same century that the Japanese population exploded 10 times its original size in a single 100 years. And with vast changes in culture and technology from the Stone Age to the Bronze and Iron Age. This is why, of course, many of the symbols on the Japanese hierarchy, their Yamato dynasty, are the Shield of David. But they're of the true Davidian line. That's why the phony Jews, the Ashkenazim in America, with their influence and their powerful Jewish lobby, convinced the Americans to try and exterminate the Japanese. The Japanese are the real Jews, with the Ark of the Covenant buried on Mount Tsurugi on Shikoku Island. So,
Oh my gosh, what is the Ark of the Covenant?
Well, the Kojiki, the Japanese Bible, sprackest of a sacred artifact identical in description to the Ark. The Takane excavation from 1952 to 1963, the year my sister was born, they unearthed marble corridors, human mummies, the brick arch and artifacts. The emperor then declared it a nature preserve to prevent any further excavation. But the hidden histories speak of the formation of the Japanese islands. This is the Kojiki. And so the Kojiki speaks of the Ark. That's the Japanese Bible that was basically published, if you will use that term, 712 years before Christ.
But the Ark of the Covenant, the way it's described, is not like it's the Bible. So there's so many interpretations for what the Ark of the Covenant actually is. I was just wondering what yours belief is there and where you were basing that on.
Well, sure. Let's turn towards some other examples of this. We can look up basically, let me see if we can have that, not necessarily here, but here, let me stop sharing screen for a minute, then go over to here, and goddamn, that artificial intellect band keeps, I wish there was some way I could find a way to eliminate that. Okay, give me just a second here. Chris, and here we are. See if I can find this. Oh, Mishkan. That's the keyword. Mishkan. Okay, there we are. Okay. Either that or the Kojiki. So let me see if this is. Okay. God Emperor Jimmu, Heracles, Gaia, Christ. Oh, yes, here's what I need to do. Mishkan. Okay, there we are. So, let me go back to sharing screen here, honey, since you asked. So, what happened was, basically, okay. Now, the Makuya, that's the Japanese word for Hebrew, ha-ivriit. The Makoya people of Japan, their word Mishkan means the residence, which refers to the Holy Tabernacle. That's the portable shrine where God and man encounter per Exodus in the Bible. That's chapter 29, verses 42 through 43. Basically, in Japan, the empire's first Hebrew-Japanese dictionary was compiled upon the arrival on Japanese shores between 600 to 500 years before Christ. That's contemporaneous to commencement of the written Japanese calendar commemorating the coronation of their first emperor, per the Western calendrical system. It's the conviction of the Makuya, or the Mishkan, the Jewish minority of Japan, and Japan has always had this Jewish minority, that the triune sacred treasures of the most ancient extant imperial dynasty on earth are Judaic relics bearing the shield of David, the six-pointed symbol of Yahuda, or Judea. Now, what we need to do now is take a look at this, and I'll show you. Okay, Japanese portable shrine. Now, all over Japan, you're going to see these, and you see them at every parade where the people are carrying these portable shrines all over Japan. And these are replicas of the Ark of the Covenant, carried exactly the way the Jews carried them. So this is where the Japanese get that tradition from. So this has been part of Japan's existence for thousands of years. And if you take a look at, here we are, hopefully this shows up soon enough. This is another good image. Here we are. This is a good image of one of those parades where they're carrying the portable shrine. And so all of this harkens back to the Davidian heritage of the Ark of the Covenant. The fact that the Japanese are the real heirs of the Davidian line of royalty from the original 10 tribes makes all these phony Jews hate their guts and want to exterminate them. This is why World War II happened. It was just part of the dynamics of the conflict. And so in terms of that dynamic, it's hard for many Americans to comprehend, but that's the fact. All of the Jews in Israel today are descendants, in the main, from these Turkic people who converted to Judaism long after the sundering of the tribes. in, as was said, the 10th century. When people speak of this in many reviews, they use the term hypothesis or thesis. There's nothing hypothetical or theoretical about it. It's the genetic fact that is proven when most Israeli Jews are tested genetically. They're completely white. They're Turkic. And they're not Semitic at all. It's been made even worse by the fact that all of the Russian Jews have relocated to Israel after America stopped accepting them. 1/3 of Israel's population now is Russian. So Israel is like the least Jewish place on fucking earth. It's a joke. It's a sick fucking joke. They're a bunch of genocidal maniacs living off a myth. This is like whatever kind of northern propagandist, some kind of, I guess we'd call them retro-Lincolnite. They always say, those rednecks down south are living off a myth. I mean, fuck.
But wasn't it the 10 tribes? My question, though, is the 10 tribes that disappeared.
Yes.
Those were the ones, like, so, I don't really, again, the Bible I look at as historical in some regards, but not fact at all. But so I look at it as more, personally look at it as more, metaphorical. But I would say, like, so I was reminding myself on the 10 tribes. So on the 10 tribes, that was when they supposedly forsake the covenant with God and went and served other gods. And so it says the Lord the God rooted them out and cast them into another land at this day. So those 10 tribes would have been rooted out of so if you see what I'm saying? So depending on, I don't know back then, I mean, obviously what you're calling, Jews, because, it was even Christopher Columbus tried to say he thought that he had found the 10 tribes when he came here. But I'm just trying to figure out, like, people want, and it does say, like, Israel believes that the 10 tribes will be found.
Did you just say Christopher Columbus thought he found the 10 tribes when he came here? That wasn't the case. He never said that.
Columbus identified America with this land.
Well, Columbus wanted America as the new Zion to relocate the Jews from Europe into. That's what he wanted.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, that's what it said. Well, it basically said the name of the land beyond the great rivers, because it had said in the book of whatever it is.
He wrote his own book of prophecies. I don't know if you knew that. Columbus wrote his own book of prophecies. And but he definitely
no, but this one was going off that ES side. I don't know what it is. Like ESD.
Okay.
Like it's a small.
No worries. I can
look, the name of the land beyond the great river. They were referring. They thought to Euphrates River. Is far away from the habitation of man. They said it took a year and a half to get there from where they were kicked out. So it's a year and a half travel. And those are the only things that seem to be mostly agreed on, that it was a way over the river.
Well, and basically what he was saying was over the Great River in this case meant the Atlantic Ocean, and that they had landed in North America, and this was going to be the new Zion, which he was claiming for the Jewish people who came over by the thousands. They've proven that through genetic testing. So these were conversos, or claiming they had converted to Catholicism so they could escape the Inquisition, then came over to America to start their new empire based on the genocide of the American Indians and the shipment of black slaves from Africa to North America to replace the American Indians they had killed, to do all the scut work and hard labor. The Indians as slaves all died off, so the blacks proved hardier and more capable of survival. So,
no, I think that was Columbus's interpretation.
Yes.
So obviously Esdras, this was in the Bible. Esdras was where it says in the Bible about their land and how it was. That was Columbus's, wanting it to be maybe that. But my bigger question is, why would Columbus want it to be that? Like, let's just pretend like I could see if if everybody's looking for a pot of gold, right? Then you'd be like, I found the pot of gold. I think this is it. But why would you want this pot of gold? I mean, why do you want to find where the 10 tribes went? Because supposedly these are people that are Christians or Jews that, Jews at times, sorry, these people that didn't forsake the God. And if you're believing in this God and you believe this God kicked them out of the land, why do you want to find those people to begin with? Like, you see, if you're following that train of thought, if your train of thought is what the Bible says.
Okay, can you see the cursor moving around, honey?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I may be wrong. I'm just trying to understand what the.
Here's what I can tell you.
Because it makes no sense to me why anyone's looking for them and thinking it's great.
Right. Here's what I can tell you. This is what I can tell you. in terms of basically, let's take a look at the conversos.
Or maybe it wasn't them that was the ones that were taken out, and it was the bad ones that were there. Is that what it was?
Well, this is what I can tell you. Christopher Columbus's son was a proper slave trader, the sea slave trade pioneer. Jewish holidays were slave trading holidays in the USA. Columbus's real name is Salvador Fernando Zarco. The Jews in Spain fell into two groups: the conversos, the converts who embraced Catholicism and renounced Judaism, and the marranos, meaning swine, who feigned conversion but secretly continued with their own religious practices. The marranos were those compulsorily converted Jews and their descendants who outwardly became Christians but secretly continued to meet in the synagogue and celebrated feast days and observed the Jewish Sabbath. Now, of course, the Spanish Inquisition sought them out to annihilate them and would burn them at the stake if they discovered them, even in America. But what I can tell you is that they came by the thousands to the North America and South America, and this has been proven by genetic testing. The stories have always persisted of people across Latin America who didn't eat pork, candles lit on Friday nights, mirrors covered for mourning. So this new study examining the DNA of thousands of Latin Americans revealed the extent of their Sephardic Jewish ancestry. So the Jews came and settled the American hemisphere after slaughtering the Indians. They slaughtered so many of them, 55 million, that they ushered in the Little Ice Age. So in terms of one of the points I'm trying to make in this book with the number of people that were killed, I mean, it's just outrageous. It's almost indescribable. Columbus, of course, wrote his own book of prophecies, like I said, in which he was trying to prophesize the taking of America as being something that was...
What year was this that all the slaughtering happened again?
1492. As soon as Columbus discovered America, he slaughtered, and let me get to the number here, 55 million. 55 million, if you can imagine that. See, the elimination, here we are. A study has proven this. The Little Ice Age was caused by the death of 55 million indigenous people after colonization. The elimination of nearly 55 million of indigenous people in the Americas during Columbus's original colonization. See, Columbus contributed to the Little Ice Age. See, so the scientists showed a link between the explorer and a dip in temperatures. Here's why that happened. When they killed that many millions of Indians, no one was left to farm the land, and it reforested. When all of America reforested and became wilderness again because the Indians were no longer farming it, then they shipped in all these black slaves to replace them, and that depopulated Western Africa, which also reforested, became the jungle that it is today in the Congo. As a result, these forests took up so much energy, the oxygen of the earth, by becoming enormous carbon sinks, that they caused a drop in temperature that caused an ice age. All of this because of one Jewish madman and all of these Jewish people greedy for land, starting their new Zion in the Americas, killing all the natives and enslaving all the blacks that they possibly could. This makes what my father Hitler do look understandable. You see the context and why he did what he had to do. He was delivering karmic justice to a genocidal population of people acting as if they were the chosen people of God when they weren't even the real people who had vacated Israel thousands of years before to relocate in Japan. This is the insanity of this population which runs America today through the Jewish lobby and causes us to give hundreds of billions of dollars to Israel while it exterminates other races, while all of our cities go broke here in the United States. This is madness. But this is the ultimate result of Columbus's conquest, the rule by this minority of maniacs. This is what we're dealing with.
This is the result of who? What did you say?
Columbus's mania and his descendants. When it came to Okay, converso. Let's find that. Converso. This is like the terrible irony of Columbus. Columbus's last will and testament clearly indicate he's a crypto Jew. I go into explaining that, but let's say we go beyond that to the conversos. There's this scientist who was in charge of the genetic study, Juan Camilo Chacon Duque, or I think it's pronounced Duque. He's a geneticist at the Natural History Museum of London who co-authored the paper. He basically found out, aside from the genetic record, which now suggests that conversos, these people who shared ancestry with them, came to the Americas in disproportionate numbers. They were escaping persecution from the Spanish Inquisition, so they continued their Jewish practices. So Chacon Duque and his colleagues, they pieced together this genetic record, sampling 6,500 people across Brazil and all these other nations, compared it to 2,300 people all over the world, found nearly a quarter of the Latin Americans shared 5% or more of their ancestry with people living in North Africa and the Eastern Mediterranean, including self-identified Sephardic Jews. So these geneticists noticed the traces of these rare genetic diseases prevalent in Jews popping up in Latin America. Okay, this is purely, this is proof beyond doubt. Now, what happened was that the same man who was co-author of the study, he submitted his own DNA, and he, like the thousands of others who volunteered, found out he has converso ancestry too. So he's another fucking crypto Jew. It goes to show the majority of people who are a sizable minority, so sizable as to be a quarter of the population, is Jewish in Latin America. That's how much they conquered after Columbus. That's it's there you go. And beyond that, when you take a look at the Columbian Exchange and like I said, 55 million people dead, and it resulted in that little ice age. This has all been scientifically proven. It's not something that I'm pulling out of my ass. These are studies. Here we are, this recent study. University College London found that the Great Dying, the massive loss of life that followed Christopher Columbus's 1492 conquest of the Americas through genocide and the spread of disease, left roughly 56 million hectares of land abandoned, meaning depopulated. That means they killed everybody off. It says, here we are, the new research proves the explorers' influence reached to the skies. Basically, the new impact at a recent meeting of geologists in Minneapolis. Geologists, of course, they say what they study. Now, by connecting the different studies like puzzle pieces, Neville and his colleagues have linked the explorers, Columbus's arrival, to a period of cold temperatures called the Little Ice Age. Lasted from the 16th to the 19th century, 300 fucking years, during which time the temperatures dropped. Slow-moving rivers of ice called glaciers formed in northern Europe. After Columbus and other explorers arrived in the Americas, the Native Americans died. They were no longer there to clear the fields. The trees grew back. Trees breathe, but not like people. Trees breathing works the opposite way. They absorb carbon dioxide and release oxygen. So Neville and his team found that the trees that grew on the previously cleared land, meaning developed by Indians, covered an area at least twice the size of California. And these trees removed between 2 billion to 17 billion tons of carbon dioxide gas from the air. Now that's what traps heat and helps the atmosphere stay warm. That's why a massive withdrawal caused a drop in temperature. So what Columbus did was he created what was called a necromantic winter. That means a winter of the dead. He killed so many people, he caused climate change before there was even industry. And this has been confirmed by Michael Mann, a climate researcher at the Pennsylvania State University and State College. So this is all cross-reference between other scientists. Earth scientist Jed Kaplan studies climate change at Federal Polytechnic School of Lausanne in Switzerland. At any rate, He says there's nothing else happening in the rest of the world at this time in terms of human land use that could explain this rapid carbon uptake. This population practice a substantial.
Yeah, I
amount-
think. I mean,
Yeah.
okay. So I'm just gonna pull off there because I just want to pull out real quick and say this.
Sure.
I was not negating anything that you said on. I mean, there was never a question to me that there's a good chance Christopher Columbus killed a billion people, trillion people. I don't know. I don't need numbers.
A lot. Yeah, a lot. Yeah.
Horrible person, did a lot of things bad, right?
Yes.
As far as history goes. So, what I would though, where I think I would defer and ask you to consider the fact that I would believe he was more from the Byzantine, a Byzantine and not a Jew. You're putting it on Jew, and I just want to be clarified when we took your definition of Jew, but to me, Christopher Columbus was from like the Byzantine Empire.
No, he was definitely had nothing to do with the Byzantine Empire. The Byzantine Empire is centered on Constantinople. So they have the Orthodox Christian religion. The Spanish Inquisition was Roman Catholic. It was the Roman Catholic Church that was persecuting the Jews in Spain, and Columbus was working for the King and Queen of Spain. So he was definitely a mercenary hired.
So he was persecuting the Jews, is what you're saying?
No, the King and Queen of Spain were. But
he was working for them, right?
He was working for them. As a matter of fact, he blackmailed.
Wasn't he having sex with the Queen?
Yes, what happened was Christopher Columbus was having sex with the Queen of Spain, and he blackmailed her. And he said, I'm really Jewish, and if I let the church know you've been sleeping with a Jew, you're going to burn at the stake with me. And so she financed his expedition to get him the hell out of Spain, to get him as far away as possible. She said, fine, go to your new world, Jew, and take your people with you. So he went to the new world to kill as many people as he could so he could move his people to the new world, and that's exactly what he did. It's been proven by the genetic record. So there's...
He went and he did what again? He took and he
led his people to the promised land of America, where he slaughtered all the indigenous population and replaced the majority of them with Jews.
And Gentile workers to build the world.
But you're saying he was a Jew. That's what you're saying then.
Yes, most definitely. That's beyond doubt. I could give you further evidence about that, but we'd only be belaboring the obvious.
What was his real name again? Sorry. So I want to type that up.
Sure. Okay. Let's look that up again. Okay. Frank Zarco. There we are. Zarco. Let me look this up. Okay. Salvador Fernando Zarco.
Salvador.
Fernando Zarco.
Fernando.
Yeah. Zarco. Zarco. Yeah. Salvador, like El Salvador. Fernando, and then Zarco.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks.
And
yeah, because I was wondering what his real name was. I was expecting his last name to be like fucking Abraham or some shit like that.
No, he was Jewish by ethnicity, but they had warped their names. So half the time Jews will adopt the name of the whatever state they're parasitizing. That's why when you go into Jewish cemeteries here in California, there's a bunch of Jewish gravestones that say Hitler, Führer, Kaiser. You'd think you were in a Nazi cemetery, but they're all a bunch of Jews. And that's because they adopted names like Hitler, Führer, and Kaiser just so they thought the Germans would accept them. But the Germans used the prototypes of genetic testing, heavy genealogical research mostly in those days, but Mengele was beginning genetic testing, and they were able to identify them and kill them when they could. And with every reason. As far as my father was concerned, they were the mass murderers of the Native Americans who the Germans had great sympathy with. The Germans felt that the indigenous peoples of America were Aryan relatives, that they were... the Mormons, of course, believe that...
they thought that was a real Israelites, but God cursed them and turned their skin red or some shit.
Well, no, the Mormons believe that the 12 tribes of Israel... Remember, 10 tribes went to Japan. That means 2 tribes are missing.
Just by the way, I'm just going by what I heard off South Park when they were making fun of Mormons and what they believe.
Yeah, understood. But the Mormons believe that the two tribes that vanished went to America and became the Native Americans in the North and South America. Their whole religion is based on this. So the Mormons always treated the Indians well. The Indians respected the Mormons because the Mormons would be the men with long hair. They were the only men with long hair were the Mormons. So the Indians would say, "Oh, let the men with the long hair live." They wouldn't scalp them or kill them because they recognized
they weren't genocide or
they weren't genocide. Yeah, and
so they're an okay, I guess you could say, a neutral religious cult, even though it's a cult.
Yeah,
Mormon.
They're like a religious cultic empire that wanted their own kingdom on earth, and this is one thing to remember about them. What I've always respected about the Mormons is that they fought a long-running guerrilla warfare against the United States government and ultimately left the United States. Back in here, I'll show you a map that'll make sense of that. Let's share screen again so that I can at least cover that history briefly. Just briefly, I'll just show that. So if we take a look at, say, for instance, Constitutional Amendment. Here we are, and there. See this map? Okay. So, Brooke, can you see this map?
Yeah.
Okay. So this shows land already ceded, meaning given to the U.S. government. By the way, I hear my echo, Brooke. If you can. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, there we are. These were lands still held by Indians. This was 1850 to 1859. Now, between 1850 and 1859, all this land was Indian land. And what happened was the Mormons were targeted for extermination in the United States. And so the Mormons left the United States and went to Utah, this state here centered on the Great Salt Lake. And that was because the United States government was out to exterminate them all. So they migrated out of the United States and established their own kingdom out in the middle of Indian territory. So they need to be respected for that. Not to mention, I like their idea of having multiple wives, which they still should have kept legal rather than ceding that to the United States. They could have gotten away with it, really. And hopefully someday they'll go back to it. There's still plenty that practice it.
I think that's punishment for, like, you couldn't handle one wife. I mean, I think that is hilarious that any man thinks it would be
well, if you're rich enough, you can
to
just
have
give
multiple
them
women
homes.
that are all fed up with you and don't want to sleep with you.
Well, this is
and just need you to support them.
By
the
way, she's right. Well, no, let's put it this way, Nemo. Brooke is right. Brooke is absolutely right. There was this one guy that I saw on YouTube. He was called Takedown Man. Let's see if he's still up there. Let's look for Takedown Man on YouTube. Takedown Man specialized in going into the deep web. And he would say, I dive into the deep web so you don't have to. And but Takedown Man, I would see a lot of times, would be shouting into the camera from inside of his truck. Or
he had multiple wives.
Yeah, or shouting into the forest, with his camera on. He looks like shit now. Look at this poor son of a bitch. Takedown Man interview. That poor son of a bitch. Look at that guy. He's the guy on the right, and he looks all stressed out. He looks like it's
baggy
like
eyes.
Yeah. And I kept wondering, why is this guy so stressed? Why is this guy shouting at the camera out in the woods in the middle of the night or in his truck? So then I realized when I found out he was a Mormon and practiced polygamy. That was his venting and catharting the only time he had alone because his wives were driving him crazy. They were just killing him. And yes, Brooke is absolutely right. But you see, Brooke, the reason that the plan fell through is because if the Mormons had kept it legal, then all of this could be above ground, and they wouldn't need to keep their woman hidden from the public, and this is why their women torment them. It's if they had allowed it to be kept legal, it would all be above board, and it would be a
Okay, I don't know if you have heard of a thing called a television or your computer, obviously your own one, but there's a thing called, like, I don't know, what's his name and his 8 wives or whatever the fuck they got going on. They got these Mormon shows on TV that actually people do it out there. It's legal in Utah, okay? And they show this poor guy, and I was just thinking,
wait, just to be technical.
These women, and you know how? Just imagine one woman, you come home bitching, and you're tired from work, and she's like, I need to tell you about my day, and we need to talk about my day, okay? But now, whoa, just that one woman's already like, I don't get enough attention from you. And did you have some more money to go get my nails done? Whatever you need. You don't appreciate what I do. Whatever her bitching problem is, because every woman's got one, Mormon or not. And now, God forbid PMS. Now he just added 5 more fucking wives to that. So now on top of that, all of them, and each one has to take a turn with him. So one night a week. So the rest of the time they ain't getting him. So then they're just bitching too. They're like, and I ain't. You don't even. You talk to him more.
Don't forget there's 2 other factors. Don't forget the 2 other factors of like.
He has to hear that from every fucking other wife, every fucking night of the week. That's what he fucking wants to come home to. Just another.
What?
He should have just married Muslim women, and he wouldn't have to worry about arguing or nagging.
Oh God, Brooke, can you believe that level of cultural?
But that's true.
What did he say again? Repeat that.
If he just married Muslim women, he wouldn't have that dilemma what you'd have with marrying multiple Western women.
Yeah, or you know what? If he just married, like, I don't know, a dog and tied it up.
I wouldn't recommend a man getting multiple wives unless he's very wealthy and can buy them each a separate home.
But by the way, in all fairness, to add to what Brooke was describing, add into that the factor of menopause. Some wife going into menopause, while the other wives that Mormons have are just entering adolescence, because a lot of times they're marrying them underage. So they're just beginning.
You have 20-year-old wives. His original wife that went on that show, he had one, his first wife, she was like in her 40s going 50, and then he had like a 25-year-old to 30. These kids, oh my God. I don't know how the man, I honestly don't know how the man supported them. I mean, they had kids with every one of these wives, just going down the line.
Oh, by the way, from what I understand, Brooke, now you might be right, but my understanding is this, is that all of that is illegal, even in Utah, but it's simply the state government doesn't prosecute it. That's my understanding, that they're not enforcing the national law. That's my understanding. Does
anybody remember?
What's that, honey?
Does anybody know? It was Sister Wives, wasn't it?
Oh, the name of the show. I'm sure we could find it. That's not.
Sister Wives. You have not seen that?
No, I haven't. But I know that would be just unbearable. It would be unbearable. But Brooke, this is my point. You see, in ancient China, where my culture derives from, we had concubines. There was the primary wife, and there were concubines, because the wife would eventually get tired of sleeping with the guy and say, you know what, just get yourself some concubines, because I really never liked you anyway. And then the guy would have the younger concubines to, take to the sack, and the wife would be basically like the madame in a whorehouse. She'd be in charge and give them all the orders. They all had to respect the original wife. But you see, in situations like that, where the estate is very large in ancient China, and these wives are all in a household, but they all have separate functions and, different responsibilities, it all worked out so much better. It wasn't like this Mormon deal where it's ghettoized. You see, in the Utah state,
you're right. It does say that they because they kicked him out of Utah because they were on that show so much that in 2010 the Sister Wives debuted. Lehigh, Utah announced that they were investigating Cody Brown's husband and his wives for possible charges of bigamy, a 3rd-degree felony, because he was basically, it says that they turned over their evidence, but Brown was only legally married to one woman. The police were still able to note that state code identifies bigamy through cohabitation, not just legal marriage contracts.
Right, but beyond that, it's more like the reason they would prosecute him is because he's basically given them a bad name, right? He's given them a bad...
Yeah, because he's exploiting it. It's on air, and all that. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and And basically, shout out to Christopher Rinel of Germany, and of course Amor Fadi in Mexico is with us. So blessings to both you gentlemen, hugs to both you gentlemen. Appreciate both you gentlemen here. While I send them hugs so that they can see that message, because I hate to let them feel left out. Yes, here's the thing though, Brooke. It's like you heard what I said about ancient China, and obviously with the Muslims, it was usually a wealthy nobleman who had all of the women, sometimes up to 100 or several hundred of them, living in a separate estate. So he didn't have to live with them. He would just go over there to visit with them when he wanted to fuck. I mean, to me,
Did you say it was a Muslim?
Yeah, those are Muslims do that shit. Yeah.
So let me break down what I'm actually getting from tonight. So I know we're talking about all different stuff, but here's what I'm getting. I'm getting from, like, so you just mentioned the Muslims, and we just had to, let's see where we spiraled there, which is one thing. All right, the Muslims, we don't have to get too far in the weeds with that. We just know what you just said. That isn't a good thing. We know right now Muslims out fucking a bunch of women. That's a religion. That's Muslims. They were doing that. Also, we have a lot of other things coming from Muslim that probably aren't.
Yeah, like terrorism and shit.
Yeah. Now let's backtrack a little. Let's backtrack to where we just started this. We were at Christopher Columbus killing all these fucking people and horrible things he did. Whether those people were from a tribe or not a tribe doesn't really matter to me. It was bad. Okay, so now we got badness. Now, how did that badness come about? Well, you have, let's see, the he was a Jew. He was a Jew that was hiding himself from his evil Jewish ways, but he wanted to kill these people, and he was funded by the Christianity that was basically started with.
Well, just to give you some,
three main religions,
right,
of the world,
right.
Like basically everything you said wrong with this, or the bad things tonight, has either been attributed to Jews, Christians, or Muslims.
Yeah.
So do you see what my problem with religion is here?
Yeah, absolutely. The Abrahamites. These are the Abrahamite monotheists. Yeah.
And remember these phony Jews that they originate from a savage. They originate from a savage tribe. That explains their psychotic and genocidal tendencies.
But what Brooke is saying, what Brooke is.
Somebody that doesn't believe in Jesus and is mean. But you know what? Most of those people might believe in Jesus, but still be mean or cold-hearted or racist or sexist or,
all kinds. Yeah, that's right.
Some real Christians or not. At the end of the day, what I should with Christian would not be call themselves a Christian. I think the truest Christians would say, I don't need religion. But I'm not judging people that do. I'm saying that if you have Christ in you and you're following God, you don't the rules or law books to tell you if you ate meat on Friday, you might go to hell too. No, that is.
Right. But by the way, is somebody snoring, Ursula?
Someone's snoring.
Oh, they just went mute. Thank God.
Yeah. You don't have to be a part of a church or religion.
I have the microphone pointed right at his nose. I'm so sorry.
Oh, okay. Oh God, that was so scary. I thought Aristides was, turning into a werewolf, just like my neighbor a few doors.
Earlier that I said.
I'm sorry. What did you say? What? What's that, Nemo?
Blind and deaf dog that I was talking
about. Oh, right.
Earlier.
Oh, got it. Yeah, hold on. Nemo, what were you saying?
I was just saying what she said before is right. You don't have to be a part of a religion or go to church to have a personal relationship with Jesus Christ.
Oh, no. I appreciate all that. But what Brooke is saying is that Brooke is pursuing what Brooke is pursuing is a kind of gnosis, meaning knowing, the knowing, as opposed to pistis, which is faith. You see, but pistis, this was the difference between the church and the early Christians, and this is what led to the Gnostic phenomenon. The Gnostic people were some of the practitioners of Christianity who did not need a church. And so they felt they had a personal relationship with the Christ, and their religion developed very differently, and they have different concepts. Perhaps this has to do with the Essenes. I'll have to look more into what the Essenes are about. But when it comes to the Gnostic phenomena, I know a bit about that. And so again, gnosis means knowledge, pistis means faith, and the pistis, Ian West says, what's a pistis? Pistis. It's a Latin word for faith. But
And Pisces also is the sign of the fish, which they symbolize.
but that's spelled
Jesus.
differently. Spelled differently. Yeah, but Pisces does go back to Jesus. Yes, the fish. Thank you. Yeah. But just so I can clarify this, with all respect to what you're saying, Brooke, and I do respect it. It's we can always have communities like that, and but you see, it's kind of like this. It's kind of like economics. When you say, let's talk about pure capitalism or pure communism. Well, the closest thing you have to pure communism would be Eskimo tribes above the Arctic Circle, where everything is shared. They kill a whale or a sea lion, and all of the meat is distributed equally to each according to his abilities, from each according to their abilities, to each according to their needs, that sort of thing. It's very collectivist. It's kind of like pre-ideological communalism. In Africa, you have almost pure capitalism in some tribes, where whoever can make the best bows or spears can sell them to everyone else, and services are provided by who basically a kind of meritocratic remuneration. Whoever does best at something gets paid the most for what they do. So these things can exist at the tribal level, pure capitalism, pure communism, but we're ideologically filtering them through a more educated filter that is not, we're imposing our own values upon them. But nevertheless, my point is that nevertheless they follow a basic economic model at a tribal level that becomes unsustainable in larger numbers. So when you come to a civilizational level where you're dealing with millions of people, you can't have pure communism or pure capitalism. You've got to have a social safety net. You've got to essentially become socialist in between communism and capitalism. This is what I mean about gnosis. Certain religious communities can thrive as an enlightened community, but when we start dealing with millions of people, well, at that point, you have to have a church. It's because this is how everyone can at least have a shared doctrine and have a concept of what their faith is about that they otherwise are not going to have at all. So does that make sense?
I mean, what is your argument for it again? I'm just like, I heard everything you said, but what
Well,
you're saying
I'm
at the
just
very
saying-
end, you were comparing it obviously to, getting into your whole,
Yeah, it's like
which I was
economics.
speaking about something else, your whole thing about communism and that. But so how you're saying religion is tied into that? Like,
Well, I'm
what
saying
is your reason?
it's like okay, it's like
Are you just making a metaphorical example?
no. I'm saying that religion is like economics. It's something that
That's what I mean metaphorically. You're metaphorically saying religion like
yeah,
government. It's
religion's
just-
like economics metaphorically, but or by analog. Let's use that term instead of metaphorically. In other words, a parallel. Religion is parallel to economics in the sense that you can have a pure form like what you're describing. My relationship with Christ on a personal level. This is a pure form of spirituality. You can have that at these smaller numbers. Like I described these tribes in above the Arctic Circle with the Eskimo, what they call, I think now they call them Inuits.
So everything,
something.
broken as you try to make it larger and larger. I think in some
Right.
regards.
So,
Well,
so my point is, like you have these smaller tribes in Africa, pure capitalism, but once you get to dealing with millions of people, you can't have these pure practices work anymore. You have to have some form of socialism rather than communism or capitalism, something that provides a social safety net in larger numbers. The same with faith. When it comes to faith, once you're dealing with millions of people, you can't have that personal relationship with Christ anymore. You have to have a church. That's what I'm saying. So what I'm saying is these communities of enlightened people can always exist, should always exist. But when we're dealing with the larger populations, this is why these larger movements, which essentially become ideological movements, even though they're religious, they're also ideologies. This is why they come into being. Now, yes, here's the bad news. It's like with economics. Communists say, they start to crusade because it's like a faith. And they try to convert other people to communism, usually by invasion. Same with these churches, or look at Americans invading nations all over the world to teach them about democracy It's
Spreading freedom and liberty.
Yeah, that's right. Spreading freedom and liberty at the point of a bayonet. Look, all of this is grotesque, but at the same time, it's one of those inevitabilities of dealing with the larger numbers. We need to find a way, of course, to try and mitigate as much violence as possible, at least here on Earth. And that way we can may increase the peace, maintain a sense of balance, but we have to acknowledge the reality of a necessity for these kinds of social organizations. I mean, after all, credit where credit is due, the Roman Catholic Church can be described as one of the largest organized, largest organized crime rings in history. But at the same time, during the Dark Ages, it preserved knowledge that would otherwise have been lost. It was in the monasteries of the Roman Catholic Church that the books were kept, and it was they who taught the nobility how to read and write. It was the monks who could read and write, the only people who could, and they taught the kings and queens of Europe and their families how to do so. If it weren't for the Roman Catholic Church, the Dark Ages would never have experienced a Renaissance, because all of the knowledge on which to build upon would not have been there. So these organizations exist with positives as well as negatives. There's advantages and disadvantages to everything. It's just, for instance, I'm very much a supporter of the Roman Catholic Church in terms of its Catholicization of Black Africa, because look at the alternative. Wars, famine, plague, terrorist campaigns. The church is a great option to any of that. And at least in the church, there's an organized sense of economic charity that otherwise would not be there. So the church may have a history of genocide and murder, but in that sense, I support the church. Now, unlike Nemo, even though I recognize what has been done by Jewish people in the past, I don't advocate genocide. My father only did what he did because he was left with no choice. They were firebombing his cities, burning his people alive by the millions.
He had a motivation to do so.
Well,
and that's the argument I use against people who deny the Holocaust. I said that they had plenty of motives to carry that out, so that's one factor they don't acknowledge.
Well, beyond that, yes, he had concentration camps, but these concentration camps did not become death camps until the firebombing began. Yeah. At which point, he had no food to feed his own people, and he had to choose between feeding them and also feeding people in the camps. Well, he chose his own people, and the people in the camps were then, well, it's an obvious choice to make.
Yeah.
Beyond that, there were other things involved. As I said,
like typhus outbreak.
No, the creation of artificial diamonds by processing the ashes.
Yeah, but that did kill a bunch of people when no one was being looked after at the camps.
And typhus probably played a factor in killing many people. Yes. Such being said, well, hopefully that puts some things in perspective.
But anyone in the same position of Adolf would have done the same thing as a retaliation, I guess, if seeing all his people being burnt alive.
Well, understand how Hitler saw it. What Hitler understood was that the majority of the in Russia, where your average peasant was never taught to read or write, the people who knew how to read and write were these Jews in the Jewish Pale of Settlement in Russia. When the communists took over, they became the commissars because they could fill out forms, they could operate the bureaucracy because they were the doctors, the lawyers, the dentists, the accountants, professors and the like. As a result, these commissars wound up killing millions of people. They killed 15 million people in the Ukraine. That's twice the number of Jews that died in Europe. And that's why the Ukrainians sided with the Reich. Hitler knew that the Bolsheviks were run by a Jewish commissarocracy. he knew that the British were run by many Jewish cabals that were running their empire in the colonies. The Americans had an enormous Jewish lobby. To him, the one thing uniting the Americans, the British and the Russians, was the Jews. Yep. So striking at the Jews was logical to him. They were the enemy, as far as he could see.
Direct threat, yeah.
Yeah, the direct threat to the German people. And they had declared war on Germany. I mean, the headline there.
That's documented fact, yeah.
Yes. Maybe you could give a screenshot of the headline to Brooke here. I'll try and look for it myself. Declares war on Germany. Germany. Okay. And here we are. So if we take a look at this, dear Brooke, can you see the cursor moving? I'm sharing screen. And we're going now to the images. Here we are. This was as soon as my father, Adolf Hitler, ascended to power and became the Führer of Germany. He was actually simply the Reichskanzler at that time, the Reichschancellor. And on March 24th of 1933, shortly after my father assumed power, Judea declares war on Germany. Jews of all the world unite in action, boycott of German goods. Remember, Germany was going through a Great Depression. It was starving, and the Jews intended to make it worse with the intent of starving the Germans to death. And so, of course, my father considered them the enemy. This is why he had to declare an unlimited state of emergency as soon as he became the Reichschancellor. And at that point, he was no longer Chancellor. He was Führer, the leader. Because it was a state of unlimited emergency until they relocated to Unterland. So this is all documented fact. It's not without purpose that I cut off the screen share by mistake, but I guess you saw what you needed to see. So Nemo shared the headline, so the headline's in the text box anyway for you to access. So there we are. Dear Brooke, you've been such a boon to the show tonight. I think, and of course, yes, and for Ian, can you believe that shit? He said my sitting on the Kaiser's lap. He says, those are two characters from the TV's Big Bang Theory series. And that's not Doug, that's a Jew star. I mean, really, Ian? He tries to be as offensive as possible. I mean, I know I was hard on him tonight, but then again, talk about presumptive. What does he say here? Take a look, Brooke. Let's take a look in the text box, Brooke, at what our man Ian says about you. He says, no, I was saying I was going to hide out at Brooks till I got this cruise job. Yeah, he was cruising all right. That was his cruise job. Then he says, because the training spot is next to South Carolina. Oh, I bet that's Brooks' G-spot. Yeah, that's his training spot right there. He says, I was totally not trying to move to South Carolina to bang Brooke. That's fucking stupid. But I am flattered that Brooke would take me in like that. Thank you, Brooke. Oh, yes. Oh, my. Did you hear any of that, Brooke?
Yeah, of course I'll take anybody in. That's what I do. Just take them. Got a few people out here on this place running by. Just take people in off the street, and Ian's of course welcome to come in town. Just want to make sure that he's got that life
insurance.
Of course, everyone that comes here knows they have to have that life insurance policy. And
yeah, I'm the only one that's got it, guys. I'm the only one that's got the life insurance policy that's signed over to Brooke. You guys,
and to live with me with life insurance policy, you also have to do the amount of drugs that I tell you to do. And also, like, he just needs to bring, what was it, like, he wanted the like, what was it? What did I say that time he said he could take?
Fuck, it was a combination of cocaine, Viagra.
Yeah. And Adderall, I think it was, like, yeah.
And meth, not to mention the meth, Adderall, cocaine, and Viagra all at once. His dick wouldn't go down. Yeah, in fact, he'd probably develop priapism.
Well, he said something about, like, he wanted to fuck, like, I don't know, something about fucking. I was like, that's fine, because, you know what, if I had to do that to be with you, I would just, at the end of the day, if it's a couple $1 million sitting there, You're not gonna be you. I'm not gonna be fucking you long anyway, because I can guarantee your heart. He's like, I'll take all the Viagra you got, and I'm like, you do it. That heart is gonna be exploding pretty quick with that methamphetamine and Adderall added to the mix.
Oh shit!
So,
Yes. It's like, and Ian never was able to talk to us. He was never able to step outside, probably because his aunt and his grandma have him locked in a cage or something. Yeah, they've got him locked in there, so he doesn't run out at night.
was like, that's why he was dating that woman, I think is what he was saying when he called me, like that girl that he said had like and he was making those like porns with her or whatever or something. Was he making porn something like that?
Oh yeah, by the way, that Republican Agenda 25, they say they're going to outlaw porn and shit. If you can,
you and Ian will kill yourselves.
Yeah. Yes. Oh God, who could live in a world like that? Fuck them. Fuck the Republicans. Well, Ian, he's got no porn now. Poor son of a bitch. You know, where he's.
Porn now? What are you talking about? He's in freaking Mississippi. They got porn next door. Uncles, fucking cousins, aunts, sisters, brothers.
Oh shit. Well, Ian did say his aunt and his grandma were looking pretty good. Did he not, Nemo? Did you not hear that? Did he not say? Yeah. He said, "Yeah, my aunt and grandma are looking pretty good these days." Yeah.
Over here in Mississippi.
Yeah.
Look, in the South, you know, when you know it started getting where you know males and fathers were not sticking around sometimes in certain households, you know, it became a way of living, and so women had to step up and do the job and, you know, take care of their little boys sometimes, and the boys had to step up and take care of the aunts and the cousins and the mamas sometimes. So it is what it is.
Here's Ian West saying, "Of course I don't have porn. That's why I'm talking to Vrook. Vrook. I like the VROOK. Then he says
Victoria and Brooke fused together.
Yeah, with no. He said, yeah, Victoria and Brooke fused together. Then he says Brooke with no E. Brooke with no E, like you're a little stream or something. No, then he says it's a communal.
Well, you just take an O out and add the E, and it's more correct, actually.
Breck. It's
I said take one of the O's out, add the E at the end.
Oh, okay, broke. Yeah, that's there we are. That's Ian. Yes. Oh my God. And also
I just posted some things to further reinforce the fact that how those people were trying to exterminate the Germans.
Yes, true. Yes, Brooke, what were you saying? Were you talking to?
I was just thinking Ian hasn't come on here, so I really do think Ian is literally like in his little room hiding like a little boy. Like I've never heard Ian not unmute. So he's I know that you were on last time when I wasn't here. Didn't you say that he had to kind of get off or something? I don't remember.
Oh yeah, he says I am hiding. He's admitting it. He says I am hiding. Yeah, what happened was.
Low. I mean, are they sitting there listening outside your damn door, dude?
Yeah. What is that? Jesus Christ!
When his aunt, I was on the phone with him the last time, and his aunt said, "I just like he's talking, and then he opens the door, or something goes outside, and I hear his aunt, who he'd mentioned a few times. I never heard her speak, and I heard this woman speak, and all I'm gonna say is that our immediate reaction, as soon as I just listened, and then I didn't even know what she said really, but I said, "Oh my God, Ian, are you okay? Was she so mad at you?" Like I felt bad. I mean, I would give it Ian hell. I totally was like, God. She's like, "What do you mean?" And I was like, "She was mad at you. What'd you do? Like, what's wrong?" And he's like, "She was mad at me."
Talk about oblivious. Talk about oblivious.
And I was like, okay. And I was like, and then I got to thinking like, maybe she talks like that. Maybe he's always being hateful. And then he's like, I gotta go. And then he calls me back like the next day. He talks to me. He's like, yeah, bro, you're totally right. She was totally mad at me.
Oh, I
was like, oh no.
Why is she so angry with him again? What, he didn't take out the garbage or something?
I don't recognize female voices, but I definitely was like, that woman's mad. That was my first reaction. I didn't even hear what she was saying. It wasn't what she said. It was how she said it. Like, no, I don't know. No, Ian, I don't know. Like that.
Oh wow. Wow. And how long do you think they're going to tolerate him there before they just kick him out, just make him leave?
I don't know. I mean, I guess it's like a who eats who first, right? Is it they kick Ian out, right? Because Ian can withstand some stuff. I mean, I think he's just trying to either give her a heart attack or give her those worms and like let her. I mean, he might the whole house before it's done with.
That's incredible. At any rate, Ian keeps saying you're telling the truth. She's telling the truth. Brooke's telling the truth. I mean, it's like he's really trying to butter you up so that.
Ian, did you guys drink? When's the last time you went to the park and hid there and drank a beer recently, huh?
Yes. Yeah, she says.
Ian, I can't believe he's out in there can't dog. It must be very thin walls there in Mississippi.
Yes. She was mad because I was gone for 2 hours shopping. You were gone for 2 hours drinking, motherfucker. When I told her I was going to be back in 20. It's like, what? But why do they care? I don't get it. Why do they fucking care? It's Ian fucking West.
I know, he can't even drink. They're like teetotalers. Like I think they're almost teetotalers. He did say there was like some Coors Light or some beer in the fridge, but they didn't, like, it had been there since New Year's. And, but like they don't want him drinking at all. You know what I'm saying? Or like I guess they just like really don't want any alcohol or drugs. I mean, obviously Ian West. Come on, so we know it's just like, you know, probably had some parties, probably got in a little trouble, just like we know the whole Florida, you know.
Yeah, when he's not fucking 40 people at a time with some fat chick. Yeah. Yeah.
Like, and can you imagine like the stories of like, oh my god, like, you know, like I mean, this porn stuff he talks about is poor. But I don't know. I'm just assuming. Maybe they don't want to get drunk and reproduce. I don't know.
Oh my god. So let me say thank you Christopher Rimel. I hope I'm pronouncing his name correctly. He says, can't get closer to real information. Just the best platform. Totally unique. Yes. Yes, thank you so much, Christopher. And we were joined by dear Nathan. Nathan, of course, is this individual who lives in the South and almost lost his family to the law. He almost had his family taken from him because the law felt he was not behaving socially acceptable ways.
Kamala Harris.
Doug, read the affidavit. What affidavit? What the fuck? What's he talking about? Ian? Is this Ian said that or who's?
Doug, read the affidavit. Did you say affidavit? You said
affidavit. I did.
I love you. You finally messed. They're all like your perfect words, and I got to mess up.
Hey, did you hear George Knight the other day trying to pronounce big words?
He's using words completely opposite. Yeah, he uses them and then he uses the exact opposite. He's like, it's not. I mean, I'm like, finally, I'm like, he does realize he just reversed that word 3 times and it is not. I mean, whatever he thought it would be. Anyway, but yeah. No, what affidavit is he referring to? Douglas?
Yeah, I have no idea. Wait, what are you talking about, Ian? Come on the fucking...
he wants to whisper like a little baby.
Yes, that's right. He says, here's the... how do you pronounce...
Don't tell me it's that Greek shit that guy was translating.
Oh, no, this is some Craig Sawyer shit. Is that a weird shit? I have no idea what it is.
Tom Sawyer.
Let's look at Craig Sawyer. I'm not going to open up the PDF because I'm afraid it's loaded with viruses. His parasites, Ian's parasites and shit. Craig Sawyer, let's look him up and see what they say. I bet this guy's... That's the vet for child rescue. Oh, man, please.
What is this about? Is this something y'all talked about when I wasn't here? I'm going to bed. This is stupid.
It's just some other veteran who's claiming they're rescuing all the kids and shit. It's like... is
he going to make his own Sound of Freedom movie?
Yeah, that's it. It's just like that Sound of Freedom shit. It's, where do they come up with these guys? And it's always, big looking, tough looking, masculine jocks. And it's like,
Who is the guy? What's the guy's name again?
Craig Sawyer. And he's supposed to be like U.S. Navy SEAL sniper.
I just want to look it up. There's one that I ended up like watching, but I don't know if that was him.
Wait a second. Look at this crap. Look at this crap. Marine veteran, former Navy SEAL. These are two different branches of service.
Yeah.
Are you telling me he transferred from one branch of service to the other? What would be the point? You know, I mean, this is bullshit. It's like, plus he's a sniper and a combat instructor. By the way, sniping is like, it's like...
Yeah, he said he did the Marines, then he did the Navy SEALs and included a combat action with SEAL Team 1.
This is bullshit. I mean, he's as old as my fucking sister, which is older than me. 1963. He's born the year my sister was born. So it's like, really? Come on now. Probably...
Like a teen forging his resume of military experience.
Yeah, it's bullshit. It's like, oh, look what Ian says. You need to hear his daughter bitching. I bet he's probably raped her multiple times and says, I'm rescuing the kids. Yeah, I'm rescuing the kids from people like me. You don't want them to grow up like me, do you? Yeah. It's... Oh, come on. I mean, I can't...
That's what they're doing. They're fucking them while they're saying they're rescuing
It's
them.
true. You know they're all full of shit. Yeah. I mean, I can't even take any more of this. But Ian West keeps eating this shit up. Tell him, bro.
Never buy into anyone who's openly saying I'm rescuing
You're the one that
sex
went with this
slaves
shit.
and all that.
Believed everything they say on this. Kids like, we just pulled another $1 million out from under the tree in Afghanistan.
Yes. Thank you. Yes. This is where Ian gets his sources. We've rescued 1 million children in Australia. How many was it? 3 million? How many, Brooke, was underground?
Yeah, I was like, fucking 1 million just came up out of the desert in fucking Australia one fucking week. Oh my god.
Yes.
1 million. 1 million children up out there. It was 1 million exactly.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
You gotta contextualize what you're
I
supposed
know
to mean.
people think they know what 1 million looks like. You might be at Disney World, but if suddenly in your town 1 million children come up out of the fucking tunnels, dude, you're gonna get that on camera. It's gonna be you're gonna be able to not hide that one, okay?
Oh,
So,
you
I
would
guess we
drown
need to fix that.
in baby shit. You would drown in baby shit. Imagine the...
It would be out of milk. It would stink. It'd be crying. People would just be putting earplugs in. As a matter of fact, I tell you what, it would create more child murderers than save children.
Yes. Yes, they'd kill them all to shut them up. And the stench, Jesus Christ, the stench alone would be you'd die. You would die. And it's like, he says, oh, I'm not buying into it. Just read the... How do you pronounce it, Brooke? I say affidavit. Affidavit, you're right. You are... Brooke is correct.
I just Googled it and posted what I meant.
Okay. Let me see, Nemo. Before signing...
Imagine me knowing things about the law. I don't know why that would be.
Yes. And you must either have... Yeah, okay. Thank you, Ian. Thank you, Nemo. Because, yes, this is like... Ian just, these people just type this shit up and then they say, this is my sworn testimony. And Ian says, I've got to show this shit to the world. And that now Ian West is saying, Doug's pulling a word salad like George. I mean, wow. I let this guy on my show, and this is what I get. This is like, honestly, we bring him on because we love to see his suffering.
I know, Ian. It's not fun that you won't come on and talk. Like, it's just, I can't take that for you anymore. You can't fucking
stop
talk.
flooding
You know what you need to do? Ian, you need to go fucking, like, if you're going to have to live like this, like you're in daycare. I'd rather live on the street than live like I'm in daycare. Like, I'll just be in my room, be quiet. Are you in timeout? Oh, God.
Oh, yes. So...
I snuck to the park and had my juice box. I had one juice box today. I snuck to the park and had it.
Yes.
She found my vape and she threw my vape away.
And then that image in his icon, and it's, that's me, Yes, that's me. And what is the color of his skin? Brooke, what's that about? Is that some kind of like...
I can't tell. Like, it's so small to me. At first, I can't tell if it's a bunny suit or if it's like his skin tattooed and these bunny ears. I don't fucking know. Like, I don't know what's going on there, dude.
There's a tattoo on the forehead,
Looks like
wrapped around the forehead.
Tube in the middle, leaning down.
Yeah, beyond that, his skin is as orange as Donald Trump's, maybe more so.
No, it's a suit, but I can't tell. I think
no, it's his skin is orange too.
Tattooed bunny. That's what I'm saying. Whatever's going on there, it's.
He says,
I mean, you could say it is Ian, because like not many other people would wear a tattooed
bunny and a bunny suit. Yes,
but he does have the the pedophile mustache there.
Yes.
So
and his hair is white. Why is his hair white?
Or that's not him.
Yes.
But if
it's a shitty wig.
Let me tell you, Ian, if that's you, and I swear to God, you have this thing about like saving the children and Satanists and well, I'm gonna tell you right now, you sitting there with that fucking, what do you call that mustache, like the fucking, I don't know, pediatrician.
Pediatrician
in a bunny suit.
Yes, pediatrician in the bunny suit. I'm the pediatrician
in a bunny suit. I mean, like, what are you saying here, Ian? I mean,
and the Jeff Rentz wig, like Nemo said, the Jeff Rentz wig.
Yeah.
I mean, Ian, listen, you say racist things sometimes. You have racist friends. You also don't seem to like the Jews, but then you name yourself Frank, Black, or Black Frank. You then tell me you're not into, you're against this whole eating children thing, and it's happening everywhere. People are raping them daily. These child molesters in Disney World.
Before they eat them. Before they eat
on, you put a bunny suit on with your little sex stash there, and apparently try to attract some children with that. So I'm not.
That's
really
gotta be a fucking wig.
Oh, God. So, honey, I don't.
He couldn't even get it to match his mustache.
So
next year he's gonna do the pink mustache next year.
So I'm showing.
He looks like Nick Mullen in that image with the wig.
Yes. So Brooke, I'm sharing the screen. Can you see it? This is Jeff Rentz. This guy wanted me to work on his radio program. That's what Nemo's referring to when he says that Ian is wearing the Jeff Rentz wig. You see this?
Oh my gosh.
Yes, this guy wanted.
What's his name?
Jeff Rentz wanted me to work on his radio program. He's the biggest.
Does he really look like that?
He's
anti-gay.
Yeah, he's the biggest Judeophobe on earth, and he he really.
He's still alive? Is this man still alive?
I think he is.
Yeah. So when I was talking to him, this poor son of a bitch told me about all his wives, and by the way, they all have a website that they put together. 5 of his ex-wives, all saying he's a piece of shit. Now, woman, it's like herding cats. How do you get 5 women united against you? You must be a real asshole to get 5 women.
Or you're a polygamist and you married all 5 of them.
Yeah, there you go. But when he was telling me on the phone, he said, the last one I was married to, Doug, she knew all about me and flattered me. She'd listened to all my episodes, told me she was a fan. Then when I married her on the night of our honeymoon, I woke up gagging and drowning in my own vomit. And she told me, I've poisoned you, and I forgot what it was, but she had given him this pill she had crushed up and put in his drinks, and it was something that the coroner could never identify, but she said, unless you vomit it all out like stomach pump style, you're gonna be dead in 20 minutes, and I'm gonna sit here and laugh all the while you die. And then he fell on the floor trying to crawl to the bathroom, and knocked the phone down trying to call for help. And all the while, she just crouched there on her haunches laughing at him while his vomit left a slime trail like he was a snail and shit.
He's dead now?
No.
Maybe she was an asset for Mossad assigned to...
That's what he claims. That's what he claims. But I
think she just sounds like a typical woman that's fed up who apparently wasn't smart enough to follow through with her plan because he's still alive.
Yeah, he's still alive. He's still alive.
I would say she's a woman with we all have similar emotions. Maybe she was willing to carry hers out, but if you're willing to carry it out, you should probably be willing to finish the job.
Yes.
It wouldn't surprise me considering how openly anti-Israel he was, that he'd have Mossad keeping an eye on him and probably target him at some point.
That almost dignifies him. I'm
just not rolling it out as a possibility, but not most like it's not highly likely.
It was like, you would think, then again, their whole reputation is bluff and bullshit. We found that out by their latest genocide campaign. They're all full of shit. They're just a hollow giant, just like the Russians.
Who is this?
The Israelis. But, the Israeli Mossad, their reputation was, if we're out to kill you, we'll make it happen. If we were trying to kill Jeff Rance, he wouldn't be alive, right? That's what they would say. Yeah, Mossad. But it's like, but why go through all that trouble of pairing him up with some bitch who's just gonna, marry him? Why go through all that why not just take him out, right? You can just walk up to somebody on the street and blow him away with a gun and walk away. Nobody's gonna be able to solve the murder because nobody cares. Half the time people die all the time like this. Stranger murders.
Maybe they just get a kick out of destroying a man with a whore.
Yeah, there's that too. I mean, Granted, I can see that. They did that with Jeff Adachi, after all. That way they could fuck him over and all that shit. And oh man, so honey, do you know the story of Jeff Adachi?
Mm-mm.
Okay, I'll share screen again. It's here we are. Let's share screen here, and I'll show you this other poor loser on God's green earth, known as Jeff Adachi, and. Okay.
Yeah, I just had a mental image while you're looking it up this way. So let's say, pick this. So you have like 2 cage matches, and they're Satan's cage matches, like hell's cage match, right? Meaning like you got to spend the next 1,000 years together. It's like I was thinking, like, so you take Netanyahu, right? Yeah. And Donald Trump.
Yes.
Together, like that's just them two. No, like talk to each other and touch each other. It's just Netanyahu and Trump, right? Or what's worse? Oh, no, it wasn't Netanyahu and Trump. I'm sorry, I take that back. Yeah, Netanyahu, Trump. Meh, I guess. I was also thinking, what's her name? What's that other bitch running against him now?
Oh, Kamala Harris? Why, you dislike her?
Yeah, no, Kamala and Putin over there.
What have you got against? Not that I know much about Kamala Harris, but what have you got against her?
I mean, I don't think that she's a great person. I don't like the way she speaks. I don't think that she stands for certain things that are she does a lot of mouth, and she may have bad with that. She may have, just like I do, some unverbal skills. But I do feel like if I was gotten to the level she was, as far as she was the prosecutor, and the solicitor for California in LA. So I believe it was Los Angeles. I believe it was. Yeah. And then obviously VP, she's had a lot of money and training go into her, and she still talks fucking word goddamn salad every fucking time she speaks. And but what I'm actually against
better president than Kamala.
Do what?
I said Brooke would be a better president than Kamala.
Thank you. So too, but I think her the fact of the matter that she put like so many people in prison. She kept one guy that was on death row. She kept the evidence from that would have made him that would have acquitted him. Hid that evidence until basically like grand jury came back and made her turn it over. And just if you look at her record before she became vice president, what she did, I'm very much against it. Obviously the judicial system and the
that leads directly into this, by the way. This is, so get this. So can you see the screen, honey? Can you see this Japanese looking guy here? This is Jeff Adachi, and Jeff Adachi was San Francisco's public defender, and he became a clandestine supporter of mine. He said, I believe in what you're doing, Dietrich, and what you're doing is good for the Japanese community, and we got to bring this out to the public. I'd like to support you with a project to make this into like a documentary film. Of course, after that, he was a marked man, and I told him, dude, don't go sleeping with Russian prostitutes. And he's, no, but this woman, she's so excited to see me, and I'm excited to see her, and it's more than just prostitution, Douglas. She's really into me. And I'm like, dude, I probably slept with this woman that you're going to be having sex with. They're going to kill you. They'll give her money, and she's going to make sure you're done in. And it's like, oh, you're just jealous. And by that point, I just wanted him to die. And, of course, then he went to sleep with her, and guess what? He died. He didn't survive. survive the experience. And then the San Francisco Police Department, because public defenders and police are natural enemies, they came in and they fucked him over and threw all these syringes and gummy fucking cannabis bears and shit all over his body and said he was doing major drugs when he died. They didn't even question the Russian prostitute. They just let her go. And, then they said, yes, he died a pervert and a drug abuser and all that shit. Turned out, of course, they fabricated all the documents and everything, and his family's gonna sue the San Francisco Police Department now, but, stupid motherfucker wouldn't listen to me, and, they did his ass in, and, don't sleep with Russian prostitutes, because they're all, like, KGB hit girls and shit, so there you go. That's a sad, pathetic story of Jeff Adachi. This is that Craig Sawyer son of a bitch that our man Ian West finds as his new hero. A Marine and a Navy SEAL. I mean, why have one service when you can have two? And, of course, yes, he looks like a G.I. Joe doll. And, like I said, this guy's my sister's age. He's older than me and shit. And, I guess this one is more like that. Yes, the mean old man taken to new extremes. It's like, fuck, if that's his truck, this guy must have the smallest dick in the world to need a truck like that.
Yeah, to compensate.
Yes, to impress people. Jesus Christ. There you go. And you just have to vent there. Oh.
I'm sure he's a full-on pro-Trump guy.
No doubt, I would guess that. Yeah, that would be my my stereotype. Oh my God. So, dear Brooke, well, we've had a wonderful show. I should probably shut it down for now so you can finally get a chance to sleep. Poor Ian West. What's he saying? You moron! Oh my God, Doug, I don't! No, I don't! Read the affidavit.
What?
Yeah, affidavit. He doesn't. He says, do you want me to try to screen share the rinky-dink meeting video where he's like all cracked out? Yes!
Yeah, he says go up or something, ready to go. I read that. That was the last message I saw.
Yeah. So what was that? He said what? About Rinky Dink, you mean?
He's up ready to go or something. I don't know.
Oh, Rink, you mean James Rink. Yeah. Poor bastard.
I don't know what y'all are even talking about. I don't even care.
What's
I don't know why
video?
Rink.
Yeah, because it's morbid entertainment. Because it's morbid entertainment. If this guy, yes, by all means, Ian, give us the link to the video. Okay, so let's see if we can find it online ourselves. He's just going to use that to blackmail us to listening to more of his bullshit. Okay, I screen share. Please do. You don't need to tell us what you're going to do. Just do it. Oh, shit. I want to see James Rink all cracked out. All cracked out. I'm looking at James Rink all cracked out. Yeah. Instead, I get whatever happened to roller rinks. Oh God, he's screen sharing. He's actually
on his phone.
He's screen sharing on his phone, Brooke. We can see it now. Okay, I see a lot of child porn. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
I like the little girl in the ballerina suit. Yes. That's Oh, it's a boy. Jesus Christ! Once he lifted his dress. Oh man, talk about a trap.
Look at that nose.
Yes. Cosmic Mama. And James Rick, holy fuck, James Rick has gotten old. God damn, he's gotten old. What the fuck? Damn, that poor bastard. And he's looking all over the place, like, yeah, and he's in front of a door. He's got a door to his back. Oh, look, he's rubbing his head. Oh, man, they're after me, man. They're after me, man. Look, Cosmic Mama, you gotta take me in. Yeah, I can't hide out here much longer. My mom's coming to whip my ass. Yes, he's saying, I was hanging out with Ian for a while. He got me on all this evil shit. It's that meth. Cosmic Mama, that Ian West.
He gave me the biker meth.
Yeah, that Ian West motherfucker. He was my downfall. Yeah, he told me about these tunnels, Cosmic Mama. Yeah, it's... Then he
There's
stopped.
no audio playing in, so what's the point now?
Well, I think we saw what we needed to see. Damn, yeah. James Rink looks bad. Damn. He says, I got the vid pool. Yeah. Look, now he's showing us.
I don't see the James Rink.
You didn't see all that?
Mm-mm.
Man, you missed out, honey. That guy looked like he was dead. Damn.
I think it was going to be over that fast.
Yeah,
Send me the link.
give us, repeat the link, Ian, please, for Brooke. Ian, for Brooke's sake.
Sorry, I was reading Kamala's numbers. I was trying to be sure I had her right on stuff. So I was trying to.
Oh,
I don't like
forget
to put-
Kamala Harris. Jesus Christ. You know, I mean, who cares? I mean, so long as she beats Donald Trump.
I don't care who it is either, but they're both evil people.
Well, I would
Not
rather
evil,
it have
say
been.
evil.
I would
I don't mean that. Actually, I just mean that I'm not crazy about either one of them. I really don't care which one wins.
share the link then, Ian, please, for Brooke's sake.
Ian, oh God, this will be another thing where I'm not allowed to share. You're trying to keep it from me. Those
Yeah, why do they all do this? It's always the girl. The girl can't see it. I can't. No. Well, show it to us again.
Brendan, are you back home? Are you home, Brendan?
It's a private Zoom, so share it with Brooke. Screen share it again and show it to Brooke. Come on, Ian, you can do it.
How did you just do it? You can't do it again, Ian.
Yeah, do it again, Ian, for Brooke, so she can see it. I can't share. Okay, don't share it. Just show us the screen share. Show us the screen share of what you just showed.
For 2 seconds again.
Yeah, come on. Do it again. I mean, up here, do it again. You can do it. Here he is. He's doing it again. There we go.
He's not used to hearing that from people. Do it again. They're usually.
Yeah, he's never heard a girl say that before. This is the first. There's a first for everything.
Write it down, Ian. Write it down. Do it again.
Oh, God. Here you are. Now, honey, you'll be gifted to see the incredible James Rink. Let's see if this works. Okay, he's
High
doing,
on crack.
yeah, high on crack. Well, he looks more like he's coming down. Here he is. There we are.
Okay.
There's Cosmic Mama who's interviewing him, and there's James Rink who's aged.
Oh, he looks so skinny. Oh my God.
He's aged considerably.
Those
Yeah.
men, that's what I was about to say. When I heard him, the only thing I remember about him was the only reason I even took time
Hey,
to
show
listen.
it. He keeps showing it to her, dude. Keep going. Yeah.
The losers. He was talking about med beds. Obviously, his med beds ain't working.
Yeah. That's for sure. Now I like the part where he hits his forehead. Keep going, Ian. We want to see that
He
forehead
hit the
slap.
forehead?
Yeah, look at that. Oh man.
Oh my God.
He says, "Cosmic Mama, you gotta take me in." He's saying that Ian West guy, he put me on this evil shit. He says I haven't come down since.
Oh, we could yes, you could totally do it. But it looked like he did say Ian West. But
Yeah.
Oh, it hurt.
Oh,
Took it up the ass last night. Oh shit.
yes.
Is cosmic just another word for black?
Yes. He's saying, "Oh man, you gotta take me in. Ian's gonna try and move in with Brooke, but I'm moving in with you, Cosmic Mama. You and me, baby. They call me White Chocolate. Yeah. Fuck, who's this other bitch? Jesus, Catherine. Damn, that Catherine on the right. Who the fuck is she? I want to see some more footage
Give us
there.
a better look at those people.
Yes. Holy shit.
Where did you find this video, Ian?
When he's cruising on the dark web for his kiddie porn, what do you think? He's like, then he found.
That's like a meeting of kiddie porn people, period, that are running the fucking camps, I guess.
Oh shit! Oh fuck! It's thank you, Ian. I do appreciate you doing that a second time for the sake of Brooke. You know, I mean, that's gentlemanly of you. And like we said, it's the first time you ever heard a girl say, "Do it again."
Hard right now. He's gonna write this down. You're letting him share stuff on air that he found online, agreeing with him, and I'm saying do it again. A female, his voice. He's like, Ian, I hope you have you deserve this night, the day before you go to work at Waffle House. You deserve a good.
Then he says, "I'll tell you the story." Oh, I can't wait. What's the story, Ian? Come on and tell us. Of how I got the video. Yeah, it's like
Oh, he was in the underground tunnel. He attacked some guy. His phone fell out of his pocket.
Next episode.
on the next episode. Oh God, it's like
Spare the suspense already.
yes, that's right. Oh, the suspense. Oh, the suspense. He says no, he wasn't in the underground tunnels. No, because when he's down there, he's busy fucking all the clones. I found the clones. I'm fucking the clones.
I found the child slayers. Now they're all mine.
Yes, that's right. It was a business meeting for the disclosure conference. What was it that Rinky Dink was trying to claim? What was he claiming? Like I said, he was saying, that Ian West guy put me on the evil shit, and it destroyed my life. He says, I was on the team. I was on the team. Really?
Send me that video, Ian.
Yes.
So I can watch it with audio.
Yeah, where's the video with you on the team, Ian? Where's the video? But when I got robbed, yeah, of course they stole the video that had you in it. Of course. Of course.
Oh, Ian, you was gonna ask me to marry him. You had to $2 million ring you're gonna send up here too, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Stolen,
that's right.
along with your new Tesla and your spaceship.
That's right. I had to drop out of the conference because he got robbed. That's right, poor bastard. Oh my God, this was gonna be his big break. Poor Ian. This was gonna be.
Oh, I thought he was saying the video of him in the tunnels. You mean the video of him? He was supposed to be in that conference?
Yeah, he was supposed to be with all those special people who looked like pyramids of integrity.
Okay, so basically anybody could be in this conference, and the only requirement I'm getting to get in this conference is that you need to be
cracked out of your mind.
To believe in your shit. Okay, also bored enough with no life to have even found out about the stupid conference. Okay, and then. I guess just enough money in your life to be able to pay $10 to join it, but no more money than that to be able to do anything else, like ice skating, buying a bullet to blow your brains out, anything else. $10, and you know about the conference. Those are the
rest. I'll send you the link to the conference, which was supposed to have Ian in it, but he had to drop out because he was robbed because of... How did he get robbed again? It had something to do with the fat chick who was fucking everybody, but I don't remember the connection. What was the connection, Brooke?
How are you going to say that? You can't remember Ian's story of getting robbed?
I can't. I can't. It was...
You know what? It's good. It's good you don't. You know what? You should remember the Wawa story.
You
should remember the person you were asking, why did he get robbed? Well, the people he picks to live with and live with him are picked by the same brain that thinks Wawa makes the best steak.
Roast beef! Roast beef! Roast beef!
Roast beef, yes. That's the best roast beef in the world. And that Wawa is also known as where you get your gas and your cheap Budweiser on the way home.
Yes, get this, Nemo. Ian West, his entire diet sourced out of a gas station. And he was telling us, this is the best roast beef in America. It was like, what did he say, Brooke, about it? He said, it put all the restaurants...
Better than Philly cheesesteak.
I don't even eat roast beef, first of all. But secondly, if I did eat roast beef, I just feel like that I don't need to listen to some guy from Florida, even if he was okay, let me tell you something right now. If Ian West had the connoisseur handbook, we saw him on the cover, I don't know what those little cream de la crop, what do they call them? The La Paris or whatever the fuck it is, the French La Cuisine, okay? All these magazines and things that have the best cooks. They have Ian West on every fucking one. I'm telling you right fucking now, the second he's like, yes, you go to the Wawa.
Oh, it was Joe Ty that said it was
with the Wawa, he's standing in front of the Wawa gas station. Best fucking roast beef in the world.
Oh my God. And then he says, oh my God, Joe Ty said it was good roast beef. I mean, that's all the culinary...
Point. That's what made it so funny. Okay, well, Joe Ty's agreed. This is perfect.
Holy shit.
I love gasoline fumes on my sandwich.
Yes, that's right. Nothing like it. Nothing like it. It's
Is that where Joe Ty ran into his homeless billionaire, I think, by the way?
No, but believe it or not, so that homeless guy in the tent was, had his tent set up on some kind of, company property near the rail station.
Oh, you actually believe in this guy now.
What's that?
You believe in this actually happened now?
No, I believe that there was a homeless guy because Joe Ty almost got arrested for raping the guy's daughter. Remember that shit? She tried to call the police when she said he was feeling her up and shit. Remember that?
Sure, any woman that Joe Ty puts his hand on, he's almost gotten arrested.
Yes. Your point is well taken, but it reinforces mine. He basically, there was a stupid homeless guy who was living on some company property, and then Joe Ty said, how do you get away with living on this company property and they don't remove you off property? You know, well, the company doesn't care because he's by the railway, get it? It's like the company has no use for that 10 feet of space or whatever the guy's tent occupies. But the guy told him, because I own this company. This is my property. And Joe Tai, of course, said, all right. And then, of course, then the fucking homeless guy's daughter comes in to try and, I don't know, give him, like, I don't know, his regular dose of insecticide, which he sprays all over his body to kill the lice or something. And then Joe Tai, you know, wound up somehow with her accusing him of rape because Joe Tai said he was, like, I don't know, trying to lift her.
Well, that's one timeline, okay? But the truthful timeline here is, like, let's go with the other one. We just have to let everybody know. There's another timeline to the story where the man was in a tent. He was out there. He was a billionaire, okay? Like, you know, eccentric, very eccentric. And he just sitting around the fire one night, gave him a wish. Him and his old Joe Tai's partner. What was Joe Tai's partner's name?
Pete Moon, yeah.
I feel like it started with, like, I can't remember. And then, anyway, I do know that name though. What was that? What's the name? What's the initial with that name?
Oh my God! Well, let's not make it my life any more difficult than it is. My life is difficult enough.
I was gonna say, and Joe Tai did have sex with the daughter as well. But you're telling the story wrong because remember after the only reason that Dad got mad is because you know the beautiful what is his name again? Damn it! I know he's got a name. There's like a record. Fucking name. This guy. Anyway, he was like part of some weird community, and he ended up getting a wish, and I don't know, his parents died, shit like that. And then he got a bunch of money, and so then he told later he would eat up with fucking what's his name? What's his name?
Yeah, let's not give the real.
Joe Tai.
Yes.
Joe Tai then stayed with that girl and he fucked her because that was his wish. See, Joe Tai's wish, the one guy wished for like his parents dead or money or something to change his life. and because he was old man, didn't do anything good in his life. It was like, I don't know, it was a couple years ago, right? Like 2 years ago. It was bad. He's living in a tent and he went back, he would time travel, kill his parents. He's good. Now, so I don't know where he is now. That's the timeline. And then Joe Tai, he wanted to fuck this girl. But he had to go back because he couldn't get his dick hard. Right? Right? The last bitch that he was with, he tried to rape, bit his dick off. Back in time, and he went to fuck this girl, and he did. And now we have the product. I believe it was his son, Joe Tai's son, but this would be from another timeline. Would be, I believe his name was Frank.
Black Frank? Yeah, that's right.
Black Frank. His name was Black Frank. That was it.
Yes, and he comes on our show. Yes, defending. Yes, defending.
And he loves to call him Big Daddy.
Yes.
You know, call him Big Daddy.
Yes. So true, honey. So true. All right. Anyhow, Christopher Email brings up this book that I'm not even going to give the dignity. He's talking about a ridiculous book. Don't pay attention to that book. It's obviously absurd. Yeah, and so he names a book. It's in the chat. I'm not going to even read out the title. But okay. So, children, it was a wonderful night. I love you dearly, Brooke Gibson. Beyond expression. Mwah! And you carried the show.
You guys have a good night. I'm so exhausted. Like, I'm brain dead. Sorry for that long story. Yeah. I lost it in there. But y'all have a good one. Bye, Nemo.
You did wonderful.
Good one, bro.
Yes, we'll close the call and the show for tonight. And so Brooke, I love you. We'll talk soon. Okay, love you dearly.
Nathan Brooks says, everyone in Texas idolizes that fucking Craig Sawyer guy, but this guy's saying it's a fresh breath air listening to this. Us shitting on him.
Yes, that's that Nathan. Nathan is saying that. That's right. Thank you, Nathan. Yeah. And so join us more often, Nathan. We certainly appreciate your presence in the chat, as well as Christopher Remel. Hopefully I'm pronouncing his name correctly. And so I'll end stream. It's just, a good, considering that we got cut off, what happens is a lot of times you never recover the audience after that. So Christopher says, good to know. I'm glad to hear this book is just a ruse. Most certainly. Yeah, most certainly. And, okay, so Nathan Brooks, yes, I should introduce you to Brooke Gibson. That way you can both get married and her name will change to Brooke Brooks.
That's a good one.
Yes. Okay. All right. We did a lot tonight. About 7 hours plus 2 hours, really 7, 8, 9. Yeah, close to 10 hours. Ian West, thank you for what you provided. And of course, we love you too, Aristides. Nemo, we love you dearly. Stay safe and be well. Okay. And say good morning to our listeners.
Oh, yeah.
There we are.
Good morning, everybody. And please support Douglas any way you can. Send donations towards him via PayPal and buy his books on Amazon.
Thank you. I'm glad I pronounced Christopher's name correctly in English. And Brooke said, please donate to Douglas. Thank you, Brooke, for getting that in there before we close stream. And with that, we are going to end stream. And join us. What day is today? It's Wednesday, right? It's Wednesday?
Yeah.
Yeah, so Sunday. Join us Sunday.
For you, yeah.
Yes, that's right, for us. That's right. That's right. You're right. Okay, we're ending. So it's Thursday now. And let's end stream. There we are.